Jesus, man. I guess we can watch the other one now.
Starting off with the quartering, ladies and gentlemen.
Under the seat.
Under the seat. Quartering shits his pants on the nightly. Dumped on the seat.
Yeah, he had a toilet at least.
Unlike clogged air, quartering does have multiple.
What's the point? It's just a chat room, basically.
Toilets. He needs one in pretty much every room of the house. It's kind of the maximalist difference from Cog there, yeah, right? Because Cog's got no toilet, right? Quartering's got too many. Everywhere he goes, every few feet, he needs access to a toilet area. He shit his pants, governor. It's what?
See, so Namashi with the 2. Appreciate it, man. Here you go, Griffin, for your Rolex fund. It'll be, you know, every penny counts. It'll be a little while before I can get it, but I appreciate it, man. Slowly but surely, we'll get there. If you can even buy a Rolex, that's the other thing. You can only really get them aftermarket nowadays. Or I guess not aftermarket, but, what's it called? Gray market. That's what I'm thinking of. Let's see. Griffin Gay Img with the Tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. My membership is cheaper than $6 a month, so just throwing that out there.
That quartering actually had a toilet installed in his car, so he can crap himself in the potty there and he's driving. Oh my God, if he needs 10 minutes to access to a fucking toilet, it's going to be soiled brown there, Gov. So I heard that. Yeah, porta potty installed in his car seat
donate,
if you can believe it, Holmesgate.
You're all probably wondering, like, wow, he's pretty...
Yeah, you have to buy the shitty Rolexes that they can't sell in order to get on the list, in order to buy the nice stuff.
This accent. When we used to cover Clog, Ashton would do this for hours. Every day.
Hey, it's just a word on the street, Holmesgate. I heard that quartering streams on a porcelain throne. He's actually on the crapper. Every moment he's streaming you. So he doesn't have to get up. And you just there's a brown, and right from Melanie Mark and Anna Claire with no dignity whatsoever. He just takes a nasty steamer.
Okay.
All right, so anyway, quartering is continuing his trend of bringing on various e-girls.
Wow.
That are middle.
Well, what's that one? Hold on. I forget what the term is. Not the fluted bezel. What's it called? Yeah, the fluted bezels are the more... Yeah, smooth bezel, that's what it's called. Like, the smooth bezel date just is, like, the least desirable Rolex, usually. And those are the ones they can't get rid of. So, people want a Rolex with a fluted bezel, which is, like, where it has the ridges around the face, and not just, like, a shiny piece of metal. So, yeah. You have to buy a bunch of those in order to get on the list, in order to get the nice stuff.
Age to simp for. So he's got the queen of the fucking middle-aged e-girls on.
Okay.
Chrissie Mayr. She's old. Quartering here has decided to white knight hard.
Why?
On his fucking style. Listen to this shit.
Okay.
So Chrissie Mayr does, like, stand-up comedy tours, right?
Mm.
Why do watches need ridges? Here. Tell me which one looks better. Where's one? Okay, there we go. Which one looks better? Which one do you looks better? The left or the right? So y'all like the smooth bezel. Yeah, well, if you like the left one, then you can get your watch for a lot cheaper. Because the fluted bezels are a lot more desirable. The thing is with these smooth bezels is they show scratches a lot easier. So that's the reason why people don't like it. Also, this just has extra details, so it's like more eye-catching. But yeah. These are like the cheapest you know, Rolexes you can get is the Date Just with the smooth bezel. If you're able to walk into a Rolex store and buy a watch, that's most likely what they'll give you. So, these are much more desirable.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's just real stand-up, yes.
Quartering. So quartering. Listen,
Well,
look,
dude, if you have anything on your wrist, you're going to bump it into shit. So, no matter how careful you are, people are going to bump. You're going to bump into people. They're going to bump into you. You're going to bump into, like, your door frame. Or you're going to, you know, reach for something and hit the watch. Like, you can be as careful as you want, but it's still something you're moving around constantly. So think about all the times you, like, hit your fucking knee on something, or bump your elbow, or stub your toe, hit your head, bump into something. Like, bro, that shit happens whether you try to or not. So it is inevitable. There's no point in buying something you're afraid to mess up. Like, if you're gonna buy a watch like that, at least wear it. You know, that's the whole point. Otherwise, don't buy it. Just save your money.
just play it. In his promotion for the stand-up comedy tour, he does perhaps the lowest act of simpery we've yet seen from Jeremy of the Quartering.
Really? Okay.
There's no reason for this. No one else would ever fucking do this. But he's trying to flex how rich he is to Chrissie and how desperate he is.
Okay.
December 6th, back here in New York to do a fundraiser in Mount Kisco.
Listen to this.
Yeah, Quartering has shown his wife before. It's on his community tab here. He also used to do videos with her on his Claw channel video. Or fuck. What the fuck? Claw channel videos? I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, I'm not completely retarded. Shit, I thought I said that backwards. I was like, fuck. Let's see.
Alex.
Should be on his community post. Oh, has he started just spamming every single video? Well, this might take a while to find. Yeah, there we go. Date night, appreciate y'all. So yeah, there's him and his wife. This was 3 months ago. No, it's from 3 months ago. But, yeah, he used to do videos with his wife on his, Claw machine, like, channel back in the day.
Yes, viewers, if any of you go to her show, I'll pay for your ticket.
Simp alert! Simp alert! Simp alert! Simp alert! What?
Stop!
Whoa, buddy!
Oh my god, that's so bad!
What the
fucking loser!
Look at Hannah Claire. Hannah Claire is like, what am I, chopped liver? You've got my job on the cutting room floor every fucking day, but you're willing to pay for every single ticket at Chrissie Mayr's event to try and slide into her pants. And let's be real, it's transparent that that's what it is. Quartering wants to smash Chrissie Mayr. He's a desperate, pathetic beta simp. He does
I study 4chan. I've never actually been on 4chan once.
this with every single woman he interacts with. He's like, I have so much money.
I've never been on 4chan, 8chan, any of those sites. I don't really use them. Or I've been on Kiwi Farms once, but it was because it was a link. But that's it.
Please, how much money? How much money for just a crumb? Please, can I whiff it? Can I sniff it, please? Oh, I have so much money. I'm willing to give you, princess. Please, let me give you money.
I've been on Christian. No, I've been in Christian. We shared a shell. Or not. Bro, I can't fucking talk. I'm retarded. Not shell, cell. Fuck. I'm getting tired already, which is bad. Visited 4chan and Kiwi Farms because of Synth's dramas. The fuck? Oh, yeah, I remember. Wait, yeah, no, I remember that shit. He has, like, a Kiwi Farms thread or some shit. Yeah, I remember that now. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing is I used to appreciate the Quartering's work ethic, but it's like, bro, this weird e-begging and shit is just obnoxious.
And then he gets fucking nothing. He gets not even a fucking crumb of pussy. Not even a foot pick in DMs.
But
He's felt it.
Ash, this is really bad because allegedly he's got 40,000 watching him nightly, right? So what happened?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, stop it. There's not one fucking person who's going to go to this event. Not one. This is just crazy, dude.
He's got
like,
the
what are
slowest
we
chat in
talking
the world.
about here?
If any of you go to her show, I'll pay for your ticket.
Ooh.
So if you go to her show and then you send me a
Look
picture of
at
your ticket stub,
Chrissie.
I'll pay.
She's cringe. She got the it.
What is
bro.
it,
Did she
20
not?
bucks? What is it,
You
20
know?
cents? Like it's 5 cents? What is it?
Why don't you?
Blue sent you with the 5. I went from an Apple Watch 8 to a Pixel Watch 4 where the screen is bigger, but I'm more scared of getting it damaged, but overall I like it a lot. Yeah, I have the Ultra 2, I think, for the Apple Watch, and I already have scratched the screen, but it is what it is. You know, I bought it to use it, so you just kind of have to accept that stuff that you use every day is going to suffer wear and tear. Luckily, you can get a warranty for most technology purchases, but yeah, I've never like actually broke a technology device like a smartwatch or a phone or anything. So luckily, I'm pretty careful with my stuff.
Just cut the middleman and just give her
But yeah, you'll get like scratches and stuff on it, but it is what it is.
$100,000.
You know?
Like you did to Sydney Watson. I think it was $250,000 that he simped for Sydney Watson for. This is a whole other fucking new avenue of simpery. Like Melanie Mack, he's dumped close to 6 figures into. Hasn't got a fucking crumb.
Nah.
Hasn't even got the nudes in DMs.
Yikes.
He keeps begging for the foot pics, can't even get them. Hannah Claire, you know, Quartering's like, well, maybe I'll get something from this old walled bitch who's somehow half Melanie Mack's age. But he couldn't even smash Hannah Claire because she's disgusted by. So now the new fixation is Chrissie Mayr. Chrissie, how much must I give you, Chrissie? Please give me a crumb, Chrissie. This is so fucking sad, dude.
Why
this
is
guy's
he doing
supposed
this?
to be married.
Like,
I
what
don't
set
know.
this up and
Obviously,
why?
like the Sky Bowl is just fucking plowing his wife on the daily. I heard the Sky Bowl was fucking his wife so hard she had to go to the fucking ER. That's what I heard.
What the-
And then he tried to grift it. Guys, my wife's in the ER. The bowl plowed her too hard in the fucking plane. At 50,000 feet, her pussy exploded.
Oh.
And she had to be rushed to the hospital room. Somebody give Jeremy money. Oh, buddy.
Wow.
Oh, buddy.
Wow. Okay.
His wife's in the fucking hospital
What
and
a
he's trying to
loser.
smash
What a
Chrissie
bum.
Mayr.
What
He's a
fucking
bum.
bum, dude.
Oh
Can't you
my
just leave your
God.
wife's health status off the internet? Like, because he'll be offended. How dare you make fun of my wife going to the ER? Why are you telling people your wife's in the emergency room?
He did it for real?
What benefit? Yes.
So when
What
was this?
It was yesterday. And then
Okay.
he's like, oh, she's home now. It's like, was this life-threatening?
It's the
And if it was
grift.
like, it's basically the grift. Like,
Buy my
it's to get
coffee.
pity
My
and-
wife's dying. Buy my
Must everything be shared online always?
What a
And it's
fucking
not just
bum.
him. Like, I don't really like it when anyone does that. Like,
yeah.
the health of your family members is not really any of our fucking business or concern.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Say
I
family
don't know.
emergency, I'm off today. And then like people
That's
go,
it.
that's all they have to know, because when you go, she's in the ER, now you're like manipulating your audience into being like, do I buy the coffee? Because she's dying? Is his
Like,
family
I-
it matters? You know, like
I just
buddy,
don't get it. I just don't get it. And I know
my
he'll be
wife's health
offended.
is under attack. The
My
left-
wife's health is under attack.
The left is
woke left
attacking-
gave my wife a stroke. Ah! The woke left assassinated my wife. Ah! Charlie Kirk was involved in this somehow. Give me money. How about no, Jeremy?
Scott.
How about no?
Oh my God! Look at
Look at how bad he looks, bro. He's
Oh,
dying.
buddy.
He's fucking dying. He's hungover. You can fucking tell.
No
He's
shit.
been hitting the
You don't
yeah,
need
he's
Sherlock to solve
disgusting.
this case. Look at this fucking haggard bum. Oh my God! What a fucking bum looking. Who needs
Oh
two
my God.
Christmas trees? What
It's
a
not
fucking.
even the Christmas
Yes.
season. Halloween
Wait, what?
hasn't even passed, you fucking bum. What the f?
Holy.
He's the
in your-
oldening. He's the AIDSening.
Pocket.
Oh,
PS that is an A+ rated belongs in your
so,
pocket.
So here he is doing the ad for the grift company, the debt collection or debt consolidation company.
Mhm.
And it's like the most low energy, stumbling and bumbling ad read you could possibly fucking imagine. But he has to throw in an extra little shot here. And
PDS that is an A+ rated from the Better
PDF
Business
that.
Bureau. Boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot.
You ask for the refund
By the way-
immediately, right?
every single company that ever mentions the Better Business Bureau, I immediately assume they're a fucking scam. Like, what legitimate company do you know has to flex their Better Business Bureau
Yep.
rating? It's like, oi, we're not getting complaints.
Don't you
that we're a
pay for
scam."
that anyway?
Does that normally happen?
I think you pay for the Better Business Bureau. I don't even think it's like an actual like legit thing, right? Can't you pay to get your score like bumped up anyway? So it's just kind of retarded in the first place.
Like with legitimate businesses, like I don't know. Like I was going around selling water filters, and that's one of the things we would do. Oi, all Better Business Bureau ratings, great. It wasn't. It wasn't at all.
But
you know,
you as the you know, the main company sponsoring him, don't you ask for the refund after this ad read? Don't you go,
you know,
that wasn't
like,
$500
does this encourage you to really fucking sell, like, buy into it?
It makes
I
me hate the company, to be honest.
Yes.
It's an anti-ad. It's like, I'm not going there.
I gotta be real. This is like one of the worst sponsors you could have.
What was the sponsor? I can't even understand it.
It's so it's PDF debt consolidation.
PDF, yo.
PDF debt. PDF debt basically buys your debt, and then you owe them, and then they crank your fucking interest rates.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, great.
And bend you over.
Yep, that consolidation is a fucking ripoff, man. You're better off just not getting into debt in the first place, but...
Like, it's like we're supposed to believe, right, that this company is buying your debt out of the goodness of their heart, and that it's such a good deal for you to go with them. You know?
Yeah, it's not.
And it's like, it's probably not. If it's too good to be true, chances are it is.
It is.
Oh, you're going to be debt-free. I don't think so.
When you
I
hear
think
that,
I'm
you know,
just going to owe you a load of money, actually.
In your pocket. PDS debt is an A+ rated.
He said PDS debt.
Yeah,
He's not even saying the right company.
He's not even saying the right company. I'm pretty sure it's PDF debt. That's what I thought it was. Anyway, it's
PDS debt
PBS
is an A+
debt. You're
rated
actually
from
paying off the PBS debt so they can keep making the Sesame Street with the gay character to brainwash your kids.
Yeah.
It's not very good as your anti-woke grift to support PBS. Shame on you supporting PBS. This truly is grouch status, buddy. Shilling the PBS debt.
Ash, say you own some company. Who do you want to read your ad? Mersh or Quartering?
Oh man, that's a Dante must die difficulty, like, because Quartering is gonna read what you wrote, but he's gonna read it in like the most butchered, low energy, anti-marketing way. Whereas like Mersh might have a bit more energy and competence on the execution,
but he's gonna
he's gonna insult your company. He's gonna be freestyling it. I don't know. I don't think either one is gonna fucking sell my product effectively.
Everyone's saying Mersh. Everyone's saying
I
Mersh.
think it's Mersh.
Me too.
I think Mersh might get you to buy it as a joke. Where I don't think anyone's ever actually bought anything that Quartering has shilled. Ever.
Mersh is racking up these dubs over the past...
Mersh keeps winning. What is going on? This is dogs and cats are living together. Mass fucking anarchy. The moon turned blood red. The sun is gone from the fucking sky. Mersh is getting dubs.
Better Business Bureau boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot.
5-star reviews on Google.
Those can't be bought.
Flexing of the Google reviews, and then you'll go to the Google reviews, by the way, and it'll be like a ton of 1 stars. You know, like it's just like all of the fucking like good 5-star reviews are clearly fake, and then you'll read the ones. This is a scam, isn't it?
What is it? PBS debt?
But the thing is, if you search it up, PDS debt.
Okay.
Like, let's look into the Google star review system. I'm just curious. I'm just curious because the thing is, right, the people who are getting into this service are like the fucking lowest of the low in society, right? Motherfuckers with bad debt.
The dregs of society with, you know, just nothing going for them.
Who are like scamming. So I imagine that most of them have like a horrible fucking experience and like they'll let them have it. But it's a question of whether or not they even understood what they were signing up for in the first place. Like they scammed me.
Google, PDS, Google reviews, PDS debt. I can't. I see three Yelp.
Okay, so just search PDS debt, and on the right hand side of the screen, it will show 1,293 Google reviews.
Okay,
so here's Wing Zero. All right, let's pull it up.
You know what? My Google is showing my postal code right now, so no.
Oh, it's all right. This one says,
Google, what the fuck?
We'll funnel you to a log group that handles your debt. I was lied to a few times. Don't believe them when they say hardly any of our clients go to court. You will definitely go to court. And don't expect help from them. The last few were an absolute nightmare and were handled so poorly. You know you can call and work with your creditors yourself. I don't recommend this. I wish I never signed up. I'm sure some people have had good experiences. I didn't. Filled out an online application for a consolidation loan and got a call from an agent saying canceling all my credit cards would be the best option.
Oh my God.
I didn't want to tank my credit for 10 years.
So the brutal truth, man.
Unless I could get a loan, they wouldn't approve me, so I moved to a credit union. I'm 90% sure they sold my information because I've been getting bombarded with texts and emails about debt consolidation loans for the exact amount I requested.
Wow.
Don't give this business a phone number or email you care about so you can have some peace after dealing with them. Okay, here we go. I acquired PDS, the debt-free consolidation program, through Y files from YouTube. So some of these people who are signing up are actually signing up because YouTubers told them to. So I wonder if we can find one with the quartering. I'll read just this one and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
PDS is highly rated by the Consumer Reviews and Better Business Bureau, he said. However, I'm not sure if I can say that based on my experience. I have been exchanging emails with Kelly from PDS for almost a month now. Kelly said to me I do not qualify because based on her assessment of my debt amount,
All
I
right,
do not
awesome.
qualify.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay, I have not heard from her ever again, despite the numerous attempts I'd made up with follow-up requests. Today, I finally had enough with being ignored and worried that this person has required personal identity information from me, and then I was ghosted. I would like an explanation of why I was treated this way. Do not use this service. It's a scam. That's Rebecca Morales, who's a local guide. Oh, there's lots. Don't worry. There's like hundreds of negative reviews, but there's a lot of 5-star reviews, so don't worry, guys. It's going to be okay.
Read more of the 5 stars.
I'll read some of the 5-star reviews. Let's go. All right, let's go to highest rating.
Okay.
The company has sent me a link to leave a review before I have submitted a single payment. So this review is subpar. So far, so good, they say. Okay.
Wait, that's not even a good review.
That's not even very good.
That's actually very negative.
Okay,
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Go ahead.
My husband first told me about this company after seeing it on a YouTube channel. I was skeptical at first, but I decided to call anyway, and I'm so glad I did. From the very beginning, the first representative I spoke with, Kelly. So Kelly handles a lot. Like, they only have like three motherfuckers in the office answering calls here. She scheduled a meeting for me. I was then able to speak with Taylor, who explained everything in detail. She answered all of my questions without making me feel rushed or pressured, which I truly appreciated.
Yeah, I just have it pulled up. It does have a 4.9 overall, which is interesting. So it does seem like most people actually like it. The people bitching are probably like just absolutely fucking broke, dude. They're probably like the Shaniqua types that blow all their money on seafood and fucking nails and, you know, hair appointments. Let's see. Elijah R with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Sub Griffin, I want to go visit No Kings protest in downtown Houston wearing my MAGA hat, and I had my Trump flag behind my... Oh, nice, man. Very nice. Yeah, was it just a bunch of old boomer women? Because that's what it was in my area. Just a bunch of old geriatric grandmas.
So there are positive reviews.
Okay.
But a lot of them mention that they've been referred through YouTube, which I just find funny as dude.
But
Yup,
your info
yeah.
is being sold the minute
Sir,
you talk to Kelly.
I am Kelly, sir.
You know, it's just one more fuck you from all these boomer fucking bitches before they finally hit the grave.
I am totally from rural Indiana, sir.
Everyone's saying that's fake and ChatGPT'd. Thoughts?
I mean, it could be. Who really knows? You know?
You know what?
We got Frank Booth for 5
I can solve this. Send me that text, copy it, and paste it into our Discord messages, and I'm going to put it through an AI checker. And we're going to see if that a percentage
You know
of
what?
being
The way
fake.
this is written sounds kind of inauthentic, doesn't it?
Is this AI? And I'm going to put this, is this an AI review? And then I'm going to put it here. Okay, you're sending it to me?
Because there's some of these prompts where it's like, I left that call feeling like a weight had been lifted off my
Oh
shoulders.
my God.
That's like a value proposition that they push, right? They're like, listen, the weight's going to be lifted from your shoulders. You're no longer going to be drowning in debt.
Okay, let's see.
You still have the debt.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not really.
Listen.
I really did. Hold on.
Listen, hang on. I'll hit play. I'm able to play this. I can play it, right? Where the fuck's the...
No, it's not really an AI review,
yes,
is it?
This is probably AI
No!
generated. Here's why.
No, surely not.
Indicators of AI or scripted writing, unnatural structure and rhythm. Every paragraph is perfectly symmetrical in format. Introduces a representative, praises them, repeat adjectives like kind, helpful, and patient. Real human reviews rarely maintain that even tone or pacing for multiple people. Overly polished tone. There's no slang, filler, or small frustrations, which genuine reviews usually have. Every sentence is flawless and cemental.
It's a
sentimental,
scam. It's
repetitive
fake.
phrasing. Words like kind, patient, helpful, informative, answered all my questions appear multiple times in different paragraphs. A hallmark of AI text trained to sound positive and polite. Marketing like closure. The ending. Nothing felt forced. Highly recommend. Feels like a conclusion written to check off a positive testimonial box.
Suffer scamming.
Look at this. Suspiciously detailed employee list. Listing 4 staff members by
Yeah.
first name in order
All
is
of them
unusual.
by first name. It is kind of strange. Who remembers the name of every single person they talk to?
You know.
I know. All right,
Okay,
let's
okay, and
move
verdict?
on.
Or bothers to write it out.
Oh.
It's very likely AI generated, or at least
Well, credit cards are great if you know how to use them. You get paid to shop, basically. But yeah, for fucking dipshits who don't understand that you actually have to pay the money back, yeah, they're really bad.
Heavily edited, templated by the company. Belted. Yeah, this is alleged, by the way. We just typed this into ChatGPT. Please don't sue us. PDS loans.
Now, to be fair, the bad reviews mentioned Kelly also. So she must have really been like, hey, I'm Kelly. Remember, I'm Kelly. Kelly, how?
Hello, I am
All right,
Kelly.
let's finish this up. We've been on this 17-second clip for fucking forever and a day, huh? Like,
Why? Because PDS debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt.
oh my god. Figure it out, buddy. Figure it out. Bro, he's looking at that ad read like it's the hardest thing in the world. Like he's looking at like a quadratic equation or some crazy physics problem, and he's just puzzling. He's like, fuck, how am I going to read this?
Oh, shit.
It's tough.
Product like this, PDS debt is absolutely what I would use.
Did you hear that? If I ever needed. So he's basically like, listen, you filthy paws, I'm not like you. I would never use this product because I'm so rich. But if I did have a need for this, I would certainly use them. What a piece. All right, here we have our final low buddy here. And once again, every day, Hannah Claire is in fear that the gravy train is coming to an end, that she's going to be fired and replaced with his latest simp fixation like Chrissie Mayr. Let's have a listen.
Here. Oh, man.
Buddy, what's wrong with why is he that red?
That's the most tired
what's wrong with his skin color, buddy? Oh, man.
Jesus.
Look at his fucking eyes, dude. It's like he's got both eyes blackened. He looks like a prize fighter that just got fucking dummied like 12 rounds of war, and his eyes have swollen shut with hematomas, pal. His orbital bone is shattered. He looks like he hasn't slept in a fucking month. Man.
Gonna go support him too. Again, it's Hannah Claire B on X, on Rumble, and on YouTube. And I'll be back tomorrow, unless Jeremy has fired me by then. It's gonna go support him.
Is it really a joke? When it's real, it happens every single fucking
it's like
time.
Locale Live, basically.
No, it basically has become that, but it's real, unlike that show.
I don't even know who Chrissie Mayr is, nor do I really want to. She looks like an old roasty. So... The only reason you should ever refinance your mortgage is if rates drop dramatically. That's it. The finals, this one.
Muslim apologists today often claim that the Jews and Christians don't have the original Torah and Gospel. They've either lost them or turned them into something unrecognizable. But hold on, there's a hadith where Muhammad drops some serious truth bombs. When Ziyad bin Labid confidently asks how knowledge could vanish when the Quran is still being recited by everyone, Muhammad hits him with a strong rebuke. May you be bereaved of your mother, O Ziyad. Yikes, that's not your average lecture. Muhammad then adds, the Torah and Injil are with the Jews and Christians, but what do they avail of them? So here's the kicker. Muhammad not only confirms that the Jews and Christians have the Torah and Gospel in their possession, but he also suggests simply having the text isn't enough if they're not being properly understood or followed. This pretty much pulls the rug from under the modern claim that the texts were lost or hopelessly corrupted. If Muhammad thought the Jews and Christians had the genuine articles, then how did we get the idea that they don't? This hadith shows that the standard Islamic narrative about the Bible might be the one in need of a reality check. Muslim apologists...
I mean, that's the thing, though, is, you know, without the Bible, they wouldn't have had any of that shit in the first place anyway. So... Well, hopefully they're saving. That's the thing with any internet show. You got to save your money up because the gravy train can end at any time. So it's not a long-term, secure career path at all. We'll see. I guess we could watch this. If you need your bank to tell you to refinance, you aren't paying attention enough, I guess.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast.
That thumbnail,
Here. Today we're talking about Xbox because the death of Xbox to me has been a very fascinating thing to report on because it hasn't just been a quick, clean death. It's been a very slow death by 1,000 cuts, constant delays, cancellations, layoffs, along with the fact that they can't seem to get games out at a good pace.
Yeah, the fact that he got rid of What's Up Gamers is super irritating to me.
Even when Xbox does release games, they're not exclusive.
It is an ugly controller.
They're not selling and they're not winning awards. But today, this isn't just me saying, boo, Xbox sucks. Instead, I wanted to report specifically on statements made by Mike Ibarra. Now, in case you don't know that name, this guy used to be the vice president of Xbox and the president of Blizzard. He is a guy that's actually been inside the most important, highest echelons of Xbox, and he's been out here saying stuff like, your console is dead. That's an actual statement by Mike Ibarra. But today, on Sunday, for some reason of all days, he's been rambling about how bad the This Is an Xbox campaign has been. He's basically said that not only has Xbox completely lost the console wars, they've lost the messaging, they've lost their fan base. But let's break it down, because
what happened to his face? Years and years of meth use.
I really want to take a look at this, and it seems like a lot of people, even a lot of Xbox fans, are saying that Xbox has two paths before them. Give up and go out gracefully.
But yeah, also mixed with aging, obviously.
Become a PC platform at best, or just go down in a ball of flames. Let's talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please, give this video a like.
Dude, meth face is a real thing, bro. That shit, like, destroys your face.
And subscribe.
Like, if you look at any, like, before and after pictures of people who have used meth for extended periods, like, it's rough.
If you haven't already. Now, this man with a very millionaire-style smile here, this is Mike Ibarra. Now, this guy says, former Xbox VP Mike Ibarra has some thoughts on the new Xbox marketing campaign. Now, I have never liked this whole stupid This Is an Xbox. I just feel
I agree. A ROG Ally is not an Xbox. My computer is not an Xbox. My phone is not an Xbox. Because none of those devices play my Xbox games. So, nah. David with the 2, is this broke people out? I guess so, man.
Like, in this current era, I do think gamers have a certain amount of console or PC pride. The amount of people that are very loud and...
Yep, he is on record saying that he has dated trannies before.
Proud PC gamers, people that like mods and customization and being able to tinker with graphics settings or having a Steam Deck and stuff. Or same with Nintendo Switch. People are proud to have a Nintendo Switch 2 and play, I don't know, the 4 exclusives that has right now, right? People enjoy having their own dedicated ecosystem. Trying to water that down and claiming your phone, your laptop, your PC, your ROG Ally, trying to claim these things are Xbox when they don't play Xbox games just from the ground up. I feel like this has been such a massive, massive miss. This marketing campaign would have been far more effective if Microsoft had an Xbox app on mobile that let you buy and instantly
just like me. Hell no, dog.
Games. Apple and Google have effectively blocked it because they want a 30% cut, and Microsoft has been fighting to regulators to allow it. Now, keep in mind, this is Tom Warren. Tom Warren is mad. Like 5 years ago, I said he's a Microsoft toe sucker. Yes, Tom, I'm sorry I said that. That was a very mean thing to say. You know what? I think that Tom Warren, not only do I think he's a good journalist, and not only...
He didn't say cocksucker, he said toe sucker. Bruh. All right.
I've been way too hard on the guy, but I kind of appreciate the fact that a lot of these Xbox people that have been covering it the longest, I think they have the sharpest daggers for the failings of current Xbox. So the fact that he's saying that this specifically, the fact that you can't just buy the games in some sort of like Xbox app, there's a million reasons that you don't consider these other devices an Xbox, even fundamentally, right? But let me go back to that Mike Ibarra statement. Ditch the This Is an Xbox campaign. Wrong idea, wrong time. Xbox is about games. Games rule the world. And if they don't have parity with the console or any other device, then it's just not an Xbox. This campaign is confusing. Whoever came up with it clearly doesn't play games. Now, there have been a lot of leaks. You can choose to believe them. You can throw them into the garbage can if you want, but there have been a lot of leaks that Xbox has had this weird obsession with pretending to be for the gamers. That people like, you know, the people at top, Phil Spencer, have had actual employees literally playing his account to boost his gamer score, to make it look like he's putting hundreds and hundreds of hours into Fallout 76. I do think that Xbox has kind of had this idea for a while. Even with their previous guy, Major Nelson, he's really tried to, you know, pretend to be the Halo guy and stuff. I just think the idea that these people, instead of just putting out good games and stuff, they feel like hype men. There is this weird vibe of salesmanship to Xbox that doesn't exist with PlayStation and Nintendo. PlayStation just comes out and says, here is the craziest cutscenes you've ever seen in your life. Here's crazy swordplay. Buy it or don't. We don't care. Nintendo comes out and says, hey, here's our device. Here's Pokemon. Here's Zelda. Here's cool sweeping landscapes. Here's drifting in Mario Kart, right? They just show you the games. They don't have to have the guy be like, hey, here's Shigeru.
Yeah, Sony games are not even remotely interesting these days. If that was actually what was special about them, then maybe they would be good. But no, it's just here's another cutscene to watch.
Miyamoto talking about how much he loves playing Mario. They don't care about that. I do think this messaging has been honestly catastrophic. This is an Xbox campaign. It will go down as one of the worst marketing and business decisions in gaming history. Look at this. This has almost 20,000 likes. Look at every tweet is making fun of it. Every reply. This is an Xbox. A picture of a fridge. This is an Xbox. Especially with Game Pass prices going up. This is an Xbox. Pictures of power lines. Look, the fact that everybody considers this, we're at a point where their own messaging is used as the pinnacle of mockery against it. I want to do something I didn't plan on in this video. Let's actually just take a look at the live replies. This was posted by Xbox UK. Look at this. If you're reading this, cancel your Game Pass subscription. This is your Xbox with a beautiful done coffin. Look at this. It's wild that literally everybody is proudly anti-Xbox. Even Phil Spencer. Wow, having Phil Spencer smashing an Xbox there.
Bruh,
Man.
that's actually
But
pretty
here's the next thing we'll take a look
accurate.
at.
Phil is Abbyzilla smashing the skull of Xbox Joel. Yeah.
I think that part of this
That
comes
one's on the money.
down to, I do think that a lot of the anger is coming towards this ROG Ally X, where we're in a strange territory where Xbox is clearly shifting more towards trying to be a hybrid console. And I don't even think necessarily that that's a bad move. I do think that necessarily Xbox is trying to evolve. Instead of just saying, here's a console with dedicated
Final Fantasy spotted.
exclusives, or here's stuff you buy on PC, they're trying to blend that. I do think the ROG Ally X is the beginning of the next generation of Xbox.
Yep, the Zog Ally.
Stuff where there's console games, but it's mostly a PC storefront, right? And I've seen stuff like this. I spent over $1,000 on the ROG Ally X, and so far I am seriously regretting my purchase. I see a lot of stuff like this. People that even did decide to save up and buy it out of pocket. I've seen even the people that got a free review unit specifically from Xbox about the ROG Ally X. People are just saying it's not just that it's not worth the cost. The thing feels unfinished. It's glitchy. The screen a lot of times has delay problems. It's weird they're calling it the ROG Ally X and that a lot of the commercials are saying this is an Xbox for your hand. I feel like it more perfectly highlights the fact that the weird disconnect between Xbox marketing and the actual Xbox product. The games not meeting the gamers. I do find it fascinating. Even the comments here. It's hard to believe you spent $1,000 not researching and knowing these things' capabilities. There's no way you don't have comparison between 2024 ROG Ally and this. Look at this. You deserve your buyer's remorse. That's the thing. Everybody is like, brother, if you have not dug enough into these devices, you deserve your bad fortune. Here's an interesting one by...
That is absolutely fucking stupid. If someone is a reviewer for a media outlet and they need to review the product, they have to go out and buy it in order to review it. So... Sure, they didn't have to buy it, but it's a completely valid thing to go out and buy a device, try it out, and realize you don't like it, and then share your opinion. It's like trying out a game. You know, maybe you like it, maybe you don't, so you give it a shot, and then share your opinion or take on whatever your experience was. You know, people are like, oh, well, if you don't like it, don't buy it. It's like, well, how do I know I don't like it until I buy it? So, yeah, really retarded.
Destin Liguri. Destin Liguri, I think, has been more optimistic about the future twists and turns of Xbox than most people have been. I think that he is, in a way, excited. Not because Xbox is going to suddenly catch up to how far behind they've been. I think that Destin Liguri is kind of fascinated by such a billion-dollar pivot. We've never seen a company try to go in a middle lane. Instead of going straight up, here's first party, here's third party, here's PC, here's console, they're trying to choose a little Reese's Pieces middle lane, right? The Xbox ROG Ally is changing up how we play. There's no world where they come out with a console and
how they play, not how we play. There's nothing innovative about the ROG Ally.
beat PlayStation and Nintendo. It's never going to happen. I know there's plenty of people who want them to come out there and release a traditional console and just get their asses handed to them by the competition, but even with all its flaws, and there's a lot of them, I will take Xbox shooting their shot over Xbox leaving the industry. Now, the part of this I disagree with is I do think that Xbox is in a strange spot where I don't think it's going to get fully liquidated. The big caveat to that, the asterisk, is that there is that problem that I do think that Microsoft has very much taken over Xbox. I don't think that Xbox is that freestanding thing it used to be. I do think that at this point, Xbox is just Microsoft gaming. And Microsoft's obsession with AI and AI Copilot.
You returned it, it's too jank. That's what I've heard. The UI is pretty shitty.
But I'm a little bit nervous that there could be a time, hypothetically, where Xbox just does some math fraction and says, you know what? It's more profitable for us to just fire everybody at Xbox and, put 20% more employees towards AI. I don't think that's going to happen. I do think that Xbox...
Yep, he made it too big to shut down, but it's also too big to not make a big enough profit margin.
Likes the idea of having some sort of physical real estate, even if it is just the bragging rights of, hey, we sell Windows, we sell Excel, we sell Word, but we also have, physical controllers and stuff that we sell at our storefront. I just can't imagine they're going to fully disassemble everything. But if they do, I do think that it's going to be them firing everybody. I don't think they're even going to bother to sell it off or even break off the independent studios and make them into...
What? Are you an idiot? Microsoft will 100% sell off the studios. Are you... What?
Separate chunks. Look at this. Here was another one that really kind of struck me. The former creator of Call of Duty, Glenn Schofield, obviously we know a lot about Glenn Schofield here, says he's immensely worried about the future of the Call of Duty series under Xbox. And he says...
Yeah, it's basically done.
Of course, very openly, look what happened to Gears of War. Where is Halo? You know what I mean. I mean, it is weird to think about the fact that even the biggest, best brands kind of go to die on Team Green. It is very difficult.
And the thing that's crazy is instead of retaining the Activision Blizzard leadership, they fired all of them and then promoted the loser Xbox people to run the company. It's like, yeah, fire all the people who actually knew how to run a gaming publisher and then promote all the people who couldn't even put out a singular game.
To even imagine Xbox making any sort of comeback. We're at a point where it's not just that Xbox is selling worse than the Nintendo Switch 1, which empirically it is. It's just the fact that I just don't think that Xbox leadership even exists. And I just feel like there's not any activated Xbox fans at this point. I saw this joke. Now I want to make it clear. Special Nick here. This guy he's done a bunch of Xbox leaks. He's actually more pro Xbox than a lot of people are. He's one of the founders of the Xbox era website. And there was this talk that Silent Hill 2 has now sold 2.5 million units. Some people are kind of considering that low, but in my opinion, Bloober Team is a tiny company. I think that Silent Hill 2 Remake selling 2.5 million units, that's a very healthy release. The fact that they've greenlit...
It's pretty good for a bad game.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious that this has been profitable already. But he made this joke. If they put this on Xbox, it could have sold 2.1 million. Konami, you losers. Even he is tacitly admitting the fact that Xbox people just don't buy games. There's just not enough of a player pool. Even if they spend all the money to actually port this to an additional system, got rid of probably the exclusivity and profitability contracts that they had with PlayStation, it probably would have sold at best.
No, I think what happened is Phil Spencer, in an attempt to make Xbox too big to shut down in order to preserve his own job, put it in a situation where it could no longer escape the scrutiny of Microsoft leadership. So now it's, either put up or shut up time. So it has to earn a profit margin similar to Microsoft's other business units. And, now, since the Xbox team has done fuck all with all these resources, it's time for the actual, businessmen to step in.
100,000 copies. I want to end off with this tweet from Tim Dog in the original inspiration, this first statement by Mikey Barr. I would have never touched Windows. Screw the rock. It has an Xbox OS on the handle and play those games on Game Pass. Essentially what Tim Dog here, Tim Dog for a long time was one of the biggest Xbox fanboy accounts. He's a guy that didn't do it for a paycheck. He wasn't going on podcasts, trying to shill a YouTube channel. This is a guy who just legitimately loved Xbox. He wasn't happy when they started going towards PC, and he's not thrilled now that...
I remember when he was stalking people at Best Buy to see if they were buying PlayStation 4s or Xbox Ones.
Have no exclusives. So
that's how big of a fanboy that guy was.
He named himself to Super Tim Dog, but a long time he was known as X-Tim Dog. And a lot of the Xbox executives like to talk to Tim Dog. His sort of turn to the dark side has been interesting to witness. And he talks about the fact that essentially the ROG Ally X is such a turnoff because it is just a PC. It's just a PC. Look at that. He's straight up being like, it doesn't have an Xbox OS. It still just runs on Windows. It's just basically a Game Pass machine with a Windows wrapper on it. And here was where that big tweet by Marky Barr, that's all these statements are coming from. And it's interesting that, look at this, it makes sense to me that they're trying to sell hardware and exclusive games.
Damn, bro, he's airing it all out in the reply. Jeez, it's a long-ass reply.
This includes a dedicated OS, which is essential for any console. They're a publisher who will embrace Windows. Most will pirate their games to the device unless they use Steam. Why does Steam help with piracy? Because it's flawless experience with a great return. Windows is far from flawless, so it'll never be done. From a business standpoint, it's a fine strategy. If they can make a good game and embrace it, that's a big if, given their track record over the last 15 years. Only a moron would continue the console hardware when the games are all gone, if they're all on third party. This shift, they have to go back to exclusives. They have to make the hardware
I
at
love
a law.
that dig. From a business standpoint, it's a fine strategy if they can make good. games and embrace Steam will sell on PlayStation, Nintendo, and PC. Big if, given track record of games for the last 15 years. Exactly. It's a very fucking big if. Xbox doesn't know how to make a game to save its fucking life these days.
They have to strive to win back the living room. This is not their strategy, which is fine, but for some reason, they just keep right in the middle, trying to pretend, hey, we're not going to be clear. We're not going to tell you whether or not we are going back to exclusives or if we're staying third party. As I said 1,000 times, to get a clear strategy and rip the Band-Aid off and focus on the execution. Otherwise, it's death by 1,000 needles. The fact that this is the actual ex-VP of Xbox out here clearly stating current Xbox has no idea what they want, how to message it, and how to sell it. I do think this push towards Windows-only gaming is going to be a failure. I think this whole idea of them trying to make their own sort of OS, the Xbox OS, I don't think it's going to catch up to something like SteamOS. They're too far behind. And honestly, in a lot of ways, Steam...
Dude, the Xbox PC app is literally still worse to this day compared to the Xbox Companion app. That is a crazy freeze frame, bro. Do you know who he looks like? Bruh. Brutal. But the thing is, man, the original Xbox Companion app for the Windows computers had more features than the current Xbox app has. That's the crazy part. Is their original Xbox app that they discontinued, by the way, had more features available on it than the Xbox app does, 3 years after they discontinued it. So they are just purely fucking incompetent. They don't know how to fucking do shit. Creators freedom with the 2. It's not piracy if I already own the game. I guess so.
You're not a woman. You're a whore. You're a fucking whore. Whore.
Oops. Where'd it go? Close out of it. So
Steam is just so far ahead. Steam is so ubiquitously, at this point, fused to even the basic concept of PC gaming, nobody's going to the Xbox store. I don't know. These are some off-the-cuff Sunday thoughts. It's a beautiful day. I got my window open. I'm hanging out playing a bunch of card games with my girlfriend. She's actually sitting behind me playing a bunch of Slay the Spire. So hope you're having a great day and enjoy some rambly goodness. I don't know. Bye. Watch this video. Like it. Oh, keep dreaming. That's what I'm supposed to say. And keep dreaming. I fucked that up at the end there. But you know what? We're going to leave that in.
Reddit
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else.
Flex on the chuds. That's right, man. Just gotta rub it in. It's over. It never began, man. What's this?
Apparently I was wrong when I said things like this.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person.
They're not sending their best.
And this.
You trying to beat up girls?
Can you shut the fuck up?
No, bro, I can't shut the fuck up. I can't shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't get in my face.
Bro, don't punch me, man.
Don't get in my fucking face, bro, because I'll slap you silly. There we are. There we are. What a sausage. Look at this sausage. Big man now, ain't you, bro? Big man now. Big man now, ain't you, bro?
And this. And this. And this.
Give me money, sir. I need my benefits, sir.
And this and this and this were maybe an indication that multiculturalism wasn't quite working as intended. I was mistaken. Turns out everyone's enjoying the harmonious melt.
That's the crazy part, man. 70% of immigrants to the UK require government housing and government food assistance. They have a literal leech population of people that don't work, don't pay taxes, don't even pay for their own fucking housing. They just sit there and suck the lifeblood out of the United Kingdom. It's crazy, man. The fact that these people are like in power at all to do this to the fucking country is just disgusting.
Part of cultural
yeah, they're just trying to destroy it at this point. There's no other reason for this happening. It's just pure suicide.
Richmond.
Make some hot Chileans, cool Jamaicans, Dominicans, Trinidadians and Bajans, with some Ethiopians, Chinese, Vietnamese and Sudanese. Then take a blend of Somalians, Sri Lankans, Nigerians and Pakistanis, and turn up the heat.
Is that a threat?
Sprinkle some fresh Indians, Malaysians, Bosnians, Iraqis and Bangladeshis, together with some Palestinians. Then add to the melting pot. Add some unity, understanding and respect for the future.
The melting pot, a term coined by a man literally named Israel.
Serve with justice and enjoy.
They're not sending their best.
And enjoy.
Oh shit.
Dude, in a just world, you'd just be able to gun these fuckers down.
Where is that shank? No, it's not.
Oh shit. And enjoy.
Can you leave, please? This is for children, not for fully grown men. Yeah. Why are you sitting here? Do you stay around here? You're not a visitor for there. Nothing, mate. You're sitting at a children's park, buddy. Come on, why are you sitting at a children's park? Can we leave,
Yeah,
please?
they control the money supply, so, you know, they're the real people who get to cast their vote. Because if you control the money supply of a country, you literally have it by the balls. You can destroy it overnight with the monetary supply and interest rates.
Don't scowl at me either. Should not be sitting at children's park.
And enjoy.
The Britons can't rise up. They don't have weapons. They've been Dude, the British populace has been one of the most disarmed and just overall, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Not restrained, but the British have never been kind rulers. We'll just put it that way. They've always been oppressive. So the British Empire is not really known for its, yeah, castrated's probably a good one. But, yeah, the British have long since always tried to disarm their populace because they know that what they do is not popular. So they've always had this problem. It's the reason why we were so, like, anxious to get the fuck away from them.
We've had a report that you've assaulted a young girl.
Enjoy.
Where are you going, lads? Where are you going? I've just got you on camera, you fucking mobs. Stop. Run into my car earlier and then tried running and then fucking crashed them, mobs. Don't worry, mate, you're on camera.
Enjoy.
An Irishman starts recording after spotting a bloke shouting in the street, and right on cue, the shouting turns into objects being thrown at a woman. The man then says something in Arabic.
See, if this shit was happening in Texas, you could just pull a fucking gun out and shoot this piece of shit, and nobody would fucking care. That's how it should be everywhere.
Enjoy the melting pot.
He's specifically talking about Birmingham, by the way, a city which is enjoying the beautiful, harmonious enrichment of multiculturalism to such an extent that due to concerns over there being mass violence, they tried to ban Jewish fans from attending a football match.
Aston Villa has been told by the authorities in Birmingham that no fans of the Israeli club Maccabi Tel Aviv may attend the Europa League match against Aston Villa at the start of November. They're citing safety concerns.
But Zach told me everyone was enjoying the harmonious melting pot.
Enjoy the melting pot.
Is everyone everyone really enjoying it? Let's ask the public.
We do have to bring you our vote because you have been voting in the text and online vote today. So here is the result. Is multiculturalism working? Here is what you told us. 5% of those of you who voted said yes, it is. 95% of those of you who voted this morning said no, it isn't.
With gold recently hitting north of $4,200 an ounce and record silver prices over $53 an ounce, the gold mining sector has been appreciating in 20 companies. Gold mining and exposure. Gold mining over for watching up at the Athabasca Basin and County on screen holding, two of which nearly tripled in measured in Brazil. This is a 46 and operators will need gold.
You'll go right down to it now.
So Barbershop, that definitely wasn't there the last time I was here, which was no more than a year ago. That is opposite Design Nails. So we've got a nail bar, which is relatively new, opposite the barbershop on the corner there. And if we just walk down Station Parade, that's new. Jodhpur Indian restaurant. That used to be some kind of buffet place a year or two ago. Opposite Jodhpur is Topway. Vapes, tobacco, soft drinks, confectionery. That's new. Namaste supermarket. That's new. Bargain Zone, which sells all sorts of things. Sweeping brushes there on the left. Flowers, stationery, kitchenware, vapes. Still open. It's now nearly 10:30, still open. Phone repair shop. Munchmania over the road there. Munchmania Doner Kebab. That's new. City Store, which is, again, market, drink, vape and tobacco. 3 or 4 doors down from another. Drink.
Dude, that's how it is in my area. It's like all Indian food places, some Chinese places, and then vape and tobacco stores. Like, that's pretty much every, like, metropolitan area now. It's just either liquor stores, vape stores, or shitty fucking Eastern food.
Vape and tobacco shop.
Things have changed so much.
Here we are, a little village in Longford, population 2,199. Chipper 1, Chipper 2, Chipper 3.
Also, we have a ton of the, like, halal markets, too, which, yeah.
All owned by foreign nationals. Never a soul in them. Number 4, Chipper 5, Indian owned. And this is Chipper 6.
Things have changed so much.
You may have noticed the new no spitting signs around Rayners Lane and North Harrow, and it seems they're starting to make a difference. Harrow Council says the signs went up earlier this summer as part of their Public Spaces Protection Order, which bans spitting in public and carries a £100 fine for anyone caught.
Things have changed so much.
Frag out! There we go.
Things have changed so much.
Santa. Chuck a frag in there.
Look at this. How do we let this happen in our country?
Things have changed so much.
Go to Tower Hamlets and try and be a woman with an opinion on anything. You know, there are areas that are purely Islamic now. The rule on the street, the rule of everything, they are pretty much self-governing within a country, and that country allows them. The police are scared of them.
It is incompatible with the UK.
I lived in a mainly Islamic area.
Dude, all they need to do is get a based government in place and then invite 10,000 Americans with their own guns to just come over on a cruise ship, and we can clean up the problem within a matter of days.
Yeah, and we suffered racism. If I walked my dogs, we were called filthy. My kids were, my daughters, not my sons, but my daughters were racially abused, attacked. One of them had a stone brick thrown through her face just for walking down the street, told she's a vanilla face. So these are the things that we have come up against, and there's loads for the country.
Things have changed so much. You'll go right down to it now.
South Gloucestershire Council. I ordered a recycling bag and it took them 5 weeks to deliver it. The road I live on looks like the surface of the moon. No time or resources to fix the potholes. Plenty of resources to send masked men in the middle of the night to take down Union Jacks within hours. My brother was just in A&E. He sat there for about 6 hours in serious pain, then gave up and went home.
I've worked here for 13 years, okay? We're up into 7-8 hours waiting to be seen, and I'm now down to my night staff S3.
This is that free elf care that everybody wants us to have. 7 to 8 hour wait time at the fucking doctor. Jeez.
Yes. I've also got ambulances coming in. I think we're ready in the department waiting to be seen. We will try to see all of you. but I can't tell you when that's going to be and how long you're going to be waiting.
Meanwhile,
migrants housed in asylum hotels are sent on £600 taxi rides for NHS treatment because they have to go back to their original point of entry.
Get ready to get very angry because asylum seekers are getting free prescriptions, free eye tests, discounted glasses, free dental, free wigs, even free travel. Yeah, free wigs. Even free travel to and from their appointments. Well, it's not free, is it? Because we're all paying.
Things have changed so much.
But it's not just us noticing the changes.
Why is it that areas where a lot of Asians and a lot of Pakistanis live are always so filthy and disgusting? Like, why is it that we don't know how to live and clean up after ourselves and maintain hygiene? I was literally in Birmingham earlier, and yeah, I know they had the issues with the strikes and everything like that, but I'm just shocked by how filthy the streets are and the amount of people that just throw rubbish on the sidelines. Like, why do we not want better for our communities?
I feel like it takes the piss when they come to the country and then they build their own community and they think that they have their, let's say for instance, Ilford Lane. That's one place I could really think of, I'll be honest. Yeah. They've taken over to the point where the British don't even want to live there no more. They move out to Dagenham, they move out to Essex because they want to get the fuck away from it. Yeah. They're buying everyone out. They're trying to make their own shops, flushing money through the shops, washing money, dirty money, everything. And they keep things behind closed doors when it comes to all sorts of stuff. Let's face it, you know, that's how it be within their community, you know what I'm saying?
In its infinite wisdom, the government keeps housing asylum seekers near primary schools.
These are some of the migrants walking along the local. Look at that. See, great crowds of them there, being escorted by, I think, what do you call them, special constabulary officers, or special coppers there. These are all the local streets. Now, this is around the school. So you
Dude, just escort them off the cliffs of Dover. Easy.
See why they gather there, because there's nice green areas. So there's some, and incredibly, I think in a little while, look at that. This is right outside the school. Two guys smoking sheesh pipes, and there's the playground in the background. So this is what's happening around Cherry Lane Primary School in West Drayton as we're talking.
Don't ask too many questions, though. They'll set the dystopian robot dog on you.
Thing there. Jesus Christ, what is that?
What is that?
Yeah. Is that really necessary?
When journalists try to ask questions about migrant hotels and who owns them under the Freedom of Information Act, the government now just refuses to provide it, brazenly admitting that if the public knew the full story, there'd be a massive backlash.
This is likely the first time this has ever happened to a journalist in the UK. The Home Office disclosed a list of pro-migrant charities and law firms that had been holding roundtable meetings with officials. I published that information entirely lawfully, and I named the directors of the organisations, which is on public record. The Guardian then ran a piece, far-right influencer. They meant me, even though it was disclosed through proper legal channels. And now the Home Office has refused my follow-up request for more details, not because the data doesn't exist, but because of me. They claimed releasing the information could cause, quote, public backlash and that my social media activity posed a safety risk. That means a government department officially used my public profile as a reason to block transparency. The first case of its kind I've ever seen.
Let's be honest, we're in a right fucking state, but black pill not, my dear viewer, because one day we'll look back on all this as a testament to how far we sank into the abyss before rising again like a phoenix from the flames.
Exactly. Any and all cruelty that has been inflicted thus far shall be returned 10 to 100-fold when we win.
I always say that the Brits, I don't wake them up.
Yeah.
Because they come alive. That small island of pale people conquered the fucking world. Yeah. Don't be like, because I think that there's the Irish too. Like, be careful now.
Same thing.
Be careful because they're very comfortable in a couple situations.
Most of these fucking world leaders should be strung up and flayed alive, man, for what they've done to Europe. Genuinely. They should be strung up and fucking flayed. And that's the minimum.
They come alive, and when it comes to soccer, i.e. football,
and fist fights.
And fucking war.
Yeah, and fist fights.
Correct, sir.
Just a long history of warriors
and
out of both Ireland and the UK.
Because they'll always be in England.
I don't know who that guy was.
If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.com.
The crazy thing with me and the French is them getting rid of Napoleon, bro. They had, like, the best leader, probably, in the history of their nation, and they just completely abandoned him. Dumbasses. Oh, Top Gear. Okay, yeah, that's really popular over in the UK. Yeah, I know about that. Which Napoleon? The Emperor. Musashi with a 5. Imagine that these people are given full legal immunity, every advantage, and they can't do a proper job of deleting the white man faster than that. Yeah, it's just sick what's happening, man. It's very fucking sick what's happening. I still think Napoleon, when he crowned himself, was like the biggest, you know, big dick energy move ever. You know, he invited the Pope to his coronation, only for him to pick up the crown and crown himself instead of the Pope doing so. Like, just as a fuck you. Like, that shit was pretty badass. Because, like, typically the Pope would crown the monarch as like a way to say that you're God's, you know, representative for your nation. You have the divine right to rule and all that type of shit. But he invited the Pope just to fucking mog him and then crown himself emperor. So, pretty cool. I like that energy. Yep, he had all the central banks against him, man. So the Rothschilds family were the ones driving Britain at the time. Oh yeah, dude, this is funny.
These are the 5 stages of progressive Christianity.
This is literally what every church in my area looks like.
Stage 1, Christian guilt. The idea that Christianity needs to progress starts with the idea that there's something wrong with historic Christianity. People in this stage still believe what the Bible says, but also feel like the church has a bad history of being racist, sexist, and homophobic.
That's right. Reject all the learned behavior that your ancestors compiled over generations.
Stage 2, disordered focus. Common in your average boomer mainline church. They still believe the gospel, but spend a lot more time preaching about social justice and politics.
Yep.
Stage 3, scripture denial.
Once again, the boomers are a plague upon society, and when the last of them has breathed their, you know, final breath, the world will be a better place. Fuck the boomers, man.
This is when churches openly ignore what the Bible says about sexuality, marriage, and abortion. They're also usually universalist, but they still believe basic things like the Trinity and the resurrection. Stage 4 moves into explicit heresy, denying the divinity of Christ, the resurrection of Christ, and denying that Christianity is uniquely true. Stage 5 is basically atheist Christianity, like the Unitarian Universalists, where God is not seen as a being who actually exists, just a metaphorical idea that can inspire us to do social justice.
Yep.
These are the 5 stages.
Pretty much. Can we hit the goal? I don't think so, man. Brian with the 2, you still on? I think so. Griffin has gone full YouTube. I've always been a YouTuber, dude. Yep, the boomers had more going for them than any generation ever, and they decided to not only squander all that wealth, but also fuck everybody over when it comes to the future generations on their way out. So, boomers had the most money, the greatest economy, you know, the best housing market, everything, and they squandered every fucking bit of it. So, This is my main source of income? That's right, dude. Not really, though. I make more money from work. So chat tip even, that's right. What is this shit?
I know many Christians in Japan struggling. We cannot worship ancestors anymore since we become Christian, and many people struggling because we have this, heart that we want to honor them and we want to love them. I think a lot of people, because I spoke with so many people who wants to believe Jesus or who's interested in, learning more about the Bible. But many people, a lot of them ask me, but my grandpa is from this and this, from Buddhist type of thing, and I don't want to deny this because I kind of believe and I want to honor, but once you become Christian, this is only one way to God, right? And I have to deny every other God, right? What should I do? Many people...
Dude, Buddha's not even a real god. That's the thing. Buddha's just some retard reincarnation thing. The Nazi soap. Yeah, that and the skin fucking lampshades. Yeah, I've seen that. Moving to Africa to escape racism. Highly recommend. Everyone should try it out. In fact, we should put together a fund for people to, get them plane tickets to Africa so they can get away from the evil racism. Ten games that age like fine wine. Let's see.
All creative work has a shelf life, and all art of any kind made now is in some way affected by contextualized 1 and 2. It's kind of crazy how well both these games hold up.
Yeah, Portal did age well.
Today, they would probably feel just about the same, and they came out back in 2007 and 2011. First, Portal is old enough to vote, but you'd barely be able to tell other than the fact that it uses the Half-Life 2 engine. And I mean, a lot of modern games are still made using Source. People are still using Source Filmmaker to make YouTube videos and stuff. It may look dated, but it feels contemporary because it feels like a style.
I will die on the hill that, Portal is Valve's best game. I think it's by far the best game they've ever made, and it's a shame they don't make more of them.
But why these games feel so timeless is the gameplay. They're brilliantly designed puzzle games that made incredible use of a simple, but yet kind of mind-blowing gimmick. The portals were impressive back then, and they still kind of low-key impress even now. It helps that very few games have ever really tried to replicate portals, so the gimmick still is pretty fresh. The presentation plays an important part in what keeps the games relevant as well. The voice acting, deadpan humor, and the overall excellent pace of these games makes them fun to go back to even after you know how to solve all the puzzles.
For your own safety and the safety of others, please refrain from... I'm back.
For most games like this, there's little reason to go back and replay them after you finish, but with Portal, and especially Portal 2, there's enough variety and humor to keep the experience feeling fresh and fun. Portals are just cool, too. It's mind-blowing tech back in 2007. It's still an impressive novelty today. Something else with enough variety and humor to keep the experience fresh, hopefully, is Game Rings, which we want to ask you to subscribe, because believe it or not, most people watching are not subscribed. And number 9 is Fear. This FPS from the all-time greats at Monolith, RIP, more clearly shows...
Yeah, this game did age well. You have to download, like, some, I guess, file to fix the PC version, but it's good.
Sage and something like Portal. It's more of a traditional FPS game, so there's cutscenes that involve getting a nice big close-up of mid-2000s character models.
Some secrets get buried deeper than others, but I know where to dig.
No, wait, you got the wrong guy!
Hush now, Mr. Moody.
These potato-faced weirdos aren't fooling anybody. It's a telltale sign of an old shooting game. The character models may not hold up, and the environmental design is pretty blocky, but the part that matters most, the actual shooting stuff part, still holds up in a big way. For a 20-year-old game, the combat remains some of the best ever in a single-player FPS. The way enemies would shout out what you're doing and actually see the tactics put them well above most enemy AI.
And there's just something super crisp about the visuals, too. Like, there's something about Fear 1 if you play it on PC. Like, the game just looks really good.
In games made today, the actual act of shooting guns feels extremely powerful in a way few games manage, and some of the effects are still more impressive than some stuff you see today. Stuff like making it so lights actually cast rays even when you shoot them and make them shake is not difficult to do today, but it was crazy difficult back then, and you really don't see developers showing off like this anymore. The shooting is still some of the best ever, and it's kind of bizarre nobody really flocks to the Fear-like in mass as a genre. There's that indie game Trepang 2, which is awesome, don't get me wrong. I'll bring up Trepang 2 whenever I can, but that's pretty much it. And the thing with Fear is that it is not a perfect game. It does have some boring parts. The environmental design is pretty drab, but none of that really matters once the action starts, because even now, something has yet to been able to match it in pure adrenaline and satisfaction. It's one of those games that just feels sublime to play, and that holds up better than almost anything out there. And number 8 is The Witcher 3. Can you believe this game is a decade old? Feels like one of those games just perpetually...
I mean, I wouldn't really say that The Witcher 3 is in the category of aging yet, because they keep re-releasing it, for one, with modern updates, and two, gaming technology really hasn't changed much since the PlayStation 4 generation, so yeah, I don't really know if I would count games this recent.
Few years old, but time is finally starting to catch up with CD Projekt Red's 2015 masterpiece. The first 2 Witcher games were solid efforts, but the jump in quality from those games to this one cannot be understated. The Witcher 3 was a real kick in the pants for the whole industry, not just the Witcher series. From a small-time Polish company that just came out of nowhere and is now putting out games that the rest of the AAA gaming industry wishes they could put out. Well, maybe not at launch, but Cyberpunk 2077, you can't argue with the behemoth that is that game. In some ways, everybody's still trying to catch up with what they were able to accomplish with this game, though. Most modern open-world games owe some debt to The Witcher 3. It's a game everyone wants to make, but nothing else is quite as idiosyncratic or as ambitious. It's essentially an open-world game with action game combat. The combat is probably...
Yeah, honestly, if the combat in Witcher 3 was not there, it might actually be better.
Probably where The Witcher 3 holds up the least. It's not terrible or anything, but it's clearly made by a dev without a lot of action.
No, it is definitely terrible. Witcher 3 is terrible fucking combat.
Experience. I kind of think that makes it interesting, personally.
I would advise anyone who's playing The Witcher 3, on PC in particular, get a infinite health mod. And do yourself a favor and just skip having to do all the obnoxious fucking dodging constantly.
I'm certainly never going to tell people it's the most advanced combat in the world, but I'm always going to be one of its defenders because I enjoy it. It's not just another copy and paste open world combat system like you'd see in so many other open world games. It's a little floaty, a little loose, but I mean, to have this big of a game, both in actual scope and in cultural reception, have such an idiosyncratic aspect to it that it's just, there's not really anything else on that level that's like it. It doesn't even necessarily need to be because it's good. It's just, it's different. I would say that it's good. It's certainly not great, but it's good. But in truth, the thing that makes Witcher 3 stand out is the details. The game is absolutely stacked with little details, unique character interactions, funny or unusual bits of dialogue, easy to miss secrets, and alternative quest resolutions. On top of all that, the game mostly holds up pretty well graphically too. The way the game goes for a sort of heightened realism works in its favor. The characters both look realistic while also having a little bit of a stylized appearance that manages the increasingly outdated graphics. Again, it comes off a bit as a style, and because of that, it does a better job holding up. It does help that this is one of the most bespoke, carefully crafted open worlds ever. It's a mix of art design and technical prowess.
Yeah, once you get past the Bloody Baron portion of the game, it gets really good. So, unfortunately, the worst part of the game is at the very beginning, and it's like 5 to 6 hours long if you don't do any side content. But once you get past the Bloody Baron quest line and make your way to Novigrad, the game really gets good. That's when the game gets really enjoyable, is once you get to Novigrad. But The Bloody Baron is fucking miserable. That part sucks so bad.
That makes The Witcher's visuals look fantastic to this day, especially to this day, when the frame rate is a conversation that is long-ended. The game was such a revelation that it really was just a tough act to follow. Cyberpunk struggled under its shadow initially, at least, and no matter how good The Witcher 4 ends up being, it's gonna get compared to The Witcher 3. I think it will ultimately probably be to its favor. Witcher 4 is going to, I think, be a real behemoth as well. But no matter how great it is, it can't be the thing to gaming that Witcher 3 was. Witcher 3 changed a lot of things. It's become the standard by which all other open-world games are measured against, and even now most don't compare favorably to it. And number 7 is Ratchet & Clank Future. What's so impressive about the first PlayStation 3 entry to the long-running Ratchet & Clank series is that it feels like it could have come out 10 years later and it would be almost indistinguishable. You can barely tell the game came out in 2007. It's practically old enough to drive, but you'd hardly know it. I mean, the lack of fancy shader effects gives it away at least a little bit, but the animation quality and the art design still hold up spectacularly. The thing about the Ratchet & Clank games is that they're all pretty much the same past the second one that included strafing. They've been all pretty much the same thing from there, only slightly updated to keep up with the times. I mean, look at the latest game compared to this one. Obviously, the newest game is light years ahead in terms of tech, but gameplay-wise, they're pretty much the same. The only major difference is that Rift Apart has a dash and portals. The portals are crazy in that game. Different than the portals, but crazy nonetheless. Gameplay, though, always simple in these games, and that's what makes them so timeless. You run around levels and blast everything that moves, and a lot of other stuff that doesn't. It's classic, and it works.
Yeah, I don't really care for Ratchet and Clank. Not my thing.
There's a reason these games keep getting made. There's an elemental pleasure to them that, at least for a lot of people, never really gets old, so it doesn't matter how many times they keep repeating the formula. They've done enough as the games have progressed. They've touched the things that can use it, level design, technology, and they've left the stuff that should be left alone, the gameplay. It's great gameplay. And while the PlayStation 2 games were impressive for their time, they do show signs of age. They look old, even if when you're actually playing them, they're still
I just
fun.
don't really like 3D platformers that much.
Amazing. The updated character designs and the greatly improved animation.
Very rarely do I enjoy them.
Future looks incredible, and the sequel, A Rift in Time, looks even better. People were saying these games look like live-action Pixar movies back in the late 2000s, and honestly, they still hold up to that statement. Maybe not today's Pixar movies, but certainly Pixar movies from some era. The cutting-edge graphics at the time, plus the timeless gameplay, make the games just hold up really well today. And number 6 is Ori and the Blind Forest. Practically cheating with this one, because just look at it. The game is absolutely incredible. It is still, to this day...
Again, this is not a game that you should say has aged like fine wine. Like, bro, this is a fucking stylized indie game that came out 10 years ago. 10 years is not enough in gaming sense to say that it's aged well, especially with how little gaming hardware has progressed. I like Ori, but this is a terrible pick for a list like this.
Most beautiful side-scrollers ever made. The art design is impeccable, and that's undeniable. What's especially impressive, though, is how the 3D models seamlessly integrate with the painted backgrounds. In most games, a 3D character mixed with 2D elements...
Like, this should be 360 games and back, in my opinion.
But they managed to make it look totally natural here. Honestly, after having not played it for a little while, I kind of forgot that they did that, and coming back to it, it looks like it could have come out yesterday. People would be singing the praises of its visual design, certainly, if it came out yesterday. And on top of that, the original Ori is just a damn good game. It's not like incredibly innovative or doing anything especially new outside of opening the game with an extended cutscene that'll make even the most glassy-eyed sociopath react for a box of tissues. That's a new idea, I guess, introducing some kind of emotional narrative to what is otherwise pretty conventional Metroidvania. Keep in mind that this came out before the huge surge of Metroidvanias. They were popular, but Hollow Knight didn't come out until 2017, and...
Ori is really good. I like Ori, and I don't like 2D platformers, so... Play it if you haven't.
That's years after this game was published. Hollow Knight was, that's the true oversaturation of the genre right there. That's the beginning. So even though it was a game made before the big resurgence, I would say it holds up better than most. And number 5 is World in Conflict, a Cold War RTS that holds up for a lot of reasons. For one, it was an innovator in the RTS space right around the time the bottom fell out of the genre, so feels pretty modern today simply because the big-budget real-time strategy games just started dying out. Nobody's really trying to be cutting edge with these games anymore. Instead, they were just trying to chase an increasingly dwindling audience with nostalgia. StarCraft 2
I have no idea what that is.
Same goes for the last remaining Command & Conquer games, except that last one we don't talk about, the very last one. World in Conflict was actually doing something completely new by having an actual functional camera and making the game tactical but accessible.
I don't play this type of game at all.
That artillery is closing in.
The multiplayer was fun, but it tells this Cold War narrative about the U.S. getting invaded, which sounds like it could easily lean into Red Dawn levels of schlock. But the weird thing is the game mostly plays the scenario straight. Feels more realistic and believable than these stories usually go. With strong characters, excellent cutscene direction, it just blows away any other RTS ever made. It's far more cinematic than it has any right to be. It's also paced excellent. It's got the forward momentum of a Call of Duty campaign, but with a little more heart and intelligence than you expect from something like this. It's a special game. It was able to combine production values that were excellent for their time and still hold up for this type of game, especially today, with fun gameplay that keeps you engaged without making the act of playing too much of a chore. Also, there's airstrikes. There's tons of airstrikes. There's few things as satisfying as blowing up entire columns of tanks with single, well-timed bombing runs. This game makes RTS fun in a way few games have managed before or since. And number 4 is Batman Arkham Asylum. Rocksteady's game was revolutionary back in 2009 and holds up shockingly well today.
Dude, Arkham, I guess, maybe.
You might even say the original game is held up better than the sequels. There's zero bloat with this game. No open world stuff to slow you down. Just a single island with a perfectly paced story that doesn't drag on too long. Going back to this game even now, what strikes me the most is just how...
Again, it's been re-released so many times. Like, how can you say it's aged like fine wine when they literally did a remaster for this game.
Weird it is. The design decisions are
I don't
crazy, the
know.
way Batman moves through the environment, etc. But it all just works absolutely perfectly. The combat and stealth are the top of the line stuff here, but the game doesn't just rely on that to work. The whole thing is a perfect
That's my
streamlined
issue.
machine
It's
designed
like,
to keep you
yeah,
hooked.
they updated it. Nobody's playing the old PS3 version. They're gonna buy the PS4 version or the PC version or whatever else.
Even people who barely care about Batman get sucked in by this game. It's just a really well-made game. That it does slightly start to run on Steam near the end when there's like one boss
I
fight
mean,
goes
at
on.
least it's older than the other ones, but
the design of the asylum itself is crazy good. The character models are great. The story is fun. It's a great excuse for a bunch of villains to be around, including some memorable turns from the Scarecrow. There's only 2 actual Scarecrow segments in Asylum, but each one is extremely memorable and extremely expertly crafted. It's stuff like that and the Riddler trophies.
Are you enjoying an extra dose of that?
And just the many weird little things they do to play with your expectations give this game and its sequels so much life. A lot of games have tried to copy the combat system, which is of course excellent, simple, and satisfying, but it's the little details that made the Rocksteady Batman game so great. These things are clearly a labor of love from a developer who had a whole lot of ideas and managed to use them in a way that's really, really fun. And number 3, it's Dishonored. They don't get a lot better than Dishonored. The original game is just pitch perfect. And while the graphics, they're kind of showing their age.
yeah,
I don't
this
know, that really
game
depends
did
on how you
age
look at it.
well.
I return to it and just, again, it feels stylistic. But you're not playing it for the graphics. You're playing it because it's got a simple, timeless story. You're out to get revenge against all the people that accuse you of a crime you didn't commit. And you're doing it one target at a time with a bunch of really impressive movement and assassination powers. Each mission has a target you can either kill or neutralize in some other less violent way, which often seems worse, but that's besides the point. The game gives you a lot of options for how you want to achieve your goals in any given mission. Each level is a sprawling collection of paths that can be navigated slowly and carefully using stealth to remain undetected, or you can just charge through like a madman, killing everyone in sight, with some crazy powerful abilities that are granted by a godlike being called the Outsider. Missions can be completed in minutes or take hours, depending on how thorough you want to be. You basically define your own difficulty if you want to go through the game as stealthily as possible. It's going to be harder than just embracing your abilities and cutting a bloody swath through the city of Dunwall. One way the game discourages you from going too crazy.
Yeah, I went through basically guns blazing in my playthrough, but yeah, Dishonored's fun.
There's a karma system that eventually affects the final mission and ending of the game. If you indiscriminately kill everything, you'll increase the overall chaos, and that makes the plague worse, so you can play more carefully, mostly knock people out instead of killing them. That results in a more peaceful city, as well as fewer swarms of rats and zombies wandering around. It's a cool idea that, I mean, some people don't like all that much because this doesn't really make a lot of sense, but who cares? It's an interesting bit of interactivity that completely changes what the final mission looks like. The thing that ultimately makes Dishonored work isn't the systems or story or even special abilities. All that stuff is really good, but what really defines the game is it is best-in-class level design. That's the part of the game that has stood the test of time more than anything else. The missions are brilliant, unique, they feel like real places with a touch of surreal whimsy. They're fantastic. Everything about this game is fantastic.
Oh, leave him be. It's a party.
This is a private conversation. Bless you.
Yeah, I don't like stealth games either, but Dishonored was really good.
And number 2 is Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. Take pretty much any of the better Mario games. I'm not talking about
Yep, these did age well, as evident by the recent re-release.
Mario is missing. And you got a game that's probably aged pretty well. The NES and SNES games have a timelessness that makes them fun for people decades after they originally came out. The situation with the 3D titles is a little bit more complicated. Something like Mario 64 might be tougher to get into, but Galaxy games absolutely are.
Yeah, Mario 64 is aged like milk.
The Galaxy games, they're rock solid. The control is just about pitch perfect, and each level is creative, and most importantly, the games are consistently fun.
Unless you're DSP, and then, you know, it's bullshit and a trash game.
They're just a blast to play. They're the sort of game where...
Yeah, this is my favorite 3D Mario game for sure.
We can even turn it on for a few minutes to get some footage, and we'll end up playing the game for an hour or two just because they suck you in. They're constantly introducing new ideas, new power-ups, new and varied locations that mix up the challenge, and they're never all that difficult. They're not easy to the point of being boring, though, and that's an important distinction because if they were incredibly easy, they would not be as engaging as they are. The Mario Galaxy games hit a perfect balance between engaging and fun while still keeping you on your toes. These games have shorter levels that are generally more linear than something from the previous 3D Mario games, but that works for these games since they don't overstay their welcome. They're not confusing, they're not unclear. The first Mario Galaxy is very well designed, the sequel is possibly better. A lot of people like Galaxy 2 better than the first, and I can see it. It's a game bursting with new innovative ideas. It's a refinement of the first Galaxy, which is already one of the best Mario games ever, and that's saying a lot. Either way, both these games hold up extremely well, especially if you're playing them on Switch, but even the original Wii releases hold up. They're just held back a little bit by the Wiimote. I got used to it, but I'm never going to say, like, I prefer a Wiimote to a... That's never... Controllers are better. And finally, at number 1, Silent Hill 3. Going back a little further to 2003 with this one, but it cannot be understated how good this game was for a PlayStation 2 game. Released all the way back in 2003. It may be the best looking game on the console, full stop, and it looks shockingly good even now. Its visuals hold up more than 20 years after it came out. You can obviously still tell it's an older game, but some of the weirdness actually adds to the horror. The sometimes blurry textures are used to great effect in the Otherworld segments, for example. The gameplay mostly holds up, too. It's not an example of the tank controls that many games at the time still
hell nah.
It's got full analog movement. And the horror gameplay loop, it's still used to this day, so you're going to avoid monsters, collect health drink and weapons, solve puzzles. If you play a horror game now, you're going to feel accustomed to Silent Hill 3. The story is surprisingly mature and deals with issues that don't get brought up in a lot of games even today. It was way ahead of its time back in 2003, and that's what makes it hold up so well now. It's not mechanically complex, the combat's quite simple and can be mostly ignored, and there's still a lot of broken locks to sort through, as is Silent Hill tradition, but everything else about the game feels surprisingly modern. I'd say this game wouldn't look out of place next to the many indie survival horror games that have been coming out recently, but it's clearly got a bigger budget than those games. The character models and cutscenes are pretty impressive even now. It may not be your personal favorite Silent Hill game, but it's definitely one that's aged the best out of the original four. Just skip the HD collection version. They didn't butcher it as bad as Silent Hill 2, but it's not great. The PC version is still the best version of this game, especially patched. That's a little hard to get these days, to be fair. Hopefully this game will get like a GOG release sometime soon. It's kind of crazy there's no way to legally purchase this game right now, other than through resellers and used copies. It really should be available because it's an impressive achievement and easily one of the best Silent Hill games, period. And that's all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription.
Yep, Silent Hill Void will age like milk. It'll be one of those games that people look back on and go, yeah, it wasn't as good as when I first thought it was. Like, same with Spider-Mid 2 and so many other modern games like God of Snore Ragnarok and, you know, many like cases where they're hyped up at first and then people realize, yeah, maybe they weren't that great. But
so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as
why is autoplay on? I turned that shit off a long time ago. Ghost of Yowie is already forgotten. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Oh, yeah, dude. I forgot to pull this up. So it says CVP agriculture specialist discovered 2 cow dung cakes while examining leftover baggage at Dulles Airport last Tuesday. The items were found in a suitcase that was left behind after a passenger's flight cleared CBP's inspection station. And then, yeah, you can see Shri Modika Parivar replies, says, Dear sir, cow dung has a lot of medical uses. Burn them and there are no insects and bugs in the house. And your environment becomes positive and pathogen free. In India, cow dung burning has very pious and medicinal value. Please research, sir. Oh my god. Like, bruh. No. Oh my god. Yes, very clean, very hygienic. Evil spirits no enter home. Holy fuck, man. That is wild. It's like vampires have to sleep in dirt from their homeland. They have to bring cow poop. I guess so, man. Jesus, man. That's crazy. Prime with the 5, we need to build a wall around India. I know. A digital and physical wall. They need to have like a digital Great Wall like China has, where they're just removed from the greater internet. We should cut off all technology services to India.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Hold on. Let's see. Nah, I don't think I have anything else. I thought I sent myself something else, but I guess not. I guess I forgot. Your previous super chat? Let me refresh that page. Let's see. I guess it's just ZA or ZA with the 5. Gay Sony fanboy who goes by Collins World made a video about your Goy review. Will you react or not? I don't really want to be honest. That game's already filed and forgotten, in my opinion. So, let me see. How long is it? How do you spell it?
Media.
52 minutes? Nah, I'm good. I don't really want to spend an hour listening to myself talk. And then, let's see, Big Blue Ass Baby with the 25 months. Mario 64 is still awesome. Camera is the only stain. I guess so. I mean, the camera is probably the most important aspect of the game, unfortunately. Like, it just, yeah, the camera's really bad. I played the 3D All-Stars collection on the Switch, and yeah, it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. DSP had a rough day. Oh, that's sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Poor guy. Ironic with the 2, when you're going to play Saboteur on stream. I have no idea.
I can't afford this shit!
No clue. Borderlands 4 is already on sale. Yeah, they're probably trying to either compete with the, you know, other games that are releasing this holiday season. Or it's because people have already abandoned the game, or it didn't sell very well because of the technical issues. Let's see how many people are on it right now. I mean, 32,000's not terrible. But how many people are on Battlefield? Yeah, 350,000. So a little bit of a disparity there. When am I going to get a girlfriend? Never, dude. I can't even get a woman to look at me. Griffin's gonna go full Raymond. Oh, yeah, man. Definitely. I'm gonna start begging in my YouTube videos for a woman to email me. Please, anyone. Yeah, I don't really have a desire to ever finish Borderlands 4. I really don't. Like, I was kind of enjoying it once they finally fixed it to where it wasn't crashing constantly, but I don't know, I kind of just got bored of it. The thing is, it's like, you know, when I actually had people to play it with back in the day, it was a little more fun, but I don't know, it feels way too repetitive. Dude, a flawed masterpiece, God, bro, fuck off. I really should have made that video. The problem is all my files were saved in the wrong video format, and they aren't compatible with Premiere. So I would have to replay through the game again to get all my clips, and I didn't want to fucking do that shit. That game genuinely fucking sucked. Raymond was talking about Jews and banking on Twitter earlier and getting 0 engagement. Oof. Yeah, I wonder if Ricardo finally got to him. Because I know Ricardo used to get banned all the time for asking those questions in Super Chats, so I wonder if he finally got through to him. Bro, I really don't care about the fucking Amiru situation. A woman who literally extracts money from simps realizes that simps are parasocial freaks. Shocking. Why is it recommending videos that we already watched? It's pretty worthless. Dude, we're already out of shit. There's like nothing happening right now. I know nothing ever happens, but it's like, shit. There should be something more entertaining going on. The simp fam sat and watched Amiru be attacked. They were probably too afraid to approach her, man. That's the thing, is a lot of these dudes just wanted to bask in her glow. Shit's pitiful. I don't know, man. I don't get the whole fucking, like, parasocial shit. It's like, Jesus. It's some random person on the internet that doesn't fucking know you exist. That is never going to not be the case. But maybe that's the thing, you know, he figured his life was worthless, so what did he have to lose? Let's see, Prime with the 10, I have 126 hours in Borderlands 4. It was a genuine surprise for me. Then again, I'm a Borderlands crackhead, so don't know if my opinion holds any weight. I mean, if you're a fan of the franchise, I'd say it does hold weight. Yeah, I mean, I like the game overall. It's just I don't have any, like, I guess, motivation to go back and play it.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Did I go to TwitchCon? Oh, yeah, man. Go hang out with all my Twitch streaming buddies. You know, the gang's all here. Living in fear is a small price to pay to siphon wealth from weirdos online. Yeah, there is a case to be made for that, because eventually you can just buy a place and live far removed from the plebs. And double with the 4 months, in your opinion, in your option or opinion, was there a point in time where the Dems were bait? No.
Either subscribe,
Absolutely
donate,
not.
or get the
also,
fuck
how
out.
do you see the midterms going? I think the Republicans will do better than expected because of the redistricting. If they can knock out that Voting Rights Act bullshit where they have the race-based districts, then I think the Republicans will hold the House easily by a pretty nice margin. I think they'll outperform expectations in any circumstance, but time will tell. I don't really like the Republican Party, but they're the only actual option. Like, it's impossible to even remotely consider voting Democrat these days. What's this shit?
Rabbinic Judaism claims that it is the authentic continuation of the authority of Moses, that it alone fulfills the Hebrew scriptures through the ages, that the rabbis and the rabbis alone have the authority to dictate how the law of Moses is to be followed and how the scriptures are to be interpreted.
Yeah, it's like them putting the wire up around New York City to avoid the Sabbath laws.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most famous
Yeah, that is a thick beard, bro.
Passages in rabbinic literature, a passage that the rabbinic system itself uses to assert its claims of authority. But rather than proving their case, we're going to dissect it and show that not only does this passage fail to prove rabbinic authority, it actually demonstrates the exact opposite. It shows that rabbinic Judaism is not only inauthentic as the faith of the Hebrew Bible, but that it is antithetical to the scriptures themselves and ultimately anti-God. And we're not stopping there. After that, we're also going to show how this story was deliberately shaped as a polemic.
It's okay. We swung a chicken above our head and gave it all of our sins. God has forgiven us.
Specifically designed to inoculate Jews against Christianity, to create a system where no matter what miracles, no matter what revelations, no matter what fulfillment of prophecy might come, the rabbis could still overrule it. If you haven't already, please like the video and subscribe and leave a comment at any point. It's totally free. So the passage in question comes from Tractate Bava Metzia, page 59b that is, of the Babylonian Talmud. And I want to be very clear up front. This is not history. This is a legend. The rabbis writing this down in the 6th century are putting a story in the mouths of rabbis who lived in the 2nd century. That's a very important detail because it shows us that this is not eyewitness testimony. This is theology and polemics wrapped in a legend. So here's how the story actually goes. There's a dispute about an earthenware oven. Rabbi Eliezer rules that the oven is ritually pure, but the majority of the sages, the Chachamim, rule that it is impure. Rabbi Eliezer gets frustrated and he starts to call on divine support to prove his case. First, he says, if the ruling is according to me, let this carob tree prove it. And the tree miraculously and suddenly uproots itself and replants 100 cubits away, or according to some, 400 cubits. Apparently that's important. But the sages brush it aside and say, we don't take rulings from a carob tree. So Eliezer ups the stakes. If the ruling follows me, let this stream prove it. The stream suddenly reverses its flow and runs upstream. Again, the sages dismiss it. We don't take rulings from a stream. So Eliezer goes further. If the ruling follows me, let the very walls of this study hall prove it. And the walls begin to collapse inward. Another sage rebukes the walls and they freeze in place, not falling nor returning. Commentaries will later say that the walls couldn't take sides between the rabbis. Go figure. Finally, Eliezer goes for the ultimate proof. If the ruling follows me, let heaven itself prove it. And sure enough, a bat kol...
More hair than I have on my head? His beard is definitely thicker than my hair, for sure.
A voice from heaven declares The law follows Rabbi Eliezer. Now, here comes the turning point. Rabbi Yehoshua stands up and responds with the now very famous line, quoting the Torah, Lo b'shamayim hi, the Torah is not in heaven. The Gemara explains what he means by that. Rabbi Yirmiyah says that the revelation ended at Sinai. Everything that God was going to reveal, he revealed then. From that point on, rulings are in the hands of the rabbis, and the decisions are made by a majority vote. And to prove this, they cite Exodus chapter 23, verse 2, 3 words at the very end of the verse specifically, Acharei Rabim Lehatot, follow the majority, supposedly. And then the story adds one more flourish. Later, Rabbi Natan supposedly meets Elijah the prophet, and he asks him, what happened in heaven on that day? And the prophet Elijah answers that the Holy One heard the exchange and smiled with joy and said, my children have bested me, or defeated me. So that's the story. Now let's take it apart. First,
that's right, guys. They have successfully beaten and tricked God. Little did he know that they were just so much smarter.
Let's address the problems with the claim. So the claim here is that revelation ended at Sinai. And from
that's the part that's so crazy to me about modern Judaism, is like their entire religion is basically how to trick God into not having to do what he tells them to do.
At that point on, authority belongs to the rabbis, who rule by majority, even over direct revelation from God himself. But there are some massive problems here with this claim. First, biblically, revelation did not end at Sinai. Even if you don't take into account the prophets, with Moses himself, all throughout the wilderness, all throughout Moses' leadership, when issues arose that weren't clear, Moses did not gather a committee to debate them or participate in dialectic. Yep. He went back to God. The disputes were settled by divine revelation, not by majority vote. So the premise here itself is false. Second, the verse that they use from Exodus 23:2 is completely mutilated here. They quote 3 words from the very end of the verse, Acharei Rabim Lahatot, as if it's saying to follow the majority. But what does the verse actually say? The verse says in Hebrew, Lo tihiyeh, do not be or go in accordance with, Acharei Rabim, after the many, Leraot, for evil. Velo ta'aneh al riv, and do not respond to a dispute, Lintot Acharei Rabim, to follow the many, or the majority, Lehatot, which that last word Lehatot could mean to turn aside. It doesn't mean to follow, but in this case it means to pervert or to distort, and that's how it's commonly used. And so the translation is pretty straightforward. In context, it says, do not follow the many to do evil, and do not testify in a dispute so as to pervert justice by siding with the majority. Now, that's not my translation. That's the translation you'll find in almost every Jewish translation of the Tanakh. It's universally recognized. That is what it actually translates as. And notice the key word at the end, lehatot. It does not mean to follow, as the rabbis claim. It means something closer to turn aside. And in biblical usage, it's often, most often used to mean like to pervert, as in to pervert justice in this case. So the whole verse is explicitly saying, do not go along with the crowd if it means injustice. Do not let the majority pressure tilt the scales of justice and corrupt what is right. Now, you'll sometimes hear a very desperate answer from certain rabbis who will say, well, the verse says don't follow the majority for evil, so that means you're supposed to follow them for the majority for everything else. But that's obviously absurd. That's like saying if the verse says don't steal from the poor, it's clearly telling you to steal from everyone else. That's a willful twisting of the text. And in context, we have a very clear picture. Verse 1, immediately prior, warns against spreading false reports and siding with the guilty. Verse 3, immediately afterwards, warns against siding with the poor man in a dispute.
Yeah, this is when God comes out and laughs about being tricked. Exactly, dude. It's like, who the fuck is... who the fuck are these people that they think like, oh yeah, dude, I just fooled God. Haha, herder, he didn't want me to do this, but I found a technicality. And it's like, no wonder why they're all fucking lawyers.
Just because he's poor. That would also pervert justice. So the text...
It's the reason why our legal system's so fucked up, man. All these people just constantly trying to find stupid-ass loopholes that make having a normal legal system, you know, impossible.
Context is clearly saying justice isn't determined by numbers, and yet the rabbis take these 3 words out of context, delete the context, and build their entire theology of majority authority on a distortion. And the irony here is really rich because anti-Christian rabbis will accuse Paul of quoting the Tanakh out of context, which is blatantly false. But here it's the rabbis who have actually done that. They're doing, as a very famous anti-Christian rabbi says...
So imagine you've got these words. It's selected in the words. So now you have white letters on a black background. You then tap the delete key and they disappear. And then you type it instead.
So what does this prove? Well, it proves that the cornerstone of rabbinic authority, that they can overrule even God based on a majority rule, is not grounded in scripture. It's grounded in a distortion.
Could you imagine that? A rabbi can override God. That's not a religion at that point. That's just a fucking cult.
Of it. But it goes deeper because this isn't just bad exegesis, it's a deliberate polemic. No. Think about what the story shows. A rabbi appeals to miracles. A tree moves, a stream reverses, walls collapse. Finally, a voice from heaven itself declares that he is right. And the rabbis dismiss every single one of these. And then they canonize that dismissal as the Torah is not in heaven. And to top it off, they put in God's smiling mouth the words, "My children have defeated me." So why create this theology? One, because it gives them power to overrule God's word as is convenient for them, but further, because it is the only way to explain away Jesus. If miracles and divine signs can be appealed to, then the resurrection proves him. And if prophecy and fulfillment matter, then the Messiah has come. If voices from heaven count, then the gospel wins. So the rabbis create a theology where none of that matters. Even God's own testimony can be ignored if the rabbis vote against it. And this is how they inoculate Judaism against Christianity. They create a system where miracles, prophecy, and revelation don't matter. Rabbinic authority can cancel them out. Even the prophets take a back seat to rabbinic vote. That way, no matter what happens, the voice of the rabbis can dismiss any claim at all. That's not just an accident of interpretation, that is deliberate. Now, remember how the story continues. After this dispute, Rabbi Eliezer isn't just overruled, he's excommunicated, he's ostracized. He becomes so broken, so tormented, that the Talmud describes his very energy as burning things around him. Only then do they finally agree to let him back. And remember, this is a legend from the 6th century about figures from the 2nd century. So why pick Rabbi Eliezer as the character for this story? It's not random. Eliezer is a respected sage. His rulings are accepted in other areas. For example, the details of the rituals of circumcision. But here, on this theological battlefield, he is the perfect target. Why? Because in other rabbinic sources, these ones actually corroborated by the Romans, Eliezer is known for being unusually open to Jewish Christians. He would actually learn some valuable insights from them, and at times, his colleagues mocked him for it. His openness was so noticeable that even the Romans once mistakenly thought he was a Christian. So what better figure to use in this legend than Rabbi Eliezer? Heaven itself supports him, and the rabbinic majority humiliates him, excommunicates him, erases him. This message is clear. Not even heaven can protect you if you give any ground to Christianity. Now,
bro, that's just like, that sums up the reason why we are where we are in so many different ways. You know, you look at what's happening with Europe, especially, it all starts to make sense.
Now, this story is supposed to prove rabbinic authority. In reality, it exposes it. It shows it's an authority built on distortion of scripture. It shows the rabbis openly overruling divine revelation. It shows a theology engineered to reject miracles, prophecy, and the resurrection. And it shows them deliberately humiliating a rabbi who has been friendly with Christians. This isn't proof of authenticity. This is proof of rebellion. This story of the oven of Achnai, as it's known, isn't a story of Jewish wisdom triumphing. It's a manifesto declaring that the rabbinic tradition outweighs God himself, that majority votes can cancel revelation,
I can link
that
the
scripture
video.
can be twisted until it props up their authority. But if your religion needs to mute heaven to protect itself, if it needs to rewrite the Torah to justify overruling God, then it isn't defending the law of Moses, it's denying it. The system that claims to carry Moses' mantle has built its authority on defeating the very voice that Moses taught Israel to obey. So the Torah is not in heaven. Well, in this story, it's not on earth either, not in any meaningful way. It's wherever the rabbis say it is until they change their minds.
Crazy.
And that's why this story doesn't validate rabbinic Judaism. It indicts it. And it shows us exactly why this system had to be constructed the way that it was, to keep their fellow Jews from ever possibly admitting what miracles, prophecies, and history have already declared.
Yeah, that's a pretty good video, man. Yeah, my children have bested me. If this isn't blasphemy, I don't know what is exactly. If the rabbis say that they can overrule God, then the God they serve is not the God of Abraham. Yeah, it's Baal. It's Baal, the ancient Canaanite god. All the issues of the modern world become clearer to understand when you realize they think themselves literally above God. Yup. Exactly. God of Frogs with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, bro. Big ups. I'm done defending you. What is this?
When I started making videos debunking Rabbinic Judaism, Kabbalistic Judaism, defending Christianity from the polemics from the Jewish side, I did not expect the level of personal attack that I have received. People going as far as to say that I'm lying, that I was never really Jewish, even people that have known me from childhood and know that I've spent most of my life as an Orthodox Jew. I was not expecting that level of attack. And
that's interesting. I didn't know that he was an Orthodox Jew, but I guess that makes sense because most of the Orthodox Jews are the ones that are actually, you know, more right-wing. So I guess that makes sense.
You might think that's naive. Of course, people would resist and push back the things I'm saying about their religion, but I have not attacked Jews. I have not said Jews are bad. I've not even said Jews are bad for practicing Judaism or that Judaism is inherently bad. I've not attacked the state of Israel. So no, I don't think it's naive to have not expected the level of personal attack that I've received in response. That being said, this video is not about that. It's not about people having attacked me or responding to that. What happened was this actually prompted me to think of making this video. And what this is my last defense of Judaism. Not my last defense of Jews. I will always defend my fellow Jews. I will always defend the right of Jewish people to the land of Israel, the right of Israel to defend itself. And again, I will always defend my fellow Jews. But given what's going on personally and so on, this will probably be my last defense of Judaism. So I'm going to get into that a little bit. So what I'm going to cover...
Yeah, the thing is the Orthodox Jews are basically the equivalent of, you know, the Orthodox Church, where they actually still believe in Christianity, or in this case, in the Old Testament for the Jewish people. You know, the New Age Jews, or like the Rabbinic Jews that he's talking about, or Talmudic Jews, or whatever you want to call it. You know, they're like the pride churches of, you know, Protestantism. So, yeah. That actually does track.
Here, very briefly on my background, I grew up as an
sense.
Orthodox Jew. I was in Chabad. I lived in Israel. I served in the Israeli army, and I was an Orthodox Jew most of my life until a few years ago. I did not immediately start exploring Christianity. I left Judaism first, and then later on got into exploring
Oh, never mind. So he's Christian. Okay.
Christianity. And the reason
There we go.
why I'm critiquing Rabbinic Judaism is because I personally...
No. Orthodox Jews are not Talmudic Jews, because Talmudic Jews view the Talmud as the overall authority on Judaism. Orthodox Jews more so believe in the Torah than the Talmud. So, no, it's the opposite.
found it to be false.
Talmudic Jews are more in line with secular Jews. They more so worship the idea of being Jewish than the actual Jewish faith.
Not that it's bad to practice it or be an Orthodox Jew, but that I found it to be not authentically biblical, the authority of the rabbis based on false claims. And so I wanted to share my findings and my beliefs in that, especially now exploring Christianity. And what I noticed is that a lot of the rebuttals to Christianity from the Jewish side, a lot of the polemics are based in this very flawed rabbinic system, theologically and so on, inconsistency with the Tanakh, with the Torah. So that's why I've been critiquing that. And I've been pointing out things like there is no authentic reason to believe that rabbinic authority goes back to Moses, as is claimed by, in an unbroken chain, as is claimed by Rabbinic Judaism, that the way that Rabbinic Judaism practices the laws are not authentic to the Bible. There's no reason to believe that that is authentically biblical, that Kabbalah is a distortion of the Bible, of Rabbinic and Jewish tradition itself, and that's very problematic. I've been demonstrating how early Jewish, even rabbinic beliefs, before the polemics really became serious, lined up with Christian theology, maybe rejected Christianity and rejected Jesus, but how the beliefs themselves lined up with Christian theology until later sources started to change that. For example, you have early midrashic texts that align with the Christian version of heaven and hell versus what the modern Jewish view would be. You have people, obviously it started a little bit earlier, but really solidified with Maimonides distorting what the biblical view of God is to a more Aristotelian philosophical type of way of looking at God. Rashi dismissing messianic texts about the Messiah and so on. So until you get these later polemics starting, early Jewish beliefs very much aligned with the Christian version, the Christian theological claims, even though they rejected Christianity. So I've been making videos about that, debunking rabbinic authority, showing how Christianity is authentically biblical, is authentic even to early rabbinic tradition in some ways. And again, I've been getting a lot of hate for that. So why defend Judaism then? Well, because it's important to defend people's right, first of all, to practice their religion. I do love my fellow Jews. I don't think they're bad for practicing Judaism. And even though I don't believe that it's authentically biblical, I don't think that the culture, the heritage, the traditions are wrong per se, and I'll get into that.
Which ones are the necromancers? All of them. They all have Jew magic, bro.
That a little bit now. So Jewish people grow up today, or are, you know, brought up in this Jewish tradition that has its views, that is solidified the way it is. And so it's not like this is an intentional distortion of things, or they're lying or dishonest. This is the tradition and culture that they are brought up in. And this is what they believe, and this is what the religion professes to.
It's like we were talking about with history previously. So much shit has been twisted that even people who are, you know, alert to a lot of issues in the world don't have an actual clear picture of what to base their worldview of, because every bit of information they've ever been fed from birth has been twisted and manipulated and is outright false in certain cases.
To be. So even though I might be able to point to those sources, most Jews are not thinking about this. They are simply raised as Jews. They believe in Judaism. They believe in the rabbinic claims, and they practice Judaism the way that they are taught. There's nothing dishonest or disingenuous about what they are doing. That being said, I also believe that even though rabbinic tradition distorted things, I don't think a lot of these things go back as far as they say that they do. I do think that these are authentic traditions that developed authentically within the Jewish world. As long as they are not contradicting the Torah or contradicting the law of God, I don't see why it would be unreasonable for Jewish people to have developed and practiced these things. Now, there are some problematic practices that I would recommend against, but this is Jewish tradition as a whole. I don't think for the most part that there is anything wrong with Jews practicing Judaism this way. As far as problematic practices, I also believe that a lot of things, as the world modernizes, because Judaism, in my opinion, is somewhat theologically empty, Jews are very quick to change things and modernize and get with the times, so that some problematic practices get phased out in the modern world, which in some cases maybe distorts the religion even further, but in many cases simply makes it more palatable to the modern era. And I think that overall that is a good thing. It lends itself to good relationships between Jewish people and others. And so not only do I think that there is validity in Jewish people practicing Judaism the way that they do, I think that a lot of the problematic practices are getting phased out as well. Now, the next thing, and this is more serious to talk about, is what about the Jewish view on Christians? What about the Jewish view on Gentiles? What about what the Talmud says about Christians and Jesus, for example? So I want to explain why this is not a problem, and this is not a reason to demonize Jewish people. Let's start with the claims of the Talmud about Christians and about Jesus. I've explained this more in depth in another video where I explain what the Talmud is and how it should be taken, but for the most part, the Talmud is a collection of conversations that's compiled and written down over several hundred years. These conversations take place between many different rabbis, hundreds of rabbis, if not thousands in some cases, although there are key figures and so on that are mentioned. But essentially, there are tons of different rabbis having tons of discussions about Jewish law, mythology, culture, and so on. Thousands and thousands of pages. And the number of pages that discuss Christians or discuss Jesus might take up 2 pages of the tens of thousands in the Talmud. You're talking about a few collections of passages. Now, you might think that that's bad, that it's still there, but keep in mind also, this is not what the Talmud says. The Talmud is not a book to be read by one author or something like that. It's not scripture. These are collections of conversations. So,
well, that's the problem, though, is it's not scripture, but it's treated as scripture by a large contingent, especially of the secular Jewish world.
What's being said about Jesus, what's being said about Christians is 1 or 2 rabbis' opinions that have been written down. It's not binding on the Jewish people. Now, unfortunately, some Jewish people demonize themselves by pretending that this is binding and that this is how you should see Christians and this is how you should behave towards Christians and their
exactly
beliefs. But they are...
And that's the problem with Talmudic Judaism, is they reject the Old Testament or Torah and basically live off of that, is the Talmud. It replaces it.
Few and far between. For the most part, most Jews do not concern themselves with it. If they know about it at all, they don't particularly care. It's not binding. It's not something that alters their viewpoint. Now, a lot of the Jewish world does have a negative view towards Christianity and towards Christians, not necessarily because of anything to do with what the Talmud says, but because of historical events. We're not going to sit here and pretend that parts of the Christian world were not incredibly abusive and violent towards the Jewish people, and that may have led to some of this conflict or some of the way that Jews see Christians. Not that that's a valid way for Jews to view Christians today, but that is where it comes from. It's not necessarily because of something said in the Talmud. So demonizing Jews because of what the Talmud says about Jesus or about Christians is absurd.
Yeah, I'm nah. Because the thing is there has to be a reason why they were mistreated in the first place, you know? Generally speaking, you have to act a certain way or do something that irritates people, especially, you know, white Europeans, in order to make them dislike you. Because white people have very low in-group preference. We're pretty open and generally, you know, affable and kind and open to different people. There has to be some catalyst that pissed them off. Again, you don't just magically develop hatred for people without some sort of learned experience or trend that's observed. So, that's the problem. It's not just like, oh, all of a sudden they hate them. It's like, no, there had to be some reason for that.
Makes no sense at all. That's not a reason to attack Jews or think that Judaism is evil. It's the opinions of one or two rabbis 1,800 years ago, 1,600 years ago.
Yeah, but it's one or two rabbis that had it written down. How many rabbis actually still preached that same sentiment?
Obviously, there's debate about the timeline.
Just because it didn't get written down doesn't mean it was never taught widespread. But the fact that it was written down at all is, you know, the problem, because obviously it was important enough to write down.
But essentially 3rd through 5th century rabbis that didn't know Jesus, that didn't know anything about Christians, saying these stories and making up these legends. Now, there are some rabbis that did know about Christians, that did interact with Christians, and they don't have the most pleasant things to say either in the Talmud. But again, it's one rabbi's opinion about how to deal with Christians. For example, there are explicit laws in the Talmud about not buying or selling from Christians because they have a holiday every week and blah, 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 blah. Some rabbi's silly opinion on it. That's explicitly against Christians. But again, it's one rabbi's opinion taking up less than a half a page in the Talmud out of tens of thousands of pages, hundreds of different rabbis. Not a reason for people to demonize Jewish people today. Most Jewish people don't see that as binding, don't necessarily believe it's true, and for the most part, probably don't even think about it at all or know about it at all. So that's as far as the Talmud is concerned. The last...
Us whites, PK, I appreciate your sentiment, but you'll never be one of us.
Thing that I want to address is Israel. As I mentioned, I am very pro-Israel. I am an Israeli citizen. I served in the IDF. Again, I have my issues with the state of Israel. I have my issues with how things are done there. I have my issues with how things operate in the state of Israel, religiously, politically, and so on. But I will always defend the right of Israel to exist, defend itself, and for Jewish people to be there. The reason for this is not a religious reason. I don't think it's because of the Bible saying that, the Jews will inherit this land. I don't think that's the reasoning for it. There's a lot of debate theologically, even within Christianity, let's say, about what that actually means and what it applies to, but that's not even my reasoning for it. There are a few reasons for it. Number one, the Jewish people today, obviously there's some conversion and intermarriage and so on, but for the most part, Jewish people today are descendant from the Jews from the Second Temple period who were exiled from Israel. They are the authentic Jewish people. Anyone who says otherwise does not know history. They're simply repeating stupid anti-Semitic claims. The Jewish people today, for the most part, are descendants from those Jews who were exiled from Israel. It is the authentic Jewish homeland, and it can be traced back. The Jews are the oldest people that exist today that have lived there. Again, you disagree. I think that's problematic because that is historically verifiable. The other reason is pragmatically. Israel is a democratic country, very much aligned with Western...
No, they were exiled, bro. Hadrian had enough of their revolts, so he basically destroyed Jerusalem and then scattered them all over the world. So, nah... The Romans went in and literally just flattened Jerusalem because they got sick of the constant fucking uprising and civil disobedience. So that's the reason why they coerced the Romans into crucifying Jesus, is because the Romans didn't want to have to deal with another uprising. So, you know, that was the whole thing, is, you know, they couldn't kill Jesus because, you know, they're not allowed to kill other Jews based on the Torah. So because of that, they had to get the Romans to execute him under threat of civil revolt, which Pontius Pilate was already on thin ice with the Roman emperor at the time. So he didn't want to push his luck and have another, you know, open revolution inside of Israel. Because then, you know, he would have to send troops, quell the rebellion, which costs money and soldiers, and, you know, stops the flow of trade and the productive economy. So, yeah, it was like a way to appease the mob, essentially, because they basically had him under threat of revolt to either execute him for us or, you know, we're going to cause massive problems. But, yeah, basically the Romans eventually got sick of their shit, and they completely just flattened Jerusalem, destroyed the Second Temple, and then scattered the 1/3 of the Jews left across the world. They killed 2/3 of them because they just had enough of it. So,
values and beliefs relative to the region, a strong military presence in the region, and a very good thing for the world that Israel is there. So historically, I think it is authentically the Jewish homeland, and I think pragmatically it's a good thing for the world that Israel exists and exists there where it is. So again, whatever issues I might have, whatever disagreements I might have with people politically or how things are run, that's two major reasons why I will support the state of Israel and the right of my fellow Jews to be there, live there, and make their homes there. So that pretty much sums it up. I know that this video was a little bit more, I don't even know the word for it, but essentially what I wanted to do was just kind of address what's going on and talk about why I think that people should not attack Jews for believing in Judaism, practicing Judaism. But I did want to make it very clear that this is probably my last official defense of Judaism. Again, I will always defend Jews, the Jewish people, but this is probably going to be my last defense of Judaism as such. And so that's what I wanted to do for today.
Yeah, the Romans were pretty based. I mean, they're the reason why we have civilization today. So they were the progenitors of Western civilization. You know, every major European city, for the most part, was at one point a Roman, you know, settlement or colony. Like London, Paris, Madrid, all of those places were old Roman provincial capitals. Why don't these people just go and live in Israel? Because they want to extract money from other countries and then leave when they get kicked out. Or get arrested for a crime or something. Israel is basically a backup plan for most of them. They don't actually want to live there. They just want it to exist so that they have a place to flee when shit hits the fan. Recommend Pokemon Violet? If you have a Switch 2, maybe. If you just have a Switch 1, probably not. That game runs like absolute ass on the Switch 1. It works better on the Switch 2, but I don't really think it's that great of a game regardless. It's pretty meh. Let's see. Is there anything else we should watch? Dude, I'm fucking hungry. Shit. How long have I... Dude, I've been live for 9 hours. Jeez. Long time. I forgot how early I got on. Get a job? I'm doing it right now. No, I do have a job. No, I haven't beaten Pokemon yet. I haven't really wanted to play it. Play Ninja 4. It comes out tomorrow, not today. He's bored? Yeah. I just like, dude, that combat is so fucking grating. I really, like, just how jank it is, how it doesn't work half the time. You get stuck on random objects. The fucking LT button doesn't fucking actually hold on to the Pokemon. Once they switch Pokemon, they get like a free hit on you because you can't lock on fast enough to attack. It's just, it's irritating. There just needs to be a lock-on toggle, and that's it. Like, click the stick and it locks on and then you're good. Nah, I still think Pal World's worse. Pal World was genuinely fucking broken. That game was fucking slop. Pure fucking slop when I played it. Ball, yeah. Right there. You played for like 2 weeks? What? Yeah, it doesn't matter that Pal World had slaves. It was still boring. And the combat sucked. Like, genuinely bad. Let's see. Let me check my... Check my sub feed real quick. Ah. Dude, there really has not been much happening at all. It's been pretty meh as far as news goes, because, I mean, it's a Sunday, so... Bought, what, Pal World for 15 minutes? Or the new Pokemon game? I played Pokemon for, I think, what, like a little over 12 hours? That shit, bruh. It just about did me in.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Scotty Man with the 5, RIP New York City. Zoran the moron gonna raise taxes by $9 billion so druggies can ride the bus for free. Oh boy. Yeah, and what's gonna happen is all the fucking homeless people are just gonna sleep on the bus. And they're gonna piss themselves and smoke and reek. Yeah, it's gonna be real fun. It'll end wonderfully. The reason why most city buses have fares is not because they're profitable. It's to keep homeless people off of them. Anywhere you have, like, permanent seating that's freely accessible to the public, homeless people will just lurk. It's the reason why in downtown DC, like McDonald's and stuff, they don't have actual tables and chairs because the homeless people would just sit inside there all day. So they took out all the chairs and booths and everything like that so that the homeless people don't just linger inside. Yeah, it is terrible, bro. It's just... like, the thing is, it's like, I feel bad for the businesses because it's like, these homeless people are just a plague. There's all these shelters and homeless, like, areas that they can go to, but they don't want to. They just want to lurk around the downtowns instead of going to, like, a homeless shelter or whatever, so... you can't enjoy normal life because you have just these fucking people that just sit there and, you know, stink up, you know, the place literally. Because they all smell like pot and piss. Pot and piss. It's nasty. At least we don't speak German. That's right, man. Thank the Lord. English is one of the easiest languages to learn. Yup. Let's see. I guess we could check this and see.
I love it. And, you know, It's that stuff's positive, and there's other stuff that's positive behind the scenes, but the fact that I might lose my fucking house over something that I have nothing whatsoever control over or to do with, that's the worst feeling.
Dude, honestly, it couldn't happen to a better group of people, though. New York City is a fucking cesspool, and it would be better off if we just glassed the whole fucking thing.
Oh, this is hilarious. I love that RTU style mic lean. No, that is not an RTU style mic lean. It's my mic lean. RTU literally copies everything he does off of me. You know that, right? Like, I've been noticing increasingly more and more.
That is true.
That there's a particular group of streamers that watch my content and then they emulate a lot of the shit that I do. And then they try to make it their own. But it's funny because you know it's from me. Half the shit that Rich does is my shit. He just bites it right off of my shit because he watches my content.
That is true, man.
Constantly. The truth is, okay, if you watch someone enough and you obsess about someone enough, you're going to assimilate stuff. You just are. It's just, that's a matter of fact. But these motherfuckers, they watch my shit every day or clip the clips of it, and then they just bite here. They take this saying that I have. They take this mannerism that I have. Oh, look, Phil did an improvement to his setup. I'll do that too.
Tim Marco, the 279, thank God Montreal has resisted a lot of decay. Yeah, like if you were in Toronto, for example, I know that place is basically fucking cooked.
Oh, look, Phil's doing this. I'll do that now. They're pathetic. They don't have an original fucking thought in their head. Pathetic people, you know. I mean, they're clowns. I mean, people come here to watch me for two reasons, all right? Number one, because I'm a legacy creator, and a lot of people are like, wow, he's still around. Let's give him a look and see what the heck he still does.
I just want to continue to...
Is he really going to deny that people don't watch? He's really going to say people don't watch him because, you know, he's a fucking clown? Holy shit, man.
See me upload videos to YouTube at this point, since
the majority of DSP's audience is just there to laugh at him and not for the right reasons.
I'm making no money whatsoever on DSP gaming, and I'm making almost nothing on KO gaming, which I'm going to talk about in just a moment. I need you to help support everything.
If you can come by and support my streams tomorrow with tips, please, even if you don't like the games I'm playing, if you could just come by and support and give me some peace of mind so I don't have to worry about everything this week, you know, just tired of it. I'm tired of the stress. I'm tired of the nonsense.
And number two,
aw, poor guy.
For people who genuinely like original, honest coverage of games, chill vibes, and good times. Now, there is another group of people that watch me, but they don't watch me here. They watch me on other channels, so we don't even have to fucking talk about that. The reason people actually go to watch a guy like Review Tech is just to laugh. They just point and fucking laugh. Like, there's literally no legit fans. It's just people pointing and laughing and saying, look at this clown, he'll do anything. He'll suck cucumbers, he'll take his shirt off, he'll do ASMR, he'll do whatever. That's him and his content.
Unfortunately, there are actual fans of Review Tech still, but they're dwindling.
If people are really motivated to subscribe to my DarkSidePhil Twitch channel at twitch.tv/DarkSidePhil because they want to see me topless in the shower again, I guess I'll do it. I mean, you know, no skin off my back. Who gives a shit, right? Seriously, who cares? It's not a big deal. I'll do that. But if there's something else that people want as a goal for this 500 subs goal that'll motivate them to sub, then I'll do that too.
You know, it's pretty pathetic. The other thing that I don't get are the people who entertain their trolls and take money from them. I just don't understand that. Like, you might as well just sit inside of the dunk tank, right? And just let people pelt you, throw the softballs and keep dunking you all day. Yeah, I don't care. That's what I say. Like, people are like, well, you should turn on text-to-speech and you should do this and do that. No, I'm not stupid. I don't want that element on my stream.
DSP, I touch myself with your videos.
That element can go elsewhere to other toxic shit. I don't want that here. That's what I mean. Like, a lot of these people can only even make ends meet because they accept the troll donations because they're so fucking desperate. I don't need that, thankfully. I can sit here and legit have people who like my content support it. And thank you for that. Thank you. I want to say thank you because you guys are the reason why I can actually make a decent, honest living being a positive person. Okay?
A decent, honest living. Begging for super shackles on YouTube.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
It's not much, but it's honest work.
Fuck. I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so tired, but I'm happy. that I got off my chest, and you guys are being supportive, and you know, thank you guys. Wow.
Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it. Okay, I seriously would do it. We've got about 90 minutes left on the stream. We're around $60. Guys, if we could get some support and get to 100, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Yeah,
all right,
let's
I like
go,
this
guys.
game. I want to play it and keep it in the rotation. But we do need people to support the playthrough, if you could. Here we go. Okay, I'll be right back. How about this? I'll be right back.
Dude, Pokemon is a low support stream for sure. It's the lowest support stream I've done in a while, but, you know, I figured if I'm going to play it, I might as well stream it.
And then let's get 2 people. You contribute $20 each and name 2 Pokemon. I'll be right back. Very nice. I have received $500. So now that means that someone gets to name the next, like 25 Pokemon. Okay, that didn't happen. All right, but guys, if you like the chill...
I wouldn't, like, it's not even that it's a boring game. We actually had a pretty consistent crowd throughout the entirety of me playing it, which is kind of interesting. So, the people who were there from I would say towards the beginning of the stream were there towards the end, surprisingly. But, yeah.
Vibes of Pokemon. I'm enjoying it so far. Do please support the stream. You don't have to do $20. $20 is if you want to name a Pokemon. But let's get some support. Let's get our first sub. Do you know we have no subs today? None. Can we get a sub on Kick? A single sub?
Please.
Please? How about some memberships? How about a super chat or a tip? Let's get some support for Pokemon. I haven't played Pokemon in 3 years. Let's go. Fuck it. Next game. Try making this a little entertaining. All right, watch this. Hey, look, everyone. Look at Kick Chat right now. You see what's going on? You see how I just banned that fucking schlub? That freaking bum? Yeah, that's entertaining, isn't it? Grade A entertainment. Okay, let's continue. Once you get toxic, forget it. If I'm toxic, I'm not even going to bother, because I have nothing to get rid of the toxicity, and I'm just going to die anyway. It's not worth it. Come on, guys. Can we get some more support for Pokemon? Again, even if it's not $20, there's a few bucks for Pokemon. Let's go. This is a fun playthrough, isn't it? It's fun exploration. We're having a good time.
Damn, he picked my starter, too.
Now we're up to 93 of support. See? Here it comes. It's called momentum. We're about to get it right now. Let's get some more support for Pokemon. Let's go. Let's get a sub. We have no subs whatsoever today on Kick. Let's get a sub right now. 1 sub. Just 1 sub from 1 person over on Kick. That's what we need to get momentum going. Let's get a sub.
Yeah, Emma sums up Pokemon ZA perfectly. You know, ass. That's it. It's the only memorable thing from the game, and it perfectly just encapsulates the nature of Pokemon Legends ZA. Just ass. That's it. It's the only thing you'll remember, and it's what you'll think about the game when you walk away from it.
Right now, for goodness sake, you've been watching all day. There's tons of you over there. You're enjoying. You're making fun of the game. You're making fun of me. You're having a good time. Support the dang thing
monies.
right now. 1 fucking sub. 1 sub. Come on. 1 sub. 1 stinking sub. I said a sub, not moral support. I said 1 sub. Seriously, we're not going to have a single sub on the stream today. Not a singular sub today. So seriously, we're not going to get a single sub today on Kick? That's insane. I can't believe we're not going to get a single sub today on Kick. I'm actually shocked and appalled. We're a chill Pokemon stream where we're doing all fun stuff. Nothing? Nothing? What would happen if you didn't hit the goal? I think more people would be likely to support if you don't ask for it. Wrong. Wrong. I know, because I tested it. Completely wrong. On a stream where I literally asked for no support, I got none. I'm serious. It's you must ask for support if you expect it, and you explain what happens. So if you support my streams, number 1, we have freedom to do whatever we want when it comes to streaming. You want me to buy a new game? I'll buy it. New piece of equipment comes out that's going to benefit us, like this wheel for driving games or a new controller. I'll just buy it. Why? Because I can afford it because you support me. That's number 1. Number 2, we have rewards. We do DSP Tries It, which people love. You guys help me to determine what I'm going to do for DSP Tries It. We hyped them up. I'm hyped for this new Taco Bell DSP Tries It coming up this week. That's the other thing. So you get things when you support the channel. You get unlimited free content all day long because I'm here 6 days a week streaming. That's what you get.
but I've already tested the waters. If you don't ask, you don't receive. You gotta be honest with your audience. You gotta be transparent. Tell them like it is, and then they support you. Thanks for $10. Want to be on the internet. I don't want to sit here and become Mr. Shill, Mr. Ask, Mr. Beg. I just want to have fun with you guys. Chill, hang out, enjoy games.
Yeah, so just go ahead and give me 150 at the very beginning of the stream, and then we can have a nice chill time.
Then, hey, the support will come. And that's always been my philosophy. If I'm enjoying what I'm doing on a stream, and you're enjoying what I'm doing on the stream, and the content is that kind of reciprocal relationship, and we're all enjoying each other's company, then the support will just naturally come. And in general, it does. Someone just tipped $20 and says, I want Jade to be able to name a Pokemon. So someone was nice enough to do a $20 contribution.
Did I ban cum socks? No.
So that Jade can name a Pokemon. Oh my god.
Why would I ban
what
Ricardo?
A fucking idiot. Can I name the fish George Droid? Yeah, it fits. Let's see. We're gonna have a George Droid Magikarp, huh? Oh, that's a fake? It wasn't him? Oh, he's saying that's not him. Oh, okay, he wants to name the bunny Bad Bunny. Is that the real? You're not funny? There's too many... Dude, there's too many people now impersonating this person. Yeah. The king of hate forums!
I mean, let's see what this is. We'll speed this one up. Battlefield Salt is pretty enjoyable, I must say.
No idea. Didn't see them. What?
What the shit?
How did I get downed instantly again? It's fucking ridiculous. I shot him. I'm firing. I'm just dead instantly. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Like, yes, I'm sure the guy's insanely accurate. Hit me first shot from that distance, no problem, and instantly killed me. Oh shit. Oh! Athletic frontal roll. Very impressive. Oh god, that's a tank right there. I'm gonna just hide right here. Like a coward. Like a sissy. Not good.
Need a medic!
I had nothing to use. I wanted to use my Claymore. I couldn't find the button for it. I literally couldn't find the button for Claymore, so... Alright, forget this. Just go right to engineer so I can get kills and I can blow up vehicles. And look, by the way, we've lost every objective. We've lost every objective on the map. Completely. That's great. This guy is just trying to snipe and not doing anything useful at all.
I need a fucking medic!
I'm just thinking, wait a minute, he didn't do it. Look, he didn't even look this direction. He literally didn't even fucking turn this direction. Are you kidding? These people, because this is the problem, if you don't play with someone who knows how to play and plays like a squad, there's no point in playing, and this fucking guy's an idiot.
What a fucking idiot.
He didn't even know I was down. I'm standing right next to him calling for heals. He didn't even know I was down. Then he turned super late, and then I died, you know. Jeez.
Jeez.
Oh. Killed me. I don't know what that was. No idea.
A tank.
Forget it. No one's coming. This mode is stupid. Stupid giant map with people that don't stick together, don't work together. It's just a waste of time. It's a waste of my fucking time.
Bruh.
I knew this was going to be a complete waste of time, and it's exactly what it's turned out to be.
Look, I literally just spawned on our objective. None of my teammates are there at all. It's a completely bare objective, so no one's actually playing properly to defend anything. Guy immediately just gets a cheap kill on me. Wow, great. What a waste of my time again. It's a waste of time. Where's the fucking vehicle? This thing? There you go. Fuck you. Blew it up. Oh, nice. All right, fuck them. They're dead now. There's a guy here, though. Where's... Nope. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god! What the fuck? Whoa! Whoa! What in the fuck was that, dude? Holy fucking titty twisting! What the?
Damage on the wheel.
Ow! You're in the tank that has a nice big cannon. I'm in the tank that has a crappy little pea shooter, a crappy little pea shooter machine gun.
Pew pew.
Okay, get out of the way so I can blow this fucking thing up. Oh, is he in a tank? Oh, I wanted to join. Now D got taken? Dude, I can't even do anything. I can't join my team. What is this?
Literally
Oh,
can't
shit.
do
All right, now we're
anything.
talking. All right, let's go. Let's fucking go. I don't know how to use a parachute, so if I jump out, I'm gonna die. What the hell happened? What the fuck just happened? What are you doing? You idiot, you fucking ball! You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Why didn't someone tell me he drank an entire handle of Jose Cuervo before he got behind the wheel? God damn it, man. How do you jump out and how do you use your parachute? I have no idea. I don't know what the controls are. If I understood the controls, I would be able to do it, but I don't get it. Oh, miserable waste of time. That guy's in a jet. See, my squad is completely split up doing whatever the fuck they want, not working together. Isn't that great? Great teamwork. Well, I blew up their tank, but then I blew up too. We traded, basically. I guess that's fine. Oh, there's no way anyone's stealing me. All the tanks are on top of me. That was good. I got to do something. I actually did something effective for my team for once. That's a change. Yeah. I was immediately killed.
Oh my god.
Zero chance to do anything. Vehicle drives in and insta-kills me. Jeez, man. Okay, there.
The fact of the matter is he's probably still playing better than Rich, because at least he's like on objectives and stuff.
You got to be kidding. Couldn't see anything. Did the tank hit me? I guess. I don't know. I don't know. That was my opportunity to go in there and blow it up. Dead instantly. No chance to do anything. Oh my god. Ugh.
We now hold more objectives. Secure our defenses.
Oh my god, great spawn. Great fucking spawn.
You spawned on someone. What the fuck
sliding
did you
defib.
expect? Jesus, man.
I was gonna revive. What are you doing? Who's shooting me? Dude, what the fuck? This is so stupid. And now my whole squad's dead and I can't do anything. Oh my god, I'm not playing this mode again. I'm gonna play something different. I'm bored. I'm bored because there's no vehicle warfare on this map. I hate that.
He's bored. Yeah, no, you're just getting your ass beat. You're not bored. You're frustrated. Raging bored with the 2. Can't wait for his for his COD hate. Yeah, that'll definitely come. Phil doesn't like any games anymore unless it comes with a big fat super chat attached.
Some of these big maps have it and some don't. It's boring when you're a fucking engineer and you can't do engineering. My teammate is literally staring at the guy and not shooting him. What is going on? He literally was standing right in front of me and wasn't shooting the guy. Well, 16 and 9. I'm improving. I did better. I got a whole bunch of shit. Look at this. Oh wow, I should take a look at those. Right? How do here? Leave to menu. Because I want to take a look at those attachments I unlocked. So thank you for the gifted sub. What's going on? I canceled out. I said go to the menu. For some reason I'm playing a match. I don't even know what's going on. I never told it to play a match. You saw me back out to menu, right? Great, that's just thrilling. Really great gameplay.
I'm fucking hit!
I'm fucking hit!
And now the whole fucking squad spawns on each other, so... It's so dumb.
Yeah, there's objectives in Battlefield. Conquest is the most popular mode. That and Rush. And both are objective game modes.
Fuck this. I said quit to menu. Leave to menu. Quit. No wonder. It's actually glitched. It doesn't quit when you click quit. This is so stupid. A stupid fucking game glitch. Because the fucking AI is so bad. Oh my god. No wonder it started another match. This game has a lot of bugs. A lot of bugs they've got to work out.
Yeah.
I can't even quit. I've done multiple quit attempts to quit out of a match. This is stupid. All right, let's start over now. Let's not do escalation. Let's do something different. And I want to try marksman. Do we want to do conquest? Do we want to do King of the Hill? Do we want to do rush? Maybe try King of the Hill. Someone had said try King of the Hill. I haven't tried it yet. Let's try King of the Hill.
Uh-oh.
Wow, it's so smoky. I can't see anything.
Yeah, I like
There's so many fucking effects.
conquest
So much
as
smoke on the
well.
screen, I can never see anything. Again, if I had full auto, I would just spray, but I'm trying to be a marksman. I can't fucking aim and fire on anything. This is really stupid. What the fuck, dude? Come on. Immediately just blown to bits by something that's invisible. Great
An
fucking
RPG.
game. Wow, that was so fun, huh? No idea who shot me. Do you see anyone? have no effect through the stairs. That's great. Yeah, dude, this is awful. This. I think this gun is worthless. You have to hit multiple times, and once you fire once, there's so many effects you can't see anything on the screen. You can never get your second shot to connect. You're lucky to get the first shot to connect.
Poor Phil. Holy fuck, how did he mess that up?
Yo, the gun's worthless. The
Why
gun is
did he
literally worthless when you have a full auto gun
reload?
because the fucking game has so many effects you can't.
Flavel Nugget with the 2, King of the Hill, more like King of the Phil.
Shoot straight twice. It's impossible to maintain your aim. Nothing I can do again. Another waste of my fucking time. Literally nothing can be done.
Why is he using an EBR on a small map
No, that was
mode?
at least 3 to 4 shots. No one dies. Like, no one dies.
Use a fucking AR
There's no
or an
chance. They're always just spraying and
SMG.
insta-kill you no matter what you do. You can't ever get a shot off with this gun. You have to be spraying just like them with a fucking full auto. You can't kill anybody. Was that not 2 dead straight into him? But he sprays and insta-kills me.
Yeah, I've had to like teach myself to not
it's terrible. The
reload
gun
all
is
the
actually awful.
time. So that goes for COD especially. I used to reload just constantly.
I tried. You tell me. The gun is worthless, right? The gun seems completely worthless. All right, let's see. Can I do my loadout? No. Why can't I change my loadout literally right now? They won't let me. I want to select my new attachments that I just unlocked for this gun, and they won't let me look at my loadout at all. I hate the menu system of this game. It's convoluted as shit. It's not simple at all. So, recon, the gun, modify, customize. I gotta go through 17 fucking menus to find anything in this game. Okay, here we are. I want that.
Griff, don't ever stream as early as you did today. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. But most likely I won't be able to anyway, other than on the weekends.
The maps are so complex, unless you've played the living crap out of the game, you don't know anything about who can shoot you from any direction. Yet these people all seem to be fucking tryhards who played it ever since non-stop since the beta was out. They know everything about every map. I don't know shit about anything.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Great gameplay, huh? So yeah, I can't do anything. It's completely worthless. They're already there. They're already camping. They already know where to shoot. They already know every angle. I don't even know where the fuck I am. I can't even get my bearings. I just get instantly slaughtered every second of every game. Did I not shoot into the body of the enemy? What happened? I might as well stop using this gun. I don't think it works. It requires such insane accuracy and you have to get the drop on the enemy. This is absolutely stupid. The moment they appeared, I go to fire. I'm already dead. There's no chance to do anything with this gun. It's impossible. Even if I hit them with 1 bullet, it doesn't matter. I die instantly, so I can never kill it. Couldn't even do anything. I tried. I was already dead again. As soon as I saw him, I tried to let me aim and fire. They're already dead.
Yup, he is terrible.
This is so dumb. I don't want to just play Assault and Engineer, but you can't play anything else. The game is not even effective to use these classes. They don't fucking do anything. Seriously. I don't want to even use this loadout. Why does he keep giving it to me? Why can't I change my fucking loadout? Look, do you see? This is the dumbest fucking game. This is literally the dumbest fucking game I've ever played. Why is it so complicated? Everything is overly complicated in this game.
Oh my god.
Great gameplay, huh?
Amazing gameplay.
My mouse isn't even working now. My mouse is fucked up. What is going on? Now my mouse is actually fucked up. I can't look. That's as far as I can go with my mouse. Why? I'm serious. What happened? There. I guess my mouse sensitivity got fucked with somehow. Alright, it's fine now. It's fucking awful.
He quit. He rage quit.
The game is fucking terrible. The only mode that's fun is Conquest, because all these other modes are shit. They don't play. They're trying to emulate Call of Duty, but the game.
I thought he fucking hated Conquest because it was way too big of a map with nothing going on.
It's not good. This is good if you're team-based big maps. That's it. If you try to do anything like Deathmatch or King of the Hill, it's ass. Half the guns are completely fucking worthless. Oh look, there they are. Fire. Nothing happens. You're already dead instantly because the guy who sprays all the bullets hits you magically. This is awful. So half the modes suck. I like Conquest. That's the only mode I'm enjoying.
So maybe don't use a semi-auto long rifle in a fucking close quarters combat setting? I don't know. Call me crazy.
It's Conquest. That's it. All the other modes are terrible. King of the Hill is garbage. I'll never play that again. That's a complete waste of time. Rush, like, if we do maybe team deathmatch, here. I'm going to try a match of team deathmatch. Actually, I got to split my part. I'm going to do a match of team deathmatch to see how it goes, but let me split the part. Yeah. No one was there. You saw that, right? Literally no one was there. I'm dead. Then the enemy appeared, and it shows them running across the street, even though they were not there when they shot me. Great. I hit him once. I'm already instantly dead. You see?
Yeah, you got sniped.
So dumb. It's absolutely dumb. Dude, the gun doesn't do anything. Even when I hit them, it shows the hit marker. They don't die. So they always just spray and I die. This is so bad.
Yeah, because you shot them once.
Gun is actually one of the worst in the game. What's the point of this weapon if everyone has a better kill damage or what's time to kill than you? You take too long to kill. You can never get 3 shots off to kill someone before they spray on you.
It's a long-range
weapon. Waste of a weapon.
weapon.
Just don't put it in the game then. If it's that bad, do not fucking put it in the game.
We got a man down.
Whatever you say.
No idea what that means. I'm just gonna keep building. Just gonna keep building, but yes, whatever you say, buddy. I get it. No, I totally get it. I know what you're saying. Okay.
Oh, the invisible man killed me again. Yeah, this is worthless. Fuck this.
Oh my god. That's great. Oh my god.
I'm gonna go play Conquest. It's the only mode worth playing. All these modes are awful. Any of the small map modes are completely worthless and terrible gameplay. Only Conquest is fun. So we're just gonna go play Conquest. Everything else is a complete waste of time.
You do that.
You can't even see the fucking enemies. They're not even there. And then
All
they
right,
kill you instantly
awesome.
with
Thanks,
one shot,
nigga. All right.
even though you're fucking trying to look and you shoot them 2-3 times with this gun and it does no damage. What a waste of time. Back to the mode that's actually fun because you can blow shit up. Thank you, Ministry of Support, for a gifted sub. Seriously, you know what? And I remember in previous Battlefields it was the same. Like, only Conquest was worth playing. The other modes all stunk. They just weren't fun to play at all. I remember that. Well, I got one. Another guy was there and got me.
I'm bleeding out, man.
No one's gonna. Yeah, this guy's running away from me. He's not gonna revive me. Immediately when I go to full auto, I'm getting kills. You notice that? As soon as I go to full auto weapons, kill. That DMR is awful.
Yeah, so use the full auto weapon. Why were you using a fucking DMR in close quarters combat?
DMR's gotta be one of the worst guns in the game. It's 0 damage. You hit someone 2-3 times, it doesn't even do anything. Grenade, look out. What? Can you see anything? Are you kidding me? How can someone have shot me? No fucking way you can see anything. Dude, now they're spawning behind too. It's so fucking annoying. I still don't see them. Dude, what the fuck, dude? It's insane. I can't get to cover and you can't see any of the enemies anywhere.
Oh my god.
Nothing I can do. Already he saw me before I ever saw him. There's nothing I can do about it. Dude. What are you reviving me like that for?
Yeah, the DMR is good if you're, at medium to long range. Like, you're going to have better hit accuracy than someone spraying you with an AR, but it has to be used under the right circumstances. Otherwise, yeah, it's not going to go up against a SMG or an AR at close range. That's just kind of a given. But I don't know why Phil is so hell-bent on using that particular gun in small map settings, like for team deathmatch. It makes no sense. Let's see. So HTM 101 with the 2. How much for you to play Splatoon 3 if you have? I do not have it. I don't have Splatoon 3. At least I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I don't. I know I have a sealed copy of Splatoon 2, but I don't think I have Splatoon 3. And Oski Woski with the 5. I'm ready for tomorrow. I hope you are. Yeah, no, I'm definitely looking forward to trying out Ninja Gaiden, so.
That's right! That's right!
Let's see. Take a look real quick. Oh, nice, bro. Hell yeah. That's fire. Good choice. Very nice. And Creators Freedom with the 4. Appreciate it, bro. Thanks for the gay pair with the coffee. It's very kind of you. What's going on tomorrow? Ninja Gaiden comes out. So that releases tomorrow night. Yeah, that's a cool box. I like that a lot. Both black men? No. The black man version is the fucking shitty ass normal white label bottle. The good shit is the XO, and I like the VSOP as well. So the white label Hennessy is the black shit, bro. Let's not get it twisted here. I can check if I have it, but I doubt it. It'd be in my stack of games. I can look real quick.
All right. We won narrowly. I mean, that was an incredible narrow victory. But again, you know, I'm having fun when I play like that. Whenever I play Conquest, it's fun. The other modes are horrible, but at least Conquest is fun. Got a flashlight. What is all this crap? Oh, I don't want to matchmake. I don't want. I don't want to matchmake. Here, you know what? Fuck this. The game. I hate the menus. I hate the UI. I hate the fact that it just rushes you into other shit. Just let me fucking sit down for a second and figure it out. You're showing me what I unlocked. Let me look. No, right to the next match. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
They fucked the whole thing up when it comes to the way that it's set up. It should be way better than that. It's like amateur night fucking game design when it comes to the menus and shit. I hate it. Everything's convoluted. I can't find what I want. Oh, you want to customize a weapon? First, you gotta click on the class. Then
yeah, he said the Conquest was horrible. Now he likes it, and who knows, bro. 5 Nights at Freddy's, 1, 2, 3, 4, and sister location, wild.
You gotta click on the weapon. Then you gotta click on the weapon again. Then you gotta click on customize. Then you gotta click on loadout. Then you gotta click on the attachment. Then you gotta click on the selection. Dude, it's like 17 clicks to get a fucking scope on a gun. Like, what is going on? Why is it so complicated? 2025, these things should be easy, simple, not more complex and annoying. Guys, we're 87 in support. So we only have about a half an hour left. I'm gonna do one more match of Conquest. Please support the stream. I know you guys like it. You guys have been watching it and enjoying it, commenting on it.
I drink myself to sleep every night. Nah, most nights I'm just so tired that, you know, I usually fall asleep. The problem is waking up now. I've been sleeping through my alarms pretty frequently. So, no alcohol required. Like, right now, I'm very tired. I'd probably go to sleep if I tried. But it shall pass. Even Star TV with the 5. Twitch had a Fortnite women's only tournament called the Milk Cup. Yo. At TwitchCon, and a dude... Yeah, I saw that. So much for the milk, where he can't... Wait, when he can't produce any of it? Yep, no tete milk from the winner. But it's just... It goes to figure, man. A fucking man pretending to be a woman, even in a non-physical competition, still comes out on top. Brutal.
I know that you want more, but you gotta support the streams then. If you want more Battlefield, we gotta be hitting goals, alright? Guys, hope you're having a good time. Again, if you are, please like the stream. Liking the stream helps for engagement, and if anyone could go above and beyond and support in any other way, I would appreciate that. Really slow night for support, which is not a good sign for this kind of variety game. You know, I'm enjoying myself, but I'm probably not gonna be playing this long term if people don't support the streams, just being honest. So please support the stream right now. Let's get some subs, let's get some kicks, let's get some super chats, let's get a tip, let's get something rolling here so we can hit our goal for tonight, because this is gonna be my last big match. I do think, and see, now I'm starting to remember playing Battlefield. I do think one of the things about Battlefield that's not good for streaming, the matches are...
Griff's like, I don't have 10 million. There's no point even waking up. Exactly, man. It is over. So, I'm a 5'11" manlet. No money. No bitches. No house. Nothing. No life. No wife. No friends. No hope. Why even bother?
So long. Because the match is like 20-30 minutes long, I can't talk with you guys, right? When I'm playing Call of Duty, I play a match that I can easily talk with you guys between all these matches. Here, it's like, the matches are insanely long. So, there's no real communication, and it sucks because then people are like, oh, well, Phil didn't hang out with us tonight, right? So that is definitely a big difference between this and other games that I play. Okay. Come on, guys, let's get some support right now so I can shout it out and get on the leaderboard before the game ends. This is it. This is going to be the last match of the night right now. Let's go, please. Let's get support. Let's get a big tip to hit the goal. Let's get a nice big super chat, or you know, a nice ginormous amount of kicks. How about a record-breaking amount of kicks? The most I've received at once was what? 2,000? 2,000. Let's get a record-breaking amount of kicks right now.
Alpha Chad bullshit indeed.
That was absolutely ludicrous. That was 100% nonsense. I filled him with bullets, and it wasn't killing him. Then he just turns and sprays and hits me instantly, and I'm dead again. It's just garbage gameplay. It really is terrible.
Truly.
I filled him with bullets now. But, well, you didn't hit him. Yes, I did. The problem is the game has stupid water effects spraying that are worthless, so you can't actually see, but I had him. I was hitting him every fucking time. Got him, someone immediately got me. Because again, if the squad spawn is really stupid, where if you even get one enemy dead, you're gonna have to fight 3 more. It's really dumb. Oh, by the way, this is the non-vehicle map that shouldn't even be in Conquest, so I'm just going to quit. I want to play with vehicles. That's the point of Conquest. And this one has no vehicles, so I'm just going to quit out of it. It's a waste of time. I'd rather have a better final match.
Oh
like, why would you
my
want to play a giant map
God.
with no vehicles? It's the stupidest thing ever. I hate that map. What the hell? Ooh, did you hear that? Ooh. That was a great spawn.
Medic!
This gun doesn't fucking do anything. It's so bad. I hit him. I fired a second shot. It was hitting. I died instantly. Dude, the gun is actually worthless. The only way to kill anyone with this gun is to get the drop on someone and shoot them before they ever see you. And even then, you have to shoot them at a minimum of 3 times for them to go down with this gun. Why is this gun in the game? Why was he flying? Why did the guy have a super jump and was flying and was able to do an aerial execution? What the
No, he sniped you from over there, Phil. It wasn't that guy.
fuck is going on? Are we playing Star Wars? Was he a Sith? Tell me what's happening. You gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! You can't fucking revive without looking around, you idiot. Why does people click so dumb? So forget this. It's a completely worthless gun. There's no reason for this to be in the game. It's complete trash. Both the sniper rifle and the DMR starting guns are completely awful guns that should not be in the game. Wow. Great gameplay, huh? Well, that was a good spawn. That was a good fucking spawn, huh? What a waste of my time, man.
Yeah,
Can't even play the game. Spawn, you're already dead. The tank can get you. What the f, man? Your mother. Can I please play?
Holy shit.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Dude, what? How are you supposed to play the game? You can't do it in every direction you go. There's a million explosions, a million bullets.
That's
How is
the
this fun? I can't
point.
even fucking get my bearings or have any fun at all. I have no idea. It looked like an enemy. Maybe it wasn't. I guess it was a teammate, but there was no blue on him, so it totally looked like an enemy.
No, you just missed all your shots.
That's fun, right?
Bruh. He wanted the vehicles. I thought he wanted to have a good last match with the vehicles. He didn't want to play on the map with no vehicles. Now he's getting pissed off that he's getting sniped by a helicopter.
He quit. He rage quit. It sucks. I want to have a final match, but none of these are good. These matches have been terrible. I had like 2 good matches all night. Any of the small maps suck, and that's what's fast. The big maps, if you don't get momentum, you can never do anything. That's what I said the other night, too. Remember I said if you lose momentum, there's no point in playing? Like, I can't even do anything. We're all pinned down. They're all just fucking sniping us from every direction. You can't even do anything. There's no fun. I'm having zero fun. Bored to tears trying to play. I'm so fucking bored. I'm so fucking bored right now. And there isn't enough time to play a Conquest map. The only thing I can do is do like a quick rush map. Okay, we'll do one quick map of rush and see what happens. That's it. All right, guys, this is it. I guess you guys don't like Battlefield. You supported it on Friday. Now tonight we get halfway to a goal and that's it. And we haven't had any support in over half an hour. Actually, it's been almost 50 minutes.
Jesus,
so,
man.
I don't know. I guess I'm not playing this much anymore. I don't know what else to say.
Give me monies!
It sucks. I bought it. Certainly not a discounted game or whatever. And I was hoping that you guys would like it. But to be honest, it's team-based. I don't play with teams, as you know. So it doesn't seem like it's very good for me anyway. You know, as you saw when I played the Call of Duty beta, run and gun I can do. Run and gun I can handle. But this shit, I'm trying my best. And it's like, dude, we've now been playing almost 8 hours. I haven't unlocked nothing. I haven't unlocked anything in the game yet. Like, when do the fuck the things unlock? How many hours do I have to play before I start getting anything to use? No, I'm horrible at the game, but that's what I mean. I'm so used to Call of Duty, I'm a running gunner. I'm a solo player. I'm not a team player because I don't play team games. And this 100% is designed around team play, sticking with the squad, reviving each other.
Why is Phil so obsessed with the specific words like momentum and positivity? Because he uses them in his vocabulary to try and avoid the impression that, you know, he's begging for money, basically. So he thinks using more obscure, large words makes it sound like he's not just simply asking for money. Instead, he's asking for, you know, positivity or whatever to mask the intention. Because he thinks his audience is that stupid, which most of them are, but... yeah, he's not hiding his intentions at all.
Right, doing all that shit. And it's just not fun to play the way that I play. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't think there's any way around it or to fix it. It's not good. I'm already dead.
Nah, you can ask for super chats on YouTube. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not against TOS or anything. Like, if I ask for super chats, I'm not going to get in trouble. They want people to super chat because they get a cut of the super chats.
And that's right, it is. The thing is, this is supposed to be the fast mode, and the fast mode isn't good, because the game isn't designed for fast play. So the fast mode doesn't feel good, and the slow mode Conquest is all right, as long as you can maintain momentum, and if you lose it, you might as well just quit the game. You'll never get it back, it's boring after that. You don't want to fucking play anymore. The unlocks take way too long. Half the weapons are completely worthless. All you want to do is unlock better weapons so you can try out different loadouts and different styles, and you can't. The game never fucking unlocks
I should
anything.
ask for positivity. It's true. We do need some positivity.
What
It's not
on earth?
enough.
Another enemy is there and murders me again before I have a chance to do anything. Why am I playing? See, I can't even get a good match to end. I haven't got a good match in like over 40 minutes. It's fucking boring. The game is just boring at this point.
This game is
the
fucking boring.
donations will help us
Seriously,
buy a
the
new
whole first 10, 20
controller.
minutes is so
Yeah,
boring.
exactly.
The only way for me to have a good match would be to completely start over a match of Conquest from the beginning. Look at this. What even just happened? Right? What just happened? There's nothing I can do.
Dude, I need a pillow.
I
Much
actually got
less
assistance. Nothing I can fucking do to anything. Just keep dying nonstop.
May 1st burst with the 5 positivity. Appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Thanks for the positivity and keeping the momentum on the stream alive.
Get this game. Oh, I'm bored.
I'm bored.
He quit. He rage quit. I can't even run to an area without getting completely slaughtered. My squad never spawns on me, yet they're always spawning on each other. So if you kill one, a million kill you. Whatever. I don't know, guys. I had plans to play this a lot this week, but you guys didn't seem to care tonight at all. Right? Thank you. Your future stepdad's not even here. That's an auto resub from your future stepdad. I had plans to play this more this week, but I'm gonna be honest. Number one, I'm unlocking nothing. I played 2 hours and I only gained 1 level tonight. Think about that. I played 2 hours. I started at level 11. I'm ending at level 12. The guns don't unlock till like level 26 that I want to use. How are you supposed to play this? It seems like the only way to play this game is to have a dedicated team that you play with, and you all work together so that it's, you know, actually bearable, it's stomachable. These randoms are just not fun to play with. They don't know what they're doing. They revive you right in front of a firefight. You get slaughtered again immediately. What was the fucking point, right? I don't know. It sucks. Like, I was going to play this again Tuesday and Wednesday night, and maybe even Friday night. Now I don't even know I should play it again at all. What do you guys think? I don't know. What is the problem, real life losers? Just keep it in the rotation so you have some multiplayer for fun. Yeah, but no one's caring. Right? Like, Friday, it was cool because it was premiere day. As you can see, the hype has died down. This is my 3rd stream ever, and we got, what, halfway to a goal? Lame.
Stay blocked. I couldn't block the lag. I didn't do anything. I dashed and immediately blocked, and it gave me a fucking something, and I got hit out of it. Lame.
Fucking lame, man. No, if you want my honest opinion, I think the only multiplayer game that really works these days is Call of Duty. Like, nothing. Sonic Team Racing didn't work. This isn't working. No one cares about this shit. I think more people want to relax and chill with me.
Wait, no one cares about Sonic Team Racing. Say it ain't so. I thought that was the premier racing game of the year.
And watch me play a game like this. That's the problem.
I don't know why he doesn't just play Mario Kart with his community or something. That would get a lot more engagement, I'm sure.
Shift has changed. It used to be, let's see Phil rage at a game all night, right? And I get it to some extent. There are certain games like Silk Songs Challenge and stuff that works. But to be honest, no, this is, people don't care anymore. If I do a dedicated chill with Phil stream, I get more attendance, more.
Why don't you talk about other shit than just the game you're playing? Like, have a conversation about current events or whatever.
More engagement and more support. I built Legos the
like,
other
do
night.
something while you play the game.
And I hit the goal, right? Like, that's what I mean. I made more money the other night beating Silent Hill. No, playing 30 minutes of Sonic, and I swapped over to chill with Phil, and I made more money than I made tonight for a whole stream of Battlefield. So I think people are just tired of this stressful multiplayer. If you want the truth, that's what I think it is. I think people are tired of stressful.
Of this stressful No, you're tired of the stressful multiplayer.
Stuff with me. They just want to hang out with me.
The tips on a fucking Fire Emblem stream. The tips have nothing to do with the game that's being played. I'm telling you. It's just about the timing, who's available, who can contribute when. And people like this playthrough. They're not always going to show up in person. That's okay. They can watch it on demand. And some people are going to be more supportive than others. It's nothing to be freaking out about. Nothing at all.
The tides are changing. It used to be, we want to see Phil constantly with the multiplayer and the stress. I just don't think that's the case anymore. I think people want to hang out. They're more interested in hangout sessions and games where you can have a hangout session than a game like Battlefield. Because this is a game, the thing is, I could keep playing this and I will get better at it. But as you see, you need to keep playing to learn all the maps. You need to learn all the gadgets. You need to know where the vehicles are, how to use them. It would take a while. Because I don't have a dedicated team to play with, you know? So it's going to be me trying to learn it on my own. Just you guys trying to give me advice.
PK, what are you rattling off in the chat about, you silly man? Stop that.
Ice, and it's very difficult. A game like this versus Call of Duty, you can just jump in and learn it quickly.
You big silly. Cut that out.
This is hard as hell to learn. It is, so I don't know, man. Again, maybe we'll do one more night, but that's it. If we don't have a night that's good, then forget this game. And it sucks because I bought it and I was planning on having this be my multiplayer game all the way till the end of the month when Mortal Kombat came out. But I don't think anyone cares. At least tonight. Did you see tonight? I mean, at the beginning we had some kick support. We had a few people on YouTube, and we haven't had any support in an hour. I'm serious. We haven't had any support on this stream in a whole hour. No one's cared. So forget it, baby. Right? All right, guys. Well,
dude, I've streamed longer today already than Phil, the full-time streamer, has in total, and will in total. That's the thing, bro. His work ethic is just poor, to say the least.
Well, that's that for tonight. I mean, we'll have to talk about it and figure out what we want to do. I was giving it a day away tomorrow anyway, but I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling about the game. Okay?
Oh, there goes
Extra bondage. The night is over. I'm done. I can't play anymore. And that's true too. Trace says it's gonna be hard to compete with people who play it every day for multiple hours. You're right. I'm a variety streamer. I'm not just sitting here playing this game. I'm doing other things. I didn't do anything yesterday. Played Silksong earlier today. How do I keep in line with the people who literally are the sweats, the people who sat there and played the beta nonstop? I've been playing this all day, every day, all weekend. There's not much you can do about that, you know? And again, because it's team-based and because it's strategy-based versus run and gun, it's so hard to get into. Grenade, look out.
DSP stands for Dick Stroking Phil.
What? Can you see anything? Are you kidding me? How could someone have shot me? No fucking way you can see anything. Dude, now they're spawning behind too. It's so fucking annoying. I still don't see them. Dude, what the fuck, dude? It's insane. I can't get to cover. You can't see any of the enemies anywhere.
Brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. Camera was on the whole time, huh? Hello. The first empire of evil. Bro, what did Assyria do to anybody? Dude, I'm shocked. She's actually covering her tits in this video. Gaming feminist just discovered Islam. Is she covering up her tits because she's talking about Islam? Interesting. Yeah, she needs her burqa top or whatever it's called. Yup, dude, almost every single one of her videos.
Western games. They've been...
Look at that. Starting an OnlyFans, dude. Oh, yeah. She's so hot. They're probably out in this video, too, but you can't see because of the preview. That one, like, look at this shit. Sell out. Exposed. The only thing exposed is her tits. Same with that. Same with that. There. That one, nope. That. Again, some of these you can't tell, but yeah, most of her thumbnails are just, look at my heckin' massive tits. You had a dream last night about me and Melanie having sex while you were watching? Oh my god, PK. Get some help, bro. Just tell her how you really feel, dude. Tell her she is the light in your dark, cruel world. Let's see. Maybe we'll see if there's another one of Raymond's videos we want to watch. Let's find out. Members only content. He's not even the main character in his oh god. Dude, he put his worst crash out video on members only. Damn, that's a shame. That one's lost to the ages now. Brutal, dude. Maybe this is another Spurg out video, too. Yup, you gotta be a member. Damn. Just get a membership? Yeah, but then I can't restream it. Because then that's like paid content theft. So, nah, I can't do that. Why is being single so hard? All right, we'll watch this one.
Being single is hard, but people like me aren't waiting for marriage to rescue us. It doesn't seem to equate at all in my mind. Opinion. Single people can be just as happy as well-adjusted as their married counterparts. Singles contribute to the social fabric
Pity
of life,
bait,
too.
indeed,
Lisa Anderson.
man.
Opinion contributor with no bio. Oh, look. On the dating app, in the little picture, they have the glasses that I used to have on this guy. I love this. I love this. Everywhere I go, I see people with those old glasses that you all made fun of me for constantly. 4 ways to avoid being catfished on Tinder. Jeez. Single adults are plagued by stereotypes. As a lifelong single, I've experienced a lifelong single. And remember, boys, lifelong single does not mean she wasn't bumping uglies in the sheets every weekend. Lifelong single does not mean sexless for women. For women, for guys, you got to be the top echelon of perfection. Single adults are plagued by stereotypes as a lifelong single. We keep seeing that, too, by the way. That seems to be a trope, a constant theme among women.
God.
I've been single my whole life. Nothing ever works out. Nothing ever...
I just want to fuck.
Lands. I'm just passed around, tossed around by jock to jock to jock. To Tyrone. Back to jock to jock to jock. I can't get enough. I don't know why nobody wants to be with me. As a lifelong single, I've experienced most of them. I have too much free time. I have too much discretionary income. What? I'm emotionally broken. Well, I might be onto something there, Lisa. I am relationally stunted. I own 12 cats. I hate men. I hate marriage. She said it, not me. None of these are true.
Bruh.
I've never owned a cat, and I have spent much of my adulthood wanting to be married, working on my issues. I love it. Women, they It's not about your mental health and your issues. You're supposed to go to therapy. All this fucking time, go to therapy. No, it's about lowering your standards to somebody that can tolerate your bullshit. working on my issues, and generally trying to keep my life and relationships together. Contrary to
Dude,
the
most of these women articles are definitely just cope. Like, it's a bunch of single fucking cat moms just trying to, you know, flick each other's egos, so to speak. Like, oh, you're not the problem. It's everything else in your life.
two prevalent opinions. Being single isn't a steady diet of club hopping, international travel, and spa treatments. Oh, don't worry. I got another one pulled up here. Why more women are choosing to travel solo. And I think it's an AI written article, so I'm just going to ignore it. Travel and spa treatments, which is why it's especially annoying when non-singles assume we singles are selfish. Now, the single women are selfish. That's why they're single. That's another stereotype. The average American already assumes being coupled is inherently better than singleness. Would the rom-com industry survive otherwise? I don't know of a hot single woman that thinks being coupled is better than her super empowerment with turbo sex toy men available to her 12 days a week. With the Pew Research study reporting that 54% of Americans believe marriage is important to living a fulfilled life. Well, boy, the actions of people in general don't seem to be reflecting their...
Well, 54% of people are definitely married in the U.S. Let's see. Let's see. So 53% of adults aged 25 to 54 are married. That's what I thought. So yeah, that lines up pretty much on par with that statistic.
Pew Research findings, do they? But according to a recent article in Psychology Today, marriage isn't the ironclad predictor of happiness that it once was. No, not at all. Because you're postponing marriage until well into your 30s. For most of you. It's funny, the average age of first divorce and the average age of first marriage is both 32 years old, by the way. These women, and then these women, they'll come in my comment section and lecture me. Raymond, I was with somebody for 7 years, and then I was with somebody for another 7 years. That's how I was 32. I'm single. Why didn't you get married? You wanted married? You wanted to get married? Oh, he wouldn't commit. Well, gee, sounds like you picked wrong, doesn't it? So now you're going to blame all the other dudes who can't get any at all. That are your options now, by the way, ladies. I am your option now, by the way. How's that feel? Huh? Let's put the shoe on the other fucking foot, why don't we? I'm the option now. I'm the one. You gotta please me, and now nobody wants... Oh, well, we'll just be spinsters with our fucking cats. Take that, man. You ruined our lives.
Holy shit, man. Jeez. Oh my god.
Huh? Let's put the shoe on the other fucking foot, why don't we? I'm the option now. I'm the one. You gotta please me, and now nobody wants... Oh, well, we'll just be spinsters with our fucking cats. Take that, man. You ruined our lives.
Bruh.
Boring. I don't know. It's just like someone to spend the rest of your life with, someone to be intimate with, someone to actually have point, meaning, and purpose and build a life with. And by the way, when you get married older in life, you don't have that lifetime of foundational building with somebody else. It doesn't happen.
You don't have the pair bonding potential.
You're already expected to be that perfect person that's going to come in and augment their life. That doesn't exist. The perfect thing that's going to plug and play into your preconceived notions of what a successful, happy, fulfilled, travel-laden, status and possession-laden life is. And then, of course, you say, oh, well, there's no men that share my political preferences. There's no men that have women's rights at the forefront of their mind when your idea of women's rights is abortion clinics. That's of course you're not going to find that. Because men, when we remain alone for long enough, when we experience total societal rejection for long enough, we realize that the number one most important thing to us is keeping our damn money, which means lowering taxes and being conservative fiscally. And voting for that fiscally, which is less of your precious rights. That, oh, it's funny, all of your precious rights, your right to health care, your right to welfare, your right to Section 8, your right to baby deletion, your right to all that stuff. It's really funny how they almost all come part and parcel with some kind of welfare state spending. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that suspicious? And gee, I wonder why it's literally a 60-40 divide politically between men and women now. And all the conservative women already have, and they're even worse because they want the big SUV, they want the Chevy Suburban, they want the massive house in the country. They demand the best schools for their kids. They demand the 2 or 3 vacations. You're not a manly man of God unless you're paying for her. Fucking brother, can I have another vacation? Forget oats, bro.
Yeah, if you want a trad con wife, you actually have to be a trad con male. That's the thing. It's like most guys who say they want like the trad con relationship, it's like, yeah, you have to pay for everything. So, if you want a traditional woman, then you got to pay up in the traditional sense as the man. So,
oh, can I have a vacation, brother? Let's go on vacation, brother. Yes, brother, let's go please the women. We must serve the women. We must always kowtow to the women. We must beg them for our external validation in all things. We are not godly men unless we're serving the women. And then the comment they get back to the women is, women, wouldn't it be nice to have a godly man with a job and a Bible in his hand ready to just serve you once you're done having all your sexcapade fun in your 20s? You're going to show up at church at 29 and a half and find Mr. Right. He might not be very attractive, but you don't have to put out for him.
Dude, most of the traditional women are taken by the time they're out of college. That's the thing. Is because most guys, when they date a chick that's actually like conservative or traditional, they're not going to let her go. So most of them get locked down right out of college anyway.
You trained him to be docile and not want to use his God-given loins the way that he should. His vril. That's the biggest thing they killed with Western European men is our vril.
Yeah, college really is your best chance to find a potential, wife, in all honesty. So it's where, you and everybody else are basically at the same place in life. Everybody's just starting out. You all have stuff in common, which is basically your school. And once you get out of college, that becomes so much harder because everybody goes in different directions. So you don't have like that common unifier with people anymore.
Killed it. I killed it through pornography and then indoctrination. It's... The reason I went bald is because I was wearing too many tinfoil hats. All right. Average Americans believe marriage is important to living a fulfilled life. Like, a bar. National Singles Week. Let's dispel some of the stereotypes. Yeah, that was me at the bar. See, this guy, he's got a watch.
Yeah, most people, when they socialize, drink. That's how it's been throughout human history. The only thing people did outside of, like, going to work is they would go out and drink. Like, that's why the pub culture in the UK, for example, is so prominent. So, that was, like, the communal meeting place. Most college girls are mud shark. No, they're not. Bro, white women have the highest in-group preference for potential male partners, so no. White women are the least likely to have interracial sex or an interracial marriage or an interracial boyfriend, so don't believe all the propaganda, bro. There's a reason why they're so desperate to push that narrative in media, because they're trying to make it so. Ray wouldn't moralize sex if he was getting... Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
He's acting all interested in other people. There's always this, like, frumpy older chick with the dog, of course. There's always the chick. I'm going to bring my dog into the bar. It's a service dog because I have anxiety. And I'm, like, at a bar. The number one thing that should not be helpful for anxiety ever. But I'm going to come to a bar and drink a fucking... I'm going to sip on the most expensive... The cheapest draft beer I can find on the list at this bar with my dog in my lap, and I'm gonna act semi-interested in the frumpy bald dude next to me, so that maybe just maybe he will man up and buy me some liquor so I can actually get drunk. And
oh my god, here comes the projection. He's rehashing the story of his life.
Oh, he better not talk to me, because then I'll scream, R word, R word, R word. Ah!
Gee, it's like I've almost spent time in bars in my life. God, I've sat next to this chick. I don't know who this chick is, but I have sat next to this chick a million times in a bar. Because, shocker, it's almost always the chick that has no one else sitting next to them. Because everybody that frequents that bar knows who that chick is. And anybody who has any common sense knows, don't sit next to the chick that has a dog in her lap, because you're going to end up spending $70 on drinks and not going home with her.
Oh my God.
The amount of money I spent on women. I spent so much money on buying shots. And then when you're sitting by yourself and a girl comes up to you and she asks, hey, is this seat empty next to you? They don't want to sit next to you. No. They want to take that chair over to their little girl group over there. They never want you.
Holy shit, bro.
Statistically, singles experience happiness on par with married people despite numerous societal disadvantages in areas like employment, leave, social security, and community stigmas.
Oh my
And what
God.
community? We don't even have communities anymore.
Yeah, this is insane seethe, man.
Raymond, can you lose your mind a little bit more today? I don't know. I thought we can get there.
Yep, he gets off on being miserable because he's directly made being miserable his form of income. So when he's upset and miserable and angry and goes on rants, he gets more super chats. And what happens when you get more super chats? You get a dopamine rush, which means he associates his super chats with being miserable, aka his happiness is derived from being miserable. So he has this really fucked up feedback loop of dopamine associated with being miserable, like just, you know, writhing in his own misery, essentially.
I'm not throwing shade on marriage. A healthy marriage is an amazing thing that benefits society on multiple levels, but none of you women want to have those, do you? But the lie that single adults are lone wolves determined only to self-actualize, self-fulfill, and self-exalt deserves to be debunked. Sure, some singles are selfish, but so are married people. Yeah, the married women, right? 90% of divorces, if you're college educated, 90% of those women divorce. 90%. 90% of the divorces are caused by college educated women. What?
What?
But their relationship status isn't necessarily a contributing factor. In honor of National Singles Week, which began September 21st, I propose we ditch the stereotypes and consider 3 truths that can hopefully be said about our single friends and family members. First, singles care about family. Family is more important than a couple with 2.5 kids, a dog, and a white picket fence. Families include aunts and uncles, sisters and brothers, grandparents, step siblings, the blended family, and adopted cousin.
Step bro, what are you doing?
What kind of cuckoldry bullshit is this? Oh, we're just going to blend your blended family. We got to blend the blood together, make sure it's all muddled together.
Uh-oh.
Many of these individuals are single in some families.
Careful,
they serve as
Raymond.
guardians
Don't
and
get a
parental
strike.
figures. They go to soccer games and dance recitals, witness births and deaths, and participate in every scrap of family drama. Yeah, and we're sick of it. We don't want to be any more part of your damn family drama. My mom lived with me for the final 3 years of her life. She had dementia. I was her caregiver. That is a tough...
We watched one of the rehab room videos the other night. It was fine. It wasn't that bad.
3 years.
I don't know.
And, you know, dropping all the jokes aside and everything, like, that is a tough way to go. And that is a interminable amount of time. 3 years with caregiving someone with dementia, that is nothing to sniff at. That is a very, what do they call that? Sacrificial gift you gave your mother. And if that's, you know, this author of this article, Lisa, I don't know why you would ever hear this, but yeah, that's phenomenal what you did for your mother. That is... People don't have that kind of heart to be a caregiver for that long to somebody with dementia. That is...
PK, quit fingering your boyfriend's ass, dude. That's not a girl. It has a penis.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Not because I'm single and didn't have anything better to do, but because I loved her, felt called to care for her, and worked diligently to make it happen. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done, and yet I have no regrets. Good for you, Lisa. Maybe that's you in this picture. I don't know. But good for you, Lisa. Wow. We singles love our families most of the time and want to be part of them. The good, the bad, and everything in between. Please keep the light and Aunt Linda's still flavorless cocktail spaghetti. Crockpot spaghetti. Cocktail spaghetti. Cocktail spaghetti. That'd be an interesting one. Boy, that would get the millennial and Gen Z women out. We're gonna serve you spaghetti. All those carb-loving women. Man, women love their carbs. Flavorless crockpot spaghetti on for us. Man.
Jeez. Man, women love their... There's so many just, like, weird, quotable moments, man.
Man, I love crockpot. I can't speak. What the hell? I have dementia. Beyond brunching, singles do get involved in the community. The community! Raymond, you jumped the shark every single day of my life, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why you guys keep coming back to me for gluttony punishment. Ugh, my throat. Throat goat. Singles. Second singles are contributors, not consumers. Instead, well, one thing we all need to be a little bit less of consumers. Instead of booking our weekends in with brunches and brobarbecues. Really?
Brobarbecues, dude, where we roast each other's wieners.
Really? Barbecue.
Why finger a girl's ass? Because I'm not... PK, there is not a single woman on this earth that's like, oh my god, finger my asshole. Like, bruh, there's only one part of the female body that wants to be fingered, and it ain't the shitter. Come on, dog. Stop. This girl that you're seeing does not have the other part, and that's the problem.
Really? Is that a thing now? Are they going to make that a thing next? Oh, we got to have a barbecue, guys. We're going to have some brisket at the barbecue. I'm telling you, man. Pulled pork. I'm going to pull pork at the barbecue. I'm going to roll up to my barbecue with my flat-brimmed hat and my stupid noise-canceling headphones. I'm at the barbecue, bro. I'm going to put on a fucking hoodie for my barbecue. I'm going to go to the barbecue. I hate this. Many single adults work second jobs, spending time with family or volunteer. Singles are more likely to work long hours. Poor work-life balance is a stereotype that does ring true. Yeah, because we literally have nothing better to do. Like, I'm putting off going to the store for stuff I need to go buy doing videos right now because I don't want to go out in public.
Brutal. I mean, I guess I can kind of relate, but I don't know. I don't have a problem going to the store. That's not a big deal. But yeah, when you are single, such as myself, working is nice because, you know, might as well make money.
Seek friendship and community and give back in non-traditional ways like donating time, labor, and expertise. Donate. Give more of yourself away. My friend... God, they gotta always show these hot people.
These hot people. She's not hot. But anyway, the thing is, bro, it's like I don't have a community worth donating my time or money to is the problem. Because it's all just a bunch of foreigners and illegals where I live. So it doesn't even look like America up here. So I have zero desire to give back to my community of people that don't even fucking speak English. So yeah, no thanks.
Making out. Come on. My friend Emily works in a third world country teaching life skills and English to residents of a small village. I support her What? How did she con you into that deal? Good Lord, Lisa. I support her financially. For both of us, it's an opportunity as single women to contribute to something that makes a difference and means something. What? Oh, I'm going to go help under... I don't understand.
Is he going to go on a rant about how they'd rather do anything except marry him?
I legitimately do not understand that. Whatever. Fine. I'm a selfish person. This is a video. I'm not even going to try to play it. Man, that chick... God, I'm so sick of seeing hot people.
God, she's so hot. She's not. She has short hair. You already can tell she's not hot.
Happy. I'm so sick. Like, here's my diet. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. All us uggos just get to be alone and go serve others and pay for my friend Emily to go out to the African Congo. Wherever she's going. But no, us single uggos, we just got to sit here and goon to pretty people fucking on the internet.
Nobody's making you do that, bro.
God. Too dark? Finally, singles experience struggle. Being married is hard, so is being single. I never thought I'd be single this long. And years of hoping for marriage produced countless tears and not a few ill-advised dating relationships. All these women in their mid-30s and 40s saying, oh, I yearned for marriage. I wanted marriage. Did you check your inbox? Like, literally, a semi-attractive, semi-thin woman, even big women, have hundreds of messages in their Instagram inbox right now, I guarantee you. Let me check mine. Let's see. Oh, inbox empty. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? The only alerts I get is the freaking, oh, fit girl uploaded a new thing to the thing. In my Tinder inbox. Oh, nothing. No matches. Nothing. I get the same blonde-looking chick that's never going to match with me over and over and over again. Whoa, this chick is really hot. 35. Looking for friends, preferably neurodivergent queer weirdos like me. That's the profile. I'm a parent and a life partner and would love more parent friends who consider themselves collaborative or non-coercive. This is fucking Dayton, Ohio, and this is her profile. What? How do I view the whole profile? I don't want to like it. I want to read it. Looking for friends. I'm screen grabbing this. This is so ethically non-monogamous. Shocker. I'm a parent and a life partner and would love more parent friends who consider themselves collaborative or non-coercive. I also love to thrift, cut the grass. What is up with all these women mowing the lawns? Have you noticed this? The women just are mowing the lawns now. Every time I take a drive, the women are on the big fat Berthas up on the 360 lawn tractor mowing away. You don't see men mowing.
Women are becoming the men they want to date. That's the thing. It's the same phenomena with like the women who are becoming like these bodybuilders and shit. Is essentially they're becoming the men that they want to date. So rather than actually dating men, they just become the thing that they want, so they don't have to date men. So, yeah.
The lawns anymore. Cut the grass, see as many musicals as possible, drink good coffee, talk, kiss, lay horizontally while watching a good movie, etc. Demisexual, pansexual, queer. Oh, she's a non-smoker, guys. Oh, but she smokes weed. Cannabis, yes. Shocker. Good Lord. She's a parent. And she's ethically not... I'm not going to show you the pictures. Okay, fine. I'll show you the pictures. Come on. Is that her husband? I don't... Pictures. Okay, fine. I'll show you the pictures.
I think that's her daughter. Brutal, dude. She's thirst trapping her daughter. Jeez. No, so that's the woman back here, and that's her daughter. I guarantee you. I guarantee you that's what it is. Brutal.
Come on. Is that her husband? I can't even tell. I gotta upload this to Discord. This is ridiculous. It's over, boys. It's fucking over. It's fucking over. It's this. Dayton, Ohio. Ethically non-monogamous. In the meantime, I still have bills to pay, a house to clean, a life to live, and that responsibility is mine alone. A few years ago, I came home from work to find a slat missing from my fence. I went inside and forgot about it, but the next morning, another slat was gone, then another. By the end of the weekend, my entire section of fence was torn out. What? What? And I had to decide what to do. Why was your fence torn up? What was there to do? Are there fence repairmen to call? Does Home Depot have fence aisle? I was at a loss, and it hit me. No one was going to worry about the fence but me. The thought made me feel lonely and vulnerable.
Bruh.
I can only muster the Joker laugh so many times. This is just...
Oh my god. He is trying to do the Joker laugh.
It's sad.
Like that. Jesus.
She's talking about...
Bruh.
I can only muster...
He's trying to transform into the fucking Joker.
The Joker laugh so many times. This is just sad. She's talking about her fence falling apart because she didn't maintain it. And yeah, sure, I get it. I'm not maintaining my house.
Fenceless.
Why would
indeed.
I? No one is ever here. No one gives a shit about where I live. It's hell. It's noisy. The traffic's loud. The dog barks. It's hell. But it's like the best I can get. It's the best I can get because in town it's hell. And anywhere else is so exorbitantly expensive I can't move. So it's like, this hell is my hell. There is many like it, but this hell is mine. And she's talking about her fence falling apart. Ill-advised dating relationship and bills to pay. Yeah. And by the way, yes, there are handyman that will come fix your fence. For about $2,000, they'll fix your fence. And I'm telling you, boys, you start a mobile handyman service where you come out, house calls $500, plunge your toilets, fix their leaking pipes, fix that groaning in the wall. That's a thing. Houses groan. Change the ceiling fan. Fix a light bulb. These women don't want to do it themselves. They'll mow the grass. What was there to do? And the fence repairman, loneliness isn't unique to singles. Plenty of married people are lonely. Marriage won't fix what's already broken. Nor will singleness protect you from heartbreak. We all travel unique life roads until riddled with both joy and hardship. But the journey is much more enjoyable when we ditch the bitterness and blame shifting and walk together. Lisa, are you lowering your standards to date an average man like me that has the capability, nay, also the tools let alone the experience to fix your damn fence. I will say it.
Bro, how hard would it be to actually fix a fucking fence? Just go buy the, like, little fence thingies, whatever those slats, I guess they're called, and just fucking get some nails. That shit would take, like, maybe, what, an hour to put up, like, 10 pieces at most?
Again, single adults aren't inherently selfish. We all, single or otherwise, are responsible for how we show up in life. These women, you need to show up in life better. Every one of us is called to relationships. We're all required to serve and sacrifice. We each will experience hard times. Interesting. This is a secular, we're all required to serve and sacrifice. It's just one half of the population gets to have sex and the other half doesn't. Interesting. Fuck off. Singleness isn't
Well, I don't think one half of the population can have sex without the other half participating, but what do I know?
Isn't a waiting room for marriage. Is this her? It's not a second-class citizenship. It's something to manage with generosity and wisdom, not selfishness, and most of us singles are trying to do just that. Happy National Singles Week, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, you... Provided by Focus on the Family. Young adults that focus on the family. There you go, boys. That's your church. Lisa Anderson is director of young adults that focus on the family. Do you trust this woman telling your young daughters and young boys how to find love and find meaningful relationships and form families for the next generation of your freaking religion? Focus on the family. There you go. That's why serve and serve and serve was all over the damn article. The evangelical church is just, it's horrible. Oh, men need to serve. Come fix my fence. Why won't you fix my fence? Because you won't let me fuck you underneath it.
Holy shit. Wow, I'm surprised it took that long.
The evangelical church is just, it's horrible. Oh, men need to serve. Come fix my fence. Why won't you fix my fence? Because you won't let me fuck you underneath it.
Jesus Christ.
Focus on the family. Don't get me started on focus on the family. Yeah, there you go. Being single is hard.
Holy
It's
fuck,
hard, guys.
man.
It's hard. There's going to be a lot of single people moving forward. There's going to be a lot more single people in the future because none of us could lower our damn standards. And I don't mean dating a land whale. I mean women lowering their standards. Oh.
Yeah, he needs to go from Columbus to Colombia and go pick up a Latina queen, dude.
Well, it's a dating market, Raymond. They're the prize. You're not. You need to understand that. Why don't you understand that?
No, I'm done with this.
Oh, Senor Raymond. Mucho gusto.
Rhetoric.
Whatever that means.
I'm tired of you cajoling and bashing me over the head with my appearance and what I look like and my expectations. I literally only have two requirements. Be in the same BMI as me and enjoy sex. That's it. Can't find a single frickin' woman that wants that. At all. That is that or wants that. And the ones I do see on Tinder, ethically non-monogamous. Right. It's going to be a lot of lonely people moving forward. And when stuff stops working and the economy fails and there's no food or power and it's complete martial law for everybody and their jackboots are marching through the streets, just remember, ladies, you voted for this. So, again, if there's anybody interested, email's always in the channel description. That's all I got, guys.
Did he just enter sleep mode? Or is he responding to Tinder? Oh my god. Brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. Feel bad watching this? You can't, bro. When people are sharing this type of shit on the internet, it's like, it's over. Because you couldn't pry this type of shit out of me. You couldn't pry this shit out of me. Oh, God. What is this shit?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. So let's just be honest here and call a spade a spade. Modern Christianity is soft.
Yeah, no shit.
It's soft, it's spineless, it's compliant, and most of the people, they aren't warriors for truth. They're just rule followers with a Bible in their hand, just hoping that they'll get a pat on the back from old God for being nice. And that's the problem. They're not standing up. They're bowing down. They've been to the
this is another Raymond type
government. They've been to the culture. They've been to public opinion. And half of these.
This guy was going viral on Twitter today or yesterday. I don't remember which one it was, but basically he had like a video saying that he was a loser in life. He has nothing to show for his 40 years on the planet. He's broke. He doesn't have a good career. He basically has nothing. It's like, bruh.
These people would bend over backwards for, whatever social symbol is trending this week, if it meant that they could keep their tax exemption and keep their image all squeaky clean. It's not courage. It reeks of domesticated obedience. And they disguise it as love. Oh, we're trying to be Christ-like. No, you're trying to avoid conflict. You're addicted to comfort. You don't want to offend anyone because deep down, you want approval more than you want truth. They're not truth seekers, they're approval seekers. And here's the irony. They don't even follow the example they claim to believe in. Their own book says that this Jesus fella flipped tables, insulted religious leaders, called out hypocrisy, and resisted power structures. And these weren't mild corrections either. He called the Pharisees whitewashed tombs in Matthew 23:27. Blind guides in verse 16. Fools and blind in verse 17. And serpents, brood of vipers in verse 33. In Luke 11:39 through 44, he publicly rebukes not just Pharisees, but also the lawyers who upheld the religious law. And then again in John 8:44, he flat out tells the
lawyers, is he going to go for the bankers next?
Jewish leaders, you are of your father the devil. That's the guy they're saying that they're following. But they can't even stomach a Facebook disagreement. Seriously? But yeah, modern Christians, what do? Dude, they
the head tracking is annoying.
Host potlucks and they play their acoustic guitars in their mega church auditoriums with fog machines and LED lights. All while their culture is being hollowed out from the inside. They don't challenge anything. They don't. They just absorb it. They adapt to it. And then they pretend it was always part of the belief system. It's not conviction, it's cowardice, man. That's what it is. I mean, you'll see a church marketing campaign like, love everyone always. But then you go inside and you try to have an honest conversation with these people about systemic corruption, censorship, moral boundaries even. And then dude, just watch how quickly they flinch. They'll either change the subject or accuse you of being divisive. And they won't do that because you're wrong. They'll do it because you make them uncomfortable. Like I said, they're addicted to comfort and approval. They'll quote Bible verses.
Yeah, he's talking about basically Protestant churches, which I don't disagree with. Most of them are jokes.
In the face about being bold, being set apart, standing firm. But in practice, when the rubber meets the road, most of the time they're just trying to blend in. Christianity today, it's
Raymond has the true incel zeal. Yeah, I agree, man. Way more unhinged.
More about optics and vibes than substance. It's a spiritual PR campaign. It's not a movement of people who are actually, living by any deep principles. And let me be clear here. I'm not saying this as a believer. I'm not religious. I don't subscribe to this faith. But I've been close enough to it and in it long enough to recognize how fractured and performative it's become. Even the Bible, let's go back to the Bible, whatever that means anymore. Catholics and Protestants, they don't even agree on what books belong in it. Is it the Deuterocanonical, Apocrypha? Dude,
the way to look at that is the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church have the original books. The Protestant Church removed books from the Bible. So I would go with the copy of the Bible that has all of them. Personally, the more information, the better. That's the way I look at it. Because, the Bible was created by the Catholic and by extension Orthodox Church. The Protestant Church, 1,200 years later, decided that they didn't want those particular books in the Bible anymore. So they took them out. So that's the way I look at that. There's 1,200 years of, precedent for those books being in the Bible until they were taken out.
That whole split during the Reformation with Martin Luther literally removed, they removed entire books. So, depending on who you ask, God's word comes with, just different tables of content. The tables of contents in the Protestant Bible is vastly different than the Catholic one. And yet they all claim certainty. They all claim divine authority.
Well, not in the New Testament. They're the same in that regard, but
Absolute truth. But if the foundation is that unstable, how are you going to build anything on it that isn't warped? And it's not just the evangelicals. I used to be a traditional Latin Mass Catholic, one of them TLM folk, the tradcats, you know, the kind that always debate Vatican II, always clashing with other Catholics, you know, the more, I guess, progressive ones. I mean, you think Protestants are divided? Shoot. I mean, granted, they have over 40,000 denominations. That's pretty fractured. But dude, try talking to a Catholic. I mean, you've got the Novus Ordo crowd, the SSPX crowd, the TLM crowd. You know, the ones that receive communion while kneeling, the ones that take it in the hand. You know, it's just. And then don't even get me started on the corruption of the Vatican, which is constantly undermining any sense of clarity or consistency. I mean, each group claims to have the correct interpretation while pointing fingers at the other. It's exhausting. It's a religion built on the idea of universal truth that somehow manages to disagree with itself every 5 seconds. I mean, I remember constantly disagreeing with fellow Catholics.
Damn, this guy has hair and straight teeth and is still alone. Raymond has no chance. Yeah, it truly might be over.
On top of, you know, already disagreeing with evangelicals. It was tiresome. Laborious. I mean, always arguing about liturgy and doctrine and church authority, always bringing up Vatican II. It just got so old. So old. But, you know, it's not just the infighting, it's the arrogance. Catholics, especially the traditional ones, Dr. Taylor Marshall, carry this moral and intellectual superiority complex that rubbed off on me. It turns you into an insufferable person who thinks that they're above everyone else, especially other Christians. I mean, dude, the head priest at the parish I used to go to, dude was the poster child for that mindset, just full of himself, pompous, condescending, patronizing. He'd post stuff on Facebook, usually status garbage that's just tied to mainstream politics. And then when people would, you know, comment and give their 2 cents, maybe some pushback here and there in the comments, dude, he'd get defensive and just start correcting them like they were school children, you know? There was no real openness, no humility, no dialogue, just that aura of I'm right because I wear the collar, you know? He was above reproach and absolutely loved the sound of his own authority.
Dude, I don't think Review Tech could... I mean, maybe they could find one, but... Do you really think Review Tech is bagging a skinny chick? Hell no.
I mean, I guess Obnoxious was really putting it lightly. I mean, and then don't even get me started on how every Catholic event seems to involve alcohol. Every single one, man.
Why does that matter? Yeah, every single Catholic event involves alcohol because, you know, wait till you find out what Jesus drank.
It's just a part of the culture. Catholic social life is practically built around it. It's built around booze. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, both Protestants and Catholics, for the most part, they just roll over when it comes to the state. Seriously. I mean, they'll give you long-winded sermons on virtue and courage, but they won't say a damn word when it actually matters. They won't, man. They preach about, you know, eternal truth, but they cower in the face of temporal pressure. They'll post Bible verses on Facebook till their fingers fall off, but they go dead silent when their freedoms are being eroded in real time. And they might not like the way the world is, what they see around them.
Yeah, that's pretty common in apartment buildings, though, to have the breaker panel in the living room. For whatever reason, I think it's like a building code or something, because the place I lived previously had the same thing.
But their solution is always passivity. Just gather and pray and wait for God to work some miracle on their behalf, you know? That's, you know, as if desperate prayers will...
This is definitely an apartment building, you can tell by the layout.
...eventually pressure the creator of the universe into fixing what they're too afraid to face on their own. I mean, they'll preach against culture. They'll say it's antithetical to their values, but they're not changing anything. Nothing material, nothing structurally. Just more sermons, more songs, more sentiment. That's it. Just throwing that out into the ether. So yeah, I mean, and then when people say, you know what, Christianity is growing, more people are becoming Christians. I mean, my question is always growing into what? Seriously, I mean, because if Christianity is just getting more popular, that's not automatically good news.
Nah, here you go. I saw this. Let me see if I can find it. Nope, I don't think I can. But it was basically showing like the distribution of political, I guess, identity of new priests in the Catholic Church. And like 20 years ago, it was like 60% liberal, 10%, you know, I guess neutral, and then the rest was conservative. Now it's like 70% conservative, 20% neutral, 10% liberal. So if that trend is similar with all other Christian faiths as well, then it goes to show that, you know, the church is becoming more and more right-wing in the long term.
That's like saying it's like saying your high school just added 200 more hall monitors, you know? Sure, there's more of them, but they're not protecting anyone. They're just being annoying and enforcing compliance in a system that keeps failing. But there's a darker side to this. This is where it gets darker. So
I noticed mansions, the living room is not next to the front door. Yeah, you have like a what's that shit called? A foyer. That's what it's called. A foyer or a foyer, depending on how you want to pronounce it. But yeah, usually you have like a dedicated room for like greeting people, and then that exits into a living room.
a lot of these people are order followers. A lot of them. They don't question authority, they execute it. And no evil person in history has ever succeeded without an army of people like that. People who enforce the rules, people who carry out the will of tyrants. History isn't built on monsters, it's built on the obedient. It's built by the obedient, on the backs of everyone else. And there are plenty of Christians today who are playing that role. They bring forth the will of the state while convincing themselves and everyone else that it's the will of God.
Yeah, Reddit atheists like this are not going to be a thing for much longer. That's the thing. There is a huge resurgence in religious life among Gen Z and younger especially.
They act as the moral enforcers of the system that strips people of autonomy and freedom in thought, and they call it righteous. Because here's the kicker, Christianity isn't against the system. It's part of the system. It doesn't challenge the machine, it reinforces it. Sharpens its teeth even.
Then why is the machine so vehemently, desperate and set to destroy Christianity? If Christianity just reinforces the machine, then why does the machine seek to destroy it at every opportunity?
I mean, dude, tyranny can sleep soundly tonight if these people are behind the will of change. Because they're not a threat to the system. They are the system. They're its moral cover. They just keep people pacified while pretending it's righteous.
Then why is Christianity mocked and never promoted? Seems antithetical, but whatever.
That's a huge part of why I left. One of the main reasons why I left. If there's one reason why I left, religion, Christianity, that's the reason. And if you bring any of this up, you're the problem. I'm a problem. You're being divisive. You're being prideful. You're the one who's falling away. Because when you stop parroting their script, you expose how much of it's performance. It's just performative. And the outrage isn't over your rejection, it's over your disobedience. Christianity today is a fractured machine. Like I said, thousands of denominations, each with its own gospel, or version of the gospel, each convinced that the other is wrong. They say that truth sets you free, but they can't even agree on what the truth even is. And that's the part no one wants to face or just sweep under the rug or make an excuse for. Because once you step outside the groupthink, you start asking questions. They don't want.
He left religion to be what exactly? Well, by his own words, a broke 40-year-old loser with nothing to show for his life.
To answer. And the minute you stop pretending, you become the mirror they can't stand to look into. So no, I'm not here to debate theology. I'm not here to be converted.
Dude, he has a picture of Elon Musk smoking weed on his wall. Yup, it's a soy-lennial, bro. I just noticed that. I just saw what that was. Fuck.
I've already been there. I've already lived it.
Yeah,
and I've seen way too much to buy the marketing. I am just here to ask the simple question. If what you believe is true, Why does it collapse the moment someone stops playing along? Think about that.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. That sounds like Reddit's first atheist type shit. You know, your first atheist thread. Redditor's first atheist thread. Dude, he looks so dead. Oh my god. Is this one of those? Yeah, but it's... Oh no, it's Halo. It's not COD. I was about to say, is that one of those Call of Duty videos? Life feels like a nightmare. I have been exiled by my own race. Brutal. What videos? Brutal. We're not buying your crap anymore. The rebellion has begun. Hell yeah, brother. I guess that's a white pill video, huh? Let's see.
It appears as though the Buy Nothing Rebellion has finally begun. I've been waiting my entire life for this because I've been living the Buy Nothing Rebellion life for my entire life. As a matter of fact, that has
What are you sitting on?
put me in the position I am today by simply buying less stuff. People are fed up with buying crap because that's what it's come down to. All the stuff that we're buying today is junk. As a matter of fact, I was just browsing online earlier because I'm trying to buy one of those detachable shower heads for my Airbnb. I got a lake house that I rent out and stuff on the side. And one of my guests wrote a comment and said it would be nice to have a detachable shower head. So I'm looking for a high quality one. I don't want to put one in there that's going to break the first time somebody uses it. So I'm browsing around for a...
Yeah, I've stopped spending money on a lot of stuff. The only thing I buy now is cards, but that's because they're worth money. So I only buy stuff that holds value nowadays. I haven't bought clothes in forever. I haven't bought shoes. I haven't bought just really anything other than cards, food, and obviously my computer, but that's about it.
Like a nickel finish, you know, something that looks stainless steel, something that's durable, something that's going to last a long time. I find a couple that are 40, 50, 60 bucks. I'm thinking, man, that's not bad. So I start looking at the reviews. And I'm the type of person that doesn't look at the 5-star reviews first. I look at the 1-star reviews. And most of the people in the 1-star reviews were saying, I wish this were actual metal. Instead, it's just plastic and it looks metal and it breaks the first time you use it. And that is not what I want. So I'm sitting there searching, trying to find a good...
Must buy the Goy Slop. Yeah, unfortunately, I do buy new games every once in a while, but...
nickel finish, metal shower head, something that fits the aesthetic of the home. And I'm finding that it's very, very difficult to do. And even the ones that are metal finish are pieces of crap because they're about 150 bucks instead of 40 or 50 bucks. And they have like 3 stars instead of 5-star reviews because they're basically made to break. And that is the reality of most of the stuff we buy. It is made to break. Trying to find high quality products these days is pretty much impossible because literally, I mean, literally the way things are designed is they are made to break. The manufacturers make these things with an expiration date. You think about appliances and stuff like that. They're really bad about that. Refrigerators, washers and dryers, they have all these plastic parts where there shouldn't be plastic parts. And like I mentioned, they are literally designed to work for X amount of years or X amount of months in some cases, and then they break. And you either have to call in a Maytag repairman or you have to buy a new appliance. It's the way the world is these days. And it's that way because these corporations have gotten extremely greedy. And as a matter of fact, in the early 1900s, the Rockefellers made the decision that Americans were pretty darn good at building stuff. And they were good at building stuff that didn't break. So they said that wasn't good for business. Let's make things with an expiration date. Let's make things that break. That way we can have an endless supply of consumers. And here we are, many, many decades later. That's the American way. And just to kind of illustrate how deep the greed goes, over the last couple of years, there's been a couple CEOs of some major companies, some major corporations that have made some pretty bold statements. And the statements that these CEOs have made say inflation is good for business. Matter of fact, the CEO from Dow and the CEO from Kroger.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, I feel like it would be an easy business model to just make, like, simple fridges. Which I know probably wouldn't be popular with, like, the soccer moms and shit. But, like, imagine if somebody just made a company and all they did was just make super basic shit. Like, no fucking electronics that are unnecessary. Just a basic refrigerator, basic fucking dishwashers, basic, you know, everything. Basic oven, basic microwave. Just literally make it as simple as humanly possible with as high quality of parts as possible. And that's it. Just basic ass, like, appliances and, you know, mechanical devices. And yeah, you could charge a premium for that shit and it just wouldn't break. And if it did, you'd get a new one, no questions asked. But
are both on record saying that. And that is actually 100% true. If you think
I would have no idea how to even start that business because I know nothing about manufacturing, but I feel like it'd be kind of cool. Seems like a no-brainer. So, beat the Zog slop crap.
Think about egg prices and how they were through the roof just a couple short months ago. The major egg manufacturers actually recorded record profits during that time. So even though there was supposedly a supply chain shortage and all these chickens were getting cold and stuff because of the bird flu and all these things that were happening, somehow the egg manufacturers still were able to profit more money than they've ever profited through all of history. Make it make sense, right? And a lot of this comes down to greedflation, because what happens is these mega corporations, they see that the consumers are now willing to pay these inflated prices. And these greedy people, they think in the background, you know what? We could probably capitalize on this and we could raise our prices even more, because if they're willing to pay that, they're probably willing to pay this. So what they do, they raise the price up. And in some cases, they make the products much cheaper. So that way you're getting less product and a less quality product at a more expensive price. And another thing that happens is shrinkflation. That's a big thing that happened during the pandemic and a couple other times throughout history. And it's still happening because the price of everything is rising. And they're like, well, we can't allow this to cut into our profit margins, so let me just put less in the box. So the box is the same size, but
did you guys see the thing over in the UK now where it's illegal to get a free refill on, like, Coca-Cola, for example? Like, the UK has made it a law that if you buy a soda, like from a restaurant or something, they have made it illegal to get a free refill. You have to pay for another one. It's fucking retarded, man.
Package inside is smaller. And you're going to notice this if you buy processed and hyper-processed food from the grocery store. A lot of times the package you pull out has less things in it. It's less volume, less weight. But the price is the same, or in
Meanwhile, you're still free to rape as many British women as you want if you're a migrant, but got to crack down on those refills.
Cases even higher. That's how these mega corporations get away with this. They're very, very sneaky about it. They've got it all figured out. They're exploiting our addiction to consumerism by putting less in the box, making cheaper goods, and raising the prices. But people are finally starting to wise up. And they're finally starting to say, you know what? There is less in the box. The stuff I'm buying is crap. And all this stuff I'm buying, I actually don't need. And I definitely don't need to be spending this amount of money on stuff I don't need because everything else is expensive. So I'm just done buying stuff.
FA with the 5. Griffin, what did you like? The Legends of Z... No, I didn't like it. I think it's dog shit, personally. I missed the ZA streams. I've been playing through the game, and honestly, I think the game is garbage. Well, yep, I agree, man. I agree. Yeah, I don't fucking like it at all. I hate the combat. It is incredibly repetitive, and yeah, not a fan. Not a fan at all. The only good part is basically how the game, I would say, is summed up, is ass. That is the only redeeming quality, is Emma's ass. But aside from that, man, yeah, it's pretty bad.
And that's where this Buy Nothing Rebellion is starting to unfold. And it could change a lot, because it was Jason Karp, who worked in the hedge fund industry for over 20 years, came on record last year saying that if consumers, 5% of consumers, stopped buying processed and hyper-processed food, then these companies, these corporations would change their act overnight. They would stop putting crap in there. They would stop poisoning the consumer. They would stop raising the prices and doing shrinkflation and all these shady things that they're doing to our food. They would cut that out. Just 5%. Think about that. That's not that many people. But the reason that is because their profit margins in some
5% is a lot of people. It's like 15 million people. So in theory, it's not a huge portion of the population, but it's still a lot of people to mobilize.
Cases are actually very thin, and if they lose their consumers, they know that they stand to lose their entire business, and they're not willing to let that happen. So they're going to change their ways. And I believe that if this catches on and people just stop buying stuff,
nah, it's a bird chirping or whatever. It's not his chair.
Then there's a pretty good chance that these companies are going to turn things around. They're going to say, we probably should start making higher quality products. We should probably stop misleading the consumer and exploiting them and doing all these shady things in the background to increase our profit margins while basically dragging the consumer over the coals. Hopefully that is what happens, and hopefully more people do catch on to this. That way we can see these changes happen. Because if things continue in the direction they're going, prices are going to keep going up, people will continue to buy the stuff, and it's never going to come back down. But if more people choose to jump on this bandwagon and stop buying this crap, there's only a couple options. And I think that's where it's very important to realize the power that we all hold, because every single dollar that we spend is a vote cast. Where our money goes is where the business goes. That's the way it's always been. So really what this comes down to is becoming the change that you want to see. If you want to see prices come down, stop buying stuff. Do like I've been doing for the last 40 years and just don't buy crap. And don't get me wrong, there are some cases where I still buy new things and I still buy from corporations and stuff like that. I mean, it's inevitable to do that sometimes, but the more money that you can spend elsewhere, the better off we're going to be, because it supports local businesses, it supports the local economy, and it takes money and power away from these large corporations that are screwing us. That's all they're doing. They're screwing us. They're jacking the prices up. They're experiencing record profits while we all, little guys here at the bottom, struggle. We suffer. And they're over there laughing at us as they cash their big fat checks.
Yeah, it's record profits with stagnant wage growth. Now, the problem is the record profits are not actually record profits when you adjust for inflation. That's the issue. Is companies are actually making less money than ever in the real term, which is why wages have not grown proportionally. But yeah, I don't know, man. The economy is due to burst, and it has been for a very long time.
And as their CEO makes multi-million dollars a year, as if he really deserves that, and as these companies grow and produce more and more crap that we don't need at ridiculous prices. So what I've been doing most of my life, and with most of the stuff I buy, is buying secondhand. I intentionally buy older things because I know that stuff lasts longer. If I had to go out and buy a new fridge, I would buy a secondhand fridge that has an upper door and a lower door and does not have a TV, does not have an ice maker, does not have a fancy this and a fancy that and alarms and buzzers and all these bells and whistles. I want something very basic. If I could buy one from the 1950s, that's what I would opt for. There are some of those out there, but people want like $10,000 for them because they do last forever. They're still running today, and that is why they're so expensive, because they were built to last. They were built like tanks, and you could pretty much drop the thing off a cliff and it would still be running after it hit the ground. But things these days are not made that way. I go out on a limb here and say that 90% of the stuff that I own is pre-owned. And that is no joke. My vehicles, my boat, my motorcycles, my electronic equipment, laptops, this camera, my phone, everything. I mean, pretty much everything I buy these days is secondhand. And the crazy thing about that is this stuff has lasted a long, long time. And I know guys that have went out and bought brand new cars and they break down after 10,000 miles. Matter of fact, there's a lot of people that do that because my brother just happens to be a service manager for a
pre-owned computer. Not a chance. So I would only get a new computer. This camera setup is completely wrong. The sky is fully white. Yup.
A very large car dealership, and he tells me these stories all the time. This stuff happens. That's why I'd rather buy something that's been broke in. It's tried and true. It doesn't have all this electronic equipment that's going to fail, and it doesn't have all these things that could fail, and it's most likely going to last a lot longer than the new stuff just because...
What's that called? The exposure or whatever? I forget what the camera settings are called, but I'm pretty sure that's exposure. Tim Marco, the 7 economy probably has to collapse like in 08, but with no bailouts this time. Yep, no bailouts for sure. So, yeah, we're well overdue, because even the 2008 collapse wasn't that bad. The economy has been propped up on just literal infinite money printing for too long. It's due to pop. So...
because there is less stuff that can break. So when I buy things, I shop on Facebook Marketplace. That's actually one of the only reasons I have a Facebook account, is so that I can get on Facebook Marketplace and browse the stuff that's on there. You can even find free stuff a lot of times that is in working condition and not have to spend a dime on it. And to me, that's the ideal scenario. But even if you can't buy something for free, chances are you can get it a quarter of the cost, sometimes less, especially if it's something older, because people are throwing out all this stuff because of consumerism, and they're going out and buying the next newest thing, and they're trading up. They no longer want these old things, and in many cases, they're willing to almost just give these things away. I bought a TV like a year or two ago. It's down in my basement, 46-inch Vizio. It's not a smart TV. I paid $25 for it. Still had the plastic wrapping on the back where it had barely even been used. Some dude bought it for his dad, and his dad never used it. It just sat in the house, and again, $25. I brought it home, and it's perfectly fine. It works great. It's not a 4K picture, but it's 1080p, high definition.
46 inches is tiny, dude. Like, it's 2025, 2026 pretty much. You can get an 80-inch 4K TV for like $700. Like, you don't have to be that big of a cheap ass. You can keep the... Like, dude, I've had my TV for 7 years. So once you buy a TV, you just keep that shit forever. Like, TVs, you don't really need to buy a new one anytime soon. They usually last for as long as you have them.
My eyes can't tell the difference, and if I want to see realistic stuff, I walk outside and look at the real world. And those are just a couple ways to take part in this Buy Nothing rebellion and stop supporting these large industries. There are many, many other ways. Another big way I do it is I buy local food.
Yeah, TVs are fucking cheap.
I also hunt and I fish, so I provide for myself. But if you can't do that, just realize and understand that there are thousands upon thousands of very eager farms and local businesses that would love to have your business. And as a matter of fact, I created the largest animal-based directory on the web, and there are over 7,200 farms and butcher shops on this directory. I'm going to put a link to that in the description below and in the pinned comment. Feel free to use that. It's 100% free to use. Find a local butcher shop or a local farm or a local producer in your area and source your food from them. A lot of people think that doing that is much more expensive than buying this junk from the grocery store, but it's not. It's actually much cheaper, especially considering the nutrient quality. And a lot of that comes down to inflation, it comes down to shrinkflation, and it comes down to the way they market the food. Because again, they've got us all figured out. They know how our minds work. They know that they can put a price tag on there and make this giant box and give you the illusion that this food is actually very, very cheap because look at how much I'm getting. When in all actuality, calorie for calorie, nutrient for nutrient, it's going to be a lot more expensive. And the key thing to realize is that there are options. Don't feel like you have to be backed into a corner and you have to pay these insane prices for this junk food, because there are many, many people out there that would love to have your business, and there's a lot of fantastic food out there. I've been trying to do my part for a couple of years now in helping people realize and understand this, and that is the reason I created this farm app. And that is also why at the beginning of this year, I founded a tallow business. I now sell 100% grass-fed, grass-finished beef tallow, and that is because I'm trying to create the change that we all want to see. I think it's very, very important to have local farms, local businesses, local producers, and more high-quality products in our purchasing environment, because if the only thing we're stuck with is all this overpriced garbage from these large...
Dude, that's not the point of the picture quality. I'm just saying, like, you don't have to go fucking slum it for a $25 46-inch TV. Like, the point of the matter is spending $500 on a big-ass screen at that point. Like, is it really that big of a deal if you're going to keep it for 10-plus years? Like, you might as well get something a little nicer than a $25 1080p TV.
Mega corporations, and that's all we spend our money on. That's all that's going to proliferate. And if that happens, we'll be at the mercy of all these mega corporations, and we'll be stuck paying the prices that they deem we should pay. But that's what I think is so amazing about this Buy Nothing rebellion, is that the solution to our problems is very, very simple. And it's just a matter of buying from people, not corporations. Buy secondhand, Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, eBay, flea markets, farmers markets, local producers, local businesses, again, local farms, all these places. They're very eager for our business. When you buy from these places, you're buying from people just like you and I. You're not buying from these large corporations that are owned by private investment firms that only care about profit. But when you're buying from people, you're buying...
Let me just check. I want to make sure it doesn't pop up anything. All right, here you go. There's your farm map, if you want it.
Buying from local producers, they care about the quality of the product. They care about what they're actually providing to you, because they know that's the only way that they can keep your business. And that is perhaps the most important aspect of all this, is just buying from people who actually care about us, the consumer. When you adopt that mindset, that's going to narrow your buying window down quite a bit, because the only people that care about the consumer are the people that aren't just in it for the money. And I really do believe that if enough people jump on this movement and this really starts to take hold, we could start seeing some pretty drastic changes. We might actually start to see things come down. And I think it goes without saying that would be an amazing thing. And definitely let me know down in the comments below if you're planning on taking part in this Buy Nothing rebellion. I've been doing this my whole life, and it's basically second nature to me. But if you're new to this and you're going to jump on board, number one, kudos and congratulations and welcome. Welcome to the movement. And number two, let me know what you're planning on doing. Let me know where you're planning on buying your stuff. Let me know what you're going to cut out, and let me know what you're going to buy instead, if you're going to buy anything else instead at all. Because the funny thing I've started to realize is that when we're young, there's all this stuff out there that we can't afford. And then we get 30s and 40s, and then there's all this stuff out there that we can't afford and that we're now buying. And then we get 40s and 50s and above, and now we have too much crap. And now we're trying to get rid of all this stuff that we have. And that's exactly where I'm at in my life. I'm actually selling off a lot of stuff right now. I'm on Facebook Marketplace every single day selling stuff off. I've always lived kind of a minimalist lifestyle anyway, but I'm trying to get that down even more and be more of a minimalist, because I just don't need all this stuff. And if you think about your own life, there's a pretty good chance that there's a lot of things that you probably buy, just like the rest of us, that you really don't need. It's stuff that you could do without. And if you don't buy these things, obviously you're going to be saving a lot of money. And the fewer things you buy, especially new stuff, the less you're supporting these industries that are dragging us over the coals. Buy from people, not corporations.
The thing is, though, is I think he needs to take it a step further. Is you need to deploy your capital into strategic areas of the economy. Because that's the way you take shit back. And it's the reason why, you know, the people who are in charge now are in charge is because they not only saved their money, but they also made a lot of money and then invested it into industry by buying and starting businesses. So it's not only important to keep your money, but it's also important to properly deploy it in order to buy influence, as well as, you know, start to wield some sort of control over the powers that be. The fourth, this one.
You've probably seen those angry street preachers claiming African Americans are the true Israelites, pointing to Deuteronomy 28:68 as their proof. Let's set the record straight. That verse talks about returning to Egypt by ships. After Jerusalem fell in 70 AD, many Jews were literally shipped off to Egypt and sold as slaves. This directly fulfills the prophecy in its historical context. But here's the thing, the verse also says, "But no one will buy you." During the transatlantic slave trade, enslaved Africans were in high demand. They were bought and sold extensively. This fact doesn't line up with the prophecy at all. Plus, Deuteronomy 28 lists numerous curses for disobedience. Cherry-picking one verse while ignoring the rest of Deuteronomy 28 is a surefire way to misinterpret the text. So, while these groups accuse others of being fake Jews, they're really just cosplaying as Jews themselves. Plus, according to the Apostle Paul, under the New Covenant, a true Jew is one who is inwardly a Jew, whose circumcision is by the Spirit. You've probably...
Oy vey. Circumcision of the Spirit, but I can't suck that. How am I supposed to get my heckin' baby blood? Griffin, don't tell me how to spend my money. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, PK. Your ass is mine, boy. Now get back in that fucking field and pick me some cotton before I have to get my fucking whip. Kendrick Lamar, believe, yeah, dude, he's a fucking black Hebrew Israelite type. Dude, what is that face? Holy shit, man. Look at that. That is a crazy fucking mug. Yeah, that I agree with. The multi-generational home, like all throughout human history, you had like 2, 3, 4 generations sometimes living under the same roof. It is a modern invention that, you know, people need to move out as soon as they turn 18. You know, the family used to stick together and help each other out, which is how generational wealth was, you know, established in the first place. Which then the boomers were like, get out of my house. And then, you know, basically told their kids to fuck off. Which is why we're in the situation we're in right now. Why did I move out? Because I had enough money. And also I went off to college. So I didn't live near my parents. I still don't live with my parents or near them. So, gooning too hard, that's right. A Doomer Minecraft video. What the hell? It's not just the Call of Duty videos now. We got Doomer Minecraft. Uh-oh. I'm tired of this boring existence. I'm tired of it all. Dude, it's just the Zoomer, fucking Doomer Slav content. Jeez, you just get into the pipeline. The Zoomer Doomer pipeline. Doomer Skate 3. Bruh. Why you own less than a medieval peasant? That's actually true.
Great news, medieval history fans. Feudalism is back, and this time your new kings have all the tools to really push it to its full potential. Maybe you've heard of techno-feudalism, where our tech overlords control the digital landscape in such a way that everyone becomes entirely dependent on them. Maybe you've also heard of feudalism, a medieval system that had sort of a similar idea, although with some really important differences. In this video, we're going to discuss those differences and find out why this new form of techno-feudalism is actually worse than medieval feudalism, from total exploitation with no safeguards to completely concentrated digital power and even the gradual stripping of your communal identity. So come with me and let's travel back through the centuries to stack OG feudalism against this shiny new version to see if we might actually have it worse than our medieval ancestors. We'll eventually zoom out to the feudal system as a whole, but first let's discuss what feudalism meant for the individual peasant, because in the techno-feudalist future, that's you. Peasants who worked the land were called villeins, and they owed heavy labor to their lord, although they also farmed strips of their own land to feed their family. You see, medieval peasants were certainly exploited, nobody's arguing that.
Their own land, if only. Daniel with the 5, I wonder how much boomers naturally tried to kick their kids out of the house and how much it was mimicking what they saw in Hollywood movies. It's probably a combination of both, because the boomers probably watched
All right, awesome.
the
Thanks, nigga. All right.
movies, and then were told basically through them that kids needed to get the fuck out. And the other thing is, too, is boomers have, you know, squandered their wealth traveling, going on extravagant vacations and all this other stuff. So they viewed kids at a certain point as nothing more than a burden. So they just tossed them out as soon as they became of age.
But they weren't entirely without resources or entirely without bargaining power. Most crucially, peasants enjoyed the use of the commons, which were shared rights to pasture their livestock, gather firewood, and forage on uncultivated lands. It doesn't sound like much to us now, but with the way things are going, pretty soon this will start seeming like a fair deal, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Even looking at the late Middle Ages, we can see that oppression had limits. The lords needed peasants, especially after the Black Death decimated the population in the mid-14th century. Believe me, the lords didn't want to treat the peasants better, and they did everything in their power to make sure it didn't happen. There was the Statute of Laborers in England in 1351, which tried to cap wages at pre-plague levels, and both France and the Holy Roman Empire tried to tighten seigneurial rights, which were feudal obligations owed by peasants. Interestingly, these efforts failed in Western Europe, but succeeded in Eastern Europe, because in England and France and the Low Countries, alternative labor markets in cities combined with peasants' revolts and the relative ineffectiveness of trying to enforce these anti-worker laws slowly led to the dissolution of feudalism as we know it. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, smaller urban centers and stronger noble control, as well as economies based on exporting crops to the West, meant that it was much easier for the haves to continue exploiting the have-nots, in some cases even worse than before. So if we shift our focus to techno-feudalism, does this mean that some parts of the world might suffer more than others? Nope, because the entire world is digitally connected now, which means we'll all suffer equally. When you were a kid, you probably imagined the future to be full of flying cars.
I mean, dude, all they have to do is cut you off from digital, like, payment processing and you're fucked. That's the scary part, is, like, genuinely, you can be cut off from being able to conduct business by 2 companies. And that's it. Like, you can't even exist. So, it's pretty wild.
In cities on the moon, but the reality is looking more like an online prison where everything is some form of advertisement. In this new techno-feudal system, all of the productive assets like data and algorithms and marketplaces are owned by the platform lords, and we are simply serfs renting access. Sounds pretty similar to medieval feudalism, except at least medieval serfs owned their tools and had at least a little bit of land they cultivated for themselves. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. Just like these peasants owed a portion of their harvest to their lord, you're technically paying a data tax. Every action you take online, every click or post or insane comment you leave on my videos is harvested as valuable data, which the platform lords then sell or use for profit. In the Middle Ages, the exploitation of peasants was obvious, but in this techno-feudalist paradigm, you're being subtly exploited at every turn while constantly being sold on the idea that you're not. Unlike the
everything you do, say, and interact with is being fed into an algorithm to better shape how to sell ads to you.
Commons, which provided shared resources outside of lordly control, the digital commons has been enclosed in this really weird way that isn't immediately apparent. If you look at social media or even just the digital landscape as a whole, there is no true public square or open commons, at least in the big platforms. If a creator or worker tries to leave a platform, like someone who drives Uber or Lyft or even sells on Etsy, they'll lose their livelihood and sometimes their community too, which most people would say, okay, well, get another job. But if we're moving towards a future where pretty much everything is digital, then maybe that eventually won't be an option. It's a lot like getting evicted from the only farmable land in the medieval countryside, which mutual obligation with your lord.
Nope, you pay attention to ads whether you think you are or not, bro. It's all subliminal marketing. If you see something enough times, you'll eventually want it. That's how it works.
Would theoretically protect you from as a peasant. Some modern scholars have said that these tech platforms already effectively operate digital serfdom because they extract value with data and fees, while we, the users, must abide by these confusing and ever-changing rules set by our unseen overlords. It's way too much power to be resting in the hands of so few people. We're wading into the territory of what you will and
eventually an ad will work on you whether you are conscious of it or not. That's the thing. An ad will eventually work on you whether you're conscious of that or not.
will be free to do in the near future, and the concept of freedom in the medieval world wasn't quite what it is today, so it's worth touching on that. For most people living on the bottom rung of the feudal system, the concept of individual freedom was pretty limited, especially because the medieval mind conceived of something called an ordered universe. This basically meant that God made things the way he made them for a reason. If you were born a peasant, you were destined to be a peasant, and the best thing you could do is offer your labor up as a prayer, and that's kind of it. Weirdly enough, even though there was far less social mobility, this actually created a stronger sense of community. I'm not intending to glorify medieval poverty here, but it's worth discussing because community is exactly what your new techno overlords want to take away. If you were a peasant, your
We have no community already. Community is fucking dead.
Identity was completely tied up with your village, the church, and local folk traditions. Obviously, Catholicism was the one binding element that sort of kept everybody together because pretty much everyone was a baptized member of the church, and that kind of spiritual community could cut across class divisions. Unlike so much religious practice today.
Yep, and that's what held Europe together through the Dark Ages, so... The Catholic Church quite literally saved Western civilization. So, to its credit. It has a lot of faults, but... it definitely doesn't get the recognition it deserves in a lot of cases for quite literally saving civilization.
Today, at least in the United States, medieval life revolved around the celebration of the Mass, or fasting and feasting for certain saints' days, or coming together to party as a group for whatever festival was in season. Historian Barbara Tuchman writes that perhaps the most shocking thing for the modern mind to comprehend about the way our medieval ancestors lived is the complete lack of loneliness, because everything you did was communal and everyone pretty much lived on top of each other. You could also argue that this led to a lack of privacy, but the fact that so many children were conceived seems to point to people being able to find a way. If we want to go a bit further on this idea of medieval community, we can look at the Canterbury Tales, which mentions in the prologue that folk longed to go on pilgrimages in the springtime. As you probably know, pilgrimages were devotional journeys to a specific holy site, and they were open to all social classes. This meant groups of peasants could come together with a shared religious purpose and rely on each other to complete these long and dangerous journeys across the continent. All of this gave your average medieval person, whether they were a peasant or a noble, a true sense of belonging to something higher than the daily grind, although the daily grind could be pretty rough. One could say that in the Middle Ages, community was defined by the church and not the people, but this would be missing the point entirely. Sure, the framework was provided by the church, but what those communities actually looked like varied wildly across medieval Europe, flavored by individual cultural traditions and the enthusiasm of those who participated. These communities were organic and united by a higher purpose to both survive together and make sure their souls all made it to heaven. Compare that to now when we're promised limitless freedom online, but if you really think about it, how free do you actually feel? Internet communities were once organic, but now they're defined for you by your algorithm, which decides what you might...
Yep, there's no more organic internet communities because, you know, back in the day, you would find, like, deliberate communities and things like that. Now you're funneled in based on where they think you belong. I mean, dude, just try and search for something on social media. Everybody will get different results, even if you type in the exact same search term. You're being funneled exactly where they want you to go nowadays.
Like before you do. You're ushered into different groups you might never have wanted to join simply because the platform you're on decided that's what you like based on behavior you didn't even know you were exhibiting. Instead of being united by a common higher purpose, we kind of seem to be continuously divided by the whims of the algorithm, and despite the fact that the digital age promised us worldwide connection, I don't think it's crazy to say that a lot of us have never felt so alone. Not to venture too far into conspiracy territory here, but looking at medieval history, it wouldn't exactly be shocking to find out that this is intentional. England in the mid-15th century had never been more connected, and that was exactly the avenues that the Yorkists took to spread their propaganda. The more disunified a population is, the more easy they are to control, and ironically, the more connected they are, the easier it is to spread propaganda. You have access to more information in this moment right now than a medieval peasant would have in their entire lifetime, which is wonderful. But be careful how that access might be used against you. Finally, let's touch on the fragmented power systems of the Middle Ages because it's probably one of the biggest historical misconceptions still floating around today. Despite the fact that in most of medieval Europe the king was at the top of the so-called feudal pyramid, political and economic power in reality was actually somewhat decentralized between kings, nobles, clergy, chartered towns.
That was a decent movie. I forget what it was called, but I think it was about Henry V, right? But yeah, it was a pretty decent movie. I think it's on Netflix.
When you get down to it, there really wasn't one single entity that held absolute sway. So if you were a peasant, you might answer to different authorities for different reasons.
It was pretty good. It's not, I would say it's pretty historically accurate in the sense that it doesn't feel like the typical Netflix story. That's for fucking sure.
Like your local lord might handle land duties, the church might handle spiritual matters like paying tithes or obeying canon law, and then the king would be the one you'd face for serious crimes or appeals. We'll take a look at Charlemagne because it's a running theme on this channel now to mention him at least once in every video, but there's a reason for that. He was the most influential ruler of the early Middle Ages. His royal edict of 802 describes imperial officers hearing complaints from any man claiming that injustice has been done to him, and if the local counts couldn't resolve it, they had to refer the case to Charlemagne's court. The key takeaway here is that even a commoner could technically seek the king's justice if their local lords or officials weren't able to get the job done. Fast forward 500 years to 1315, King Louis X of France urged all lords in an edict to follow his example of freeing serfs in exchange for payment because, according to the law of nature, each must be born free. The point I'm making isn't about the freeing of the serfs. I talked about that in a previous video, specifically about the feudal pyramid, but we can see from this example that Louis, this medieval king who our history teachers would tell us was all-powerful, actually needed cooperation from the lesser lords, so sovereignty was kind of fragmented. This prevented a
Oh, now we got Braveheart.
Total monopoly on power, something that became more and more of a reality of political life towards the end of the Middle Ages. You can probably see where I'm going with this for techno-feudalism. All of the power is concentrated in the hands of a few major tech companies, which is bad news for everyone. Yanis Varoufakis, the former finance minister of Greece,
I feel like that movie should be forced viewing for every 10-year-old boy. I feel like every 10-year-old boy should be forced to watch Braveheart from start to finish in one sitting. That's a good movie to watch to form the young, impressionable mind on how they should be, personally.
That capitalism as we know it is slowly morphing into feudalism in a digital guise where tech companies function like modern feudal lords. The land of the digital landscape is owned not by local lords who know you and will hear your petitions, but instead by Google and Amazon and Meta. I know I'm stretching the medieval metaphor a bit here, but these companies are sort of building self-contained online ecosystems that are kind of similar to castles with walls and moats. They dictate who can participate and on what terms, even to the point they influence how we talk. Half of Gen Z now says slew or slide and unalive instead of suicide and kill, simply because the TikTok content filters told them to. This goes a lot farther than feudalism did, but the key comparison here is a few elites controlling resources that everybody else depends on. Of course, we still have our national political systems, but increasingly it looks like they're in bed with tech giants who influence legislation to benefit themselves, and with AI becoming more powerful and more intelligent, we're not too far away from massive threats to national security. What I'm trying to say here is that the overlords of these tech companies, in a way, already have more power than a president or a prime minister. They pretty much control knowledge, labor, and marketplaces, which is an unprecedented level of power that any medieval king would have envied. But let's land the plane here. I'm not saying that technology is bad, or that social media is inherently bad, or that we shouldn't use the internet. I think we just need to step back and realize what is happening so that history—
Yeah, Braveheart's like the perfect masculine film. Like, that to me is, you know, the movie that impressionable young minds should be taking in. Not this fucking goy slop drivel from fucking, you know, Marvel and shit.
doesn't repeat itself. I've discussed this concept in previous videos, but we tend to think of history as linear, which usually means we don't put much stock into the wisdom of our ancestors. This is why so many disregard the medieval era as dark and ignorant. Those people lived 1,000 years ago, so therefore they must have been much stupider and less capable than we are. In reality, history is more like a cycle, and if we're not careful, it's possible to find ourselves right back in the position that we were—
They made you watch Schindler's List. Yeah, they made us watch The Boy in the Striped Pajamas or whatever. I mean, the ending to the movie was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Like, as a work of fiction, it's not terrible, but yeah. It's definitely a work of fiction, that's for sure.
Worked so hard as humans to escape.
For many reasons.
But what do you think? Does techno-feudalism sound worse than medieval feudalism, or is this all just clickbait? Let me know in the comments. As always, I'm John, this has been Medieval Mindset, and remember, the past isn't gone, it's simply waiting to be rediscovered.
Dude, we're already, like, in a lot of ways, we have a worse life than, you know, the peasants from a societal perspective. Now, granted, technology's better, but we're basically going to move back to an age of serfdom where all the, you know, property owners rent to the peasants. You know, we're already starting to see this where people can't afford to buy a house, so they just eternally rent. So it's the exact same thing as peasants back in the day. They paid rent to the lords, essentially. Why I have no friends? Maybe so. I don't like the goy slop. Elijah Petty with the 5. There is no world anymore. All there is companies. Man, that line from Mr. 2. Oh, number 2 in Austin Powers really resonates today. Yeah, pretty much. We live in an oligarchy, essentially. That's what we're in currently. And unfortunately, the fucking, oligarchs are a bunch of gay race, commies, essentially. Gay, racially obsessed commies. But that is subject to change.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nah, Russia has an oligarchy, the U.S. isn't. Yeah, that's why the same people stay in office for 30 plus fucking years, right? Totally not an oligarchy. That's why we have 2 political parties that tell you who you can and cannot vote for. But totally not an oligarchy. We have companies that go bankrupt that get bailed out with our tax money, but definitely not an oligarchy, right? No, we're in a oligarchy. We basically have what the Chinese have. Just a little less blatant, you could say. I don't know what an oligarchy is. Well, please feel free to inform me what it is in your infinite wisdom. Why you couldn't handle medieval women? They stank. Countries to disappear first in World War III. Israel.
These are the countries that would disappear first in World War III. Trust me, the country at number 1 is living on the edge every single day. At number 5, it's Ukraine, already in a brutal war. If things go global, Ukraine would be crushed within days, and there will be no chance to recover. At number 4, it's the Baltic states, tiny countries right next to Russia. If World War III starts, they might be the first NATO members to get steamrolled. At number 3, it's Taiwan, a small island that China has been eyeing for years.
That's not a country, dude.
With limited defense, Taiwan could vanish fast. At number 2, it's South Korea. Seoul is just 35 miles from North Korea. If China joins in, South Korea wouldn't survive long. Finally, at number 1, surrounded constantly under rocket fire. In World War III, this country would be one of the very first targets. It's Israel. These are the countries that would disappear first.
Friendly fire! Friendly fire! Nope. Oops. I entered the wrong coordinates. Real men cry when they see... I've never watched Rambo. Yeah, I'm not really too big on like the 80s action movies and stuff. Like, I don't know, Rambo, Predator, Terminator, those movies don't really appeal to me. Let's see. Paul with the 2. Okay. Take a look. Oh, man. I'm getting tired.
You know what's funny? If you take a look at my apartment, there's almost no furnishings in here. I don't even have a couch. It's pretty barren. I live in a barren, desolate wasteland. And this is the environment that I enjoy living in as a millionaire.
Brutal.
Okay, so I can buy stuff. I have more than enough funds to just load up this place with Pottery Barn West Elm furniture if I so wanted to. But I've been
Yeah, but it's so cluttered.
here for about a year already, and I don't even drive a fancy car. I just drive a used Jeep. And some people look at me and think, hey, I don't know how to live it up. I'm some cheap bastard. I don't know how to appreciate the finer things in life. Or you may think, I've gone into
Bro, get some fucking shelves or something. Like, damn.
some weird Buddhist monk type of philosophy where I've convinced myself that I want to strip myself of earthly desires and I just don't want to experience life. But in actuality, less is more. And this is what so few people understand. If you truly want the best things in life, if you really want to experience life, and if you want the most, then you actually want less things to just block your way. And so what the truth is, and what so few people understand, is that minimalism is not about wanting less. Minimalism is about wanting more. Because let's put it this way, which would you rather experience? Either A, you could be the type of person who hoards a bunch of stuff and you're entrapped by your material possessions. You've got a fancy car, you've got a fancy house, you've got all your pots and pans and all your furniture and clothes, and all your stuff just keeps you in the same local vicinity where you enjoy being.
I want a fancy house with a bunch of fancy shit. Yeah, that's exactly what I want.
And so when it comes to dinner time, here's your dinner experience, right? You might have a bunch of fancy pots and pans from Williams-Sonoma and you're going to cook yourself a meal. Or maybe the best you can do is go to your local hotel lobby and order a fancy steak there, right? And you'll watch the local streets and cars just kind of passing by with a supermarket view and a gas station in front of you. Or B, if you were truly a minimalist and you were not bound by your daily material possessions, hey, maybe you could go have a street food experience in Vietnam and you would be watching the river.
I don't want to fucking go to Vietnam.
And it would be this memorable experience. And a view like this, an experience like this would probably sell for thousands of dollars in your local city, if such an experience were even possible.
I don't care. Bro, there is no part of me that wants to go to some random fucking country. I'd rather have a big-ass house on a nice piece of land surrounded by a bunch of nice shit.
But it's not. You know, it's like, for example, if I want really good sushi, you can't really get good sushi or sashimi out here in the United States, like in the desert.
Yes, you can.
Like, say, in Nevada, it's like $7 for a spicy.
In Nevada? Yes, you absolutely can, bro. Vegas has plenty of good sushi restaurants.
Tuna roll. And it's not even high quality fish. It's like trash quality meat here. They just grind that stuff up. Whereas if you go to Japan, you could pay maybe $2 or something and get some decent sashimi there. Now, quick pause. This video is brought to you by myself, techinterviewpro.com.
Yeah,
check it out.
You're going to go to Japan and get decent stuff for $2. Yeah, ignore the 16-hour flight and $3,000 fucking, you know, cost associated with that.
Ex-Google, ex-Facebook, interview training. Give yourself the best possible chance at passing these technical interviews with me. I worked as a staff software engineer at these FANG companies, top-tier Silicon Valley companies. I know what they're looking for. And the rejection rates for these companies...
That is such a false economy, bro. Yeah, let me spend 80 to 100 times the cost of what it would just take for me to go to a nice restaurant 30 minutes from my house. Fuck, man.
Be pretty high. Do not underestimate the process. You need every... And they just do pro.com to make myself want these items, right? So like nobody was born wanting a Rolex watch or a Porsche. We're kind of brainwashed and conditioned into wanting these things through slick marketing, and then we start researching this stuff and we start looking around the websites and then we convince ourselves, okay, we have to have this Rolex watch or something like that. And so here's the thing for me, currently I have...
No, the reason why you should want something is because you actually appreciate it. Like you shouldn't buy a watch unless you actually, you know what goes into them. Like buying a Rolex just to have a Rolex is retarded. But if you have an appreciation for the actual craftsmanship and the artistry that goes into designing, building, and, you know, putting together like an intricate piece of machine, like a watch, then that's a different story. So if you actually appreciate what you're buying, then there's no harm in being marketed to. But yeah, nobody needs anything other than a roof over their head, food and water, and that's it.
No real strong desire to own a fancy watch or a fancy car. I don't even know which one I would get. I can't tell the difference between these things. They seem kind of cool, but I don't even know which one I would want to pick, right? Like, which is the good value here. So I don't know, and I don't want to know. Not sure. I know that if I were to start researching this stuff, like if I put in 100 hours of research just checking out the websites, the marketing material.
Like, bro, this shit's badass. Let me just give you an example. Like, if I had fuck you money, like, this thing's cool, bro. I would buy this if I had the money just because it's cool. Like, look at this shit. So it's a watch, but it has, like, the built-in roulette wheel. And it's all, like, mechanical. So it's just, like, that's cool to me. That's, like, something that's actually cool, you know? Like, the intricacy and the mechanism and everything that's needed to make that function is insane. Like, that's like a piece of art, basically, that you can wear and appreciate. So, yeah, if I just had dumb money, I would buy cool shit like that. That I actually like.
Materials and the videos for these items, these fans.
I have no idea how much it is. I've just seen it on Instagram. Let's see. Shopping. It is on eBay 200,000. There you go. Yeah, $200,000. So yeah, if you just have fuck you money, then that's the type of shit I would buy. Cool stuff like that. But that shit ain't happening anytime soon.
Fancy gadgets, then I could make myself really want these items such that I can't even sleep. I'm just not happy if I don't own one of these items because I would know exactly which one I want, which model, which color. All I have to do is put in the order. But at this point, I just don't know. And it is exactly because I don't know, in my state of ignorance, that I'm quite content with the way things currently are. And so it's funny, I will intentionally stop myself from seeking new desires. Like, if I'm about to do a bunch of research on cars, which car I would get if I were to get one, I stop and say, wait, I'm currently quite happy with my current car. Why would I want to make myself all riled up and just dissatisfied and want the latest shiny new gadget? Especially because I know a fancier car is not going to improve my life. And I'm quite happy with my current one. Like, it just works fine and I can beat it up. I don't have to think about it too much. I don't have to wash it, maintain it, take care of it. And I really just don't want that maintenance burden because
well, if you have money, you don't have to worry about your... Like, again, this is the poor mentality. If you have money, you don't care about beating up a watch. It's not a big deal. Like, if I had millions of dollars and I bought, like, a $20,000 Rolex, I genuinely would not fucking care if I broke it the next day. Like, that is such an insignificant amount of money in the grand scheme of things.
Every item has upkeep costs. Basically, the items you own end up owning you. Now, here's another interesting mental exercise. Imagine that you live in a post-apocalyptic world where you're the last human on Earth. Okay, so given that you're the last human on Earth and there's no status games to play, you've got no one left to impress. It's just you.
I'm scratching the back of my head with a bullet.
Do you go and wear Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and your fancy watches and cars, or do you just say
you're goddamn right,
gonna get what fits in your life, what you really need? And basically what this does is it helps you block out all the noise. I think half the time we're viewing ourselves through the eyes of other people and we're trying to keep up with the Joneses and impress other people. Impress people who really, 90% of people are trash and they're just drowning out your own voice. But every now and then, once in a blue moon, I will just wake up. And I will see myself for who I really am. I see myself not as the character that I'm playing in this world like a game, but there are moments when you can just drown out the other noise, maybe block everybody on social media, just block everybody or get off of it, and you realize you're not competing with anybody, and nobody really cares either. It's just you in this world on your own individual path, and you need to do what's best for you. There's another mental exercise, which is futurism. So basically the idea is that 100 years from now, everybody will look at our lives and say that, wow, they can't believe how trash our lives were and how outdated and antiquated our thinking was. And nobody would want to live the way we do. Whereas when we look back 100 years, we see old kings just build these castles, and they would just live in these castles, these cold stone brick environments, and basically they just built themselves a prison, right? A shoebox prison for themselves to just wither away in. And today we look at that and say, why would anybody want to live like that? So it is...
Why would anyone want to live in a castle? Yeah, I'd much rather live in a shitty one-bedroom studio apartment, man. Shit, who wants a country estate or manor or castle? Yeah, I would just rather live in a fucking box.
Quite possible that in 100 years, our great-grandchildren will, maybe they won't own anything anymore in the future. It will be like this rental economy where people will be kind of nomadic, living in hotels with a...
That's right, guys! We won't own anything and we'll be happy! Woohoo!
And they'll just experience the best of each world, and they'll just be roaming around whatever suits their fancy. If they want good sushi, they'll stop by Japan. Then they want cheese fondue, and they'll go by France. If they want really disgusting...
Yep, nobody will have any roots, heritage will be thrown away, and everybody will just be a good old corpo slave, essentially. a battery in the fucking, you know, world economy.
Food, they'll stop by Britain, for example, and these future people, they will look back and laugh at us, ridicule us, and say, wow, I can't believe they just burdened themselves with all these material possessions. You know, you didn't have to actually own that couch, right? You could have just used it for a few days at a hotel, and then you could have been on your way. You didn't have to buy that car. You could have just rented it for however long you needed it. Or maybe you could have just experienced it in some metaverse. Maybe you could have just watched the movie on an iPad in high resolution instead of having to buy your own movie theater like people in the past used to do. But somehow, people in our current day and age just feel the need to own the things such that we can prove our high social status. And personally, I don't want to be the target of such ridicule in the future. Now, going back to my earlier point on how all of your...
It's like he doesn't understand the fact that some people just want a nice house. They don't want to fucking go halfway across the globe to eat fucking fish heads and cheese. Like, the fuck? I would much rather have, like, an actual large house that I live in and put down roots in a local community where I know the people around me and can raise a family. Like, you notice how he hasn't mentioned anything about having kids, having a family, or anything. It's literally just, oh, I want to eat sushi, so I can go to Japan. Oh, I want to rent a car, or I want to go to a hotel. It's like, this is literally the fucking Zog slave mentality of where... you know, they have nothing. Literally nothing. You're just basically a, you know, withering away husk of a human being. Just consuming until your final days on this earth.
Friends are trash. I think it's also bear mentioning that all of your possessions and current desires may be trash as well. Right? So like maybe right now you want a Toyota, for example. Like let's say you're poor, you want a Toyota. Once you become richer, you look at the Toyota and say, no, that's pretty trash. You want a Jaguar. And then when you get richer than that, you look down and say, oh, Jaguars are pretty trash quality. You want like a BMW, or you want a Porsche or Ferrari. And then you get to some point where you say, you know what, maybe you just want a chauffeur and you don't even want to drive the car yourself. One real example, jewelry. Most couples know this, but it's kind of hard to go downwards after a year. You have to kind of always outdo yourself year after year. So maybe on the first anniversary, you get Tiffany jewelry and everybody thinks, oh, this is so cool. It's so precious. Next year, you can't do Tiffany again. You got to upgrade that, maybe get into Cartier or something. And then the year after that, you got to keep going upwards. And then maybe after 10 years, you go back and you look at Tiffany and you say, yeah, Tiffany jewelry is pretty trash. You don't want any of that stuff. It's just all trash. And so what happens is everything that you want now turns out to be trash later on. I mean, a car. You get a car in 2023. It's a brand new 2023 model. Everybody wants it. 10 years later, it's a 10-year-old car. And the minute you even drive it off of the parking lot, it's a used car. It loses half of its value. So just know anything you want now, in a few years.
What? Does he not know about the used car market? That is not true at all, bro. You do not lose 50% of your value. Elijah Petty with the 2, being a digital nomad isn't for everyone. Yeah, it sounds like hell. Yeah, never establish any place that's home. Never become, you know, close to anyone. You're just constantly on the move, consuming from one end of the globe to the other. No thanks.
You may look back and say, yeah, that was just trash. Because at that point in your life, you're going to be richer. You're going to be in a higher status. And like, for example, when I look at Louis Vuitton bags, I say to myself, not which bag I want. How many bags do I want? Do I want 10 of these, 100 of these bags? And so when the question becomes, how many of these bags would you want? And not which of the bags you want. How many do you want? I say to myself, no, I would want actually 0 of these bags. Just, I don't want any of them. I can go to the store and pick one up anytime I feel like I want one. But basically, even having one increases my own maintenance burden from 0 to infinity, because then I would need a place to store this thing. I need to maintain it, wash it, repair it, upkeep it. I need to know how to transport it wherever I'm at. I need to have this mental burden of it, and I don't want to deal with all of that. I think one thing so few of us keep in...
Well, if you're getting drunk and shit, yeah, it's easier to fucking not drive, but I would just get a nice car and a chauffeur, personally. That'd be my route in life.
Mind is that death awaits us all. You know, we live our daily routines, and I think the routine is a stability of illusion that, hey, each day we can just repeat everything day after day, and it's going to go on forever. It's not. Your life could just totally collapse. You could have some crazy health issues. You could get hit by a car and everything just goes away right away. And there's just a surprising lack of urgency in the way everybody's living their lives. People are insane, quite frankly. I mean, not to cause panic, but some of us are going to die today. Some will die tomorrow. Some will die in a week, a year, or 10 years. You don't know your time limit. And we need to put more focus on experiencing our life rather than collecting material goods. Now, at this point, I want to mention that in this path of...
Nope. Because I can pass my material goods on to somebody else. I can't pass my experiences on. I would much rather my kids or my family or whoever I decide gets all my shit to, you know, have what I worked for. I don't want to go piss it away on a vacation or piss it away in fucking Japan eating sushi. So, I'd rather have, like, actual things that have value and aren't just junk or fucking vacation sloppa. Like all the boomers have pissed away family fortunes, you know, going on cruises constantly. So, I don't know. I'd much rather be in a position where I can pass on a very nice house and all of that versus just, you know, saying, oh, look at all these cool places I went, bro.
Minimalism and experiences and maybe travel included, that not everything is good. There are going to be some
You'll never be able to go to those places, but hey, at least I got to, so fuck you.
losses and sacrifices. You can't have your cake and eat it too, basically. You have to want enough. So for example, if you buy yourself a fancy house and a few fancy cars, you're probably going to spend most of your time maintaining these things. You're going to do gardening, cleaning the house, repairing it, washing your cars, just taking it to the oil change. You got to maintain that stuff, and it's going to lock you down.
Nah, realistically, I don't know how much longer I'll keep most of my Pokemon stuff because, you know, once it gets to a certain value, I'll probably just cash out. Maybe keep like 3 or 4 things I really like, and that'll be it. But I'm not sure. Long term, I do plan on selling, so that won't be a factor for much longer.
With those possessions, your items will own you, but you get to enjoy those things at the same time. So when you decide, hey, you want to experience more of a life of freedom and optionality, you would just need to recognize.
Like, if it ever got to a point where I could sell my cards and buy a house, that'd be a no-brainer type scenario. I'd just go ahead and sell right then and there.
There are going to be some opportunity costs with that, like you can't then collect designer furniture because you may not have a place to store these things. Now for me, maybe the best solution I've come up with is to not actually be fully unchained, minimalist, and nomadic and just own nothing, because I think then you really just live this very bare bones lifestyle. You're living out of a suitcase or backpack. You really just own nothing, and I think that's a pretty hard life, and humans aren't really designed to live that way. And so I would say one pretty interesting setup is where you have a home base, kind of like this. You're not too attached to any of the items in here. I kind of set up this place like an Airbnb almost, where I just stop by, and here
because he was married once, divorced, and lost oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
I have access to some stable things.
So he's demoralized.
Like a gym, dentist, doctor, maybe a local grocery if I want to do some healthy cooking. I have fast, stable internet here, a good desk setup. But the thing is, I'm not overly attached to any material item here. I don't have a favorite couch, a favorite plateware, a favorite trinket. There's no emotional attachment. It is just pure function. And because of that, I'm mentally unburdened. I feel a mental sense of freedom. And through that, less becomes more. So there you have it. I hope you enjoyed.
Why would you be burdened by a fucking couch? Yeah, no kids either. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, basically, he's just saying family is bad. And that's what it all comes down to. Yeah, dude, I'm burdened by my fucking couch. I don't think that fucking matters, bro.
My monologue speech for the day. In conclusion, most people just don't want enough. In order to live an extraordinary life, you have to do extraordinary things. And that'll do it. Hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know your thoughts on minimalism and
not true
lifestyle setup. If you like the video, give a like and subscribe. See you in the next one. Thanks. Bye.
You have to fly to Japan to eat $2 sushi. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, dude.
Religious elements in Zelda and when they offended various religious groups. When the franchise was first starting out, they packed in real-life religion without hesitation. Why'd they do this? The answer is simple, and one huge mistake forced Nintendo to erase real-world religion from Zelda forever. The first 2 games had the Christian cross right on Link's shield. The Book of Magic in Zelda 1, in Japan it was literally called the Bible. Link sets bushes on fire in a nod to Old Testament imagery, and in Zelda 2 he even picks up a literal cross to fend off indivisible enemies. The power of Christ compels you! And it wasn't just subtle either. Official Link to the Past artwork straight up shows Link kneeling, praying to Jesus Christ. Link is
base.
The man of God. Is that why they do it? Well, Japanese devs saw Western religious symbols as exotic and pretty cool, the same way we have infatuation with their religion and culture while incorporating it into our art. So why did they stop doing this? Well, in the 90s, Nintendo banned real-world religion in their games. Finally on the coffin for Zelda were religious groups' outrage over Ocarina of Time's Fire Temple chants and Mirror Shield. After that, overt Christianity and real-world faith vanished from Zelda forever. Religious elements in Zelda and when they
Money is a PSYOP. Oh, God.
Now, I've come to the realization that work is a PSYOP. Money itself is a bit of a PSYOP, actually. Like, you take a look at myself, I'm a millionaire, more than that. And it's like, do you know how much money I spend in a day? About
guys, I'm a millionaire. Okay, bro, prove it. Let's see that bank account.
$10. I spend maybe $10 a day. There's absolutely nothing to buy. And yet I see so many people around me hustling, working hard, giving up their entire lives.
You don't spend $10 a day.
This chase for luxury, this fantasy lifestyle that does not actually exist. And it's a fact that people come to realize much too late in their lives when they've given up all of their youth, all of their time, and then they realize there's absolutely nothing at the top. And that the main purpose of money is maybe it's not so much for personal consumption. Right? It's like really how much money can a single person spend? You know, how much food can you really eat at a buffet, at some luxurious $1,000 Michelin star restaurant?
Wasn't this guy just talking about not owning anything so you could go eat at restaurants in foreign nations?
Can really eat is about a bowl of rice and meat and maybe some vegetables. That's really about all you really need. Like a bowl of Panda Express is going to do it for you, maybe $5-10, and that's really about it. That's all you can really eat. You'll be full after that, and you're not going to want any more. And quick pause.
But I thought I needed to go fly to fucking Vietnam to go sit in a boat and eat soup.
This video is brought to you by techinterviewpro.com. Get a job. All sorts of gold sinks for you. And so actually, it's a lot like a video game. Like say Diablo 4, there's this end game, and there's all these various gold sinks where you can spend money on upgrading your equipment and getting these cosmetic items, grinding away, hunting enemies, and it just keeps you really occupied through this whole thing until you die, basically. But the thing to realize is, of course, you know, like when you take a look at the old story of the fisherman and the business person, the fisherman says, well, why do they need all these fancy cars, business suits, and fancy houses when they already have the perfect life living on an island eating fresh fish? They already have everything that they need right there. The problem, of course, is that modern society has brainwashed so many of us into believing that a career and the pursuit of money is somehow really going to make us happy. And the classic example is that of modern feminism, where you see women giving up their families, their future children, they're freezing their eggs just to chase money, this career, in which they think they're going to become some independent person. I mean, no one's really actually independent. We all depend on somebody, right? Like even a career person is going to depend on their boss instead of their family, and even entrepreneurs depend on their customers. But even more so, this career woman, or it can be a career man, will realize that they have sacrificed their entire family, their future children, their youth, their time, their entire lives really, for money, and they're going to find out that this money can't buy them much at all. Like I spend $10 a day. You're going to find actually that a lot of luxury is fake. It's a fake image. It doesn't actually exist. And the reality of luxury is that it's a lot like those travel Instagrammers, right? They show you this beautiful beach, this paradise.
Bro, luxury absolutely does exist. Now, a cheap, you know, bag that's marked up 100 times is not the definition of luxury. But luxury absolutely does exist.
And the reality is it doesn't really exist. Maybe it's very hot there, it's not comfortable, the food's pretty bad, there's mosquitoes everywhere, and the time wasted in the logistics and transit just make that trip not really worthwhile, and yet they're going to celebrate this idea and push it on you. You know, Jeff Bezos, 59 years.
Wait, is he now talking shit about how travel's bad? Oh my god, at least be consistent, dude.
Years old or so, and he's retired living it up. But if you take a look at his actual lifestyle, let's see what he's doing with all of his wealth. Okay, number one is he's got this mega yacht. You know, you don't need to own a mega yacht. You can simply rent one. You can get on a cruise boat, and you know, a cruise boat's going to be much.
Yeah, why would you ever want to own anything, dude? You could just rent it.
Like, dude, this is the definition of own nothing and be happy, the man. It's pitiful. Yeah, why would you ever want ownership over anything? You could literally just rent somebody else's. Wow.
Better experience, arguably.
Yeah, the biggest Game Pass, man.
Because it's going to be big and it's going to have good food. You don't need to buy that thing. He's got this $165 million mansion, but who's going to live in this thing? Just he and his wife?
Who fucking cares? Bro, that's the definition of luxury. You walk into a house like that, you can feel it. It's energizing.
Like, I mean, you could live in a hotel. A hotel's going to cost more than that. And really, my view is that with the realities of modern day living and Airbnb.
Yeah, live in a fucking hotel. So, dude, yeah, this guy wants to live in a fucking box.
Airbnb and hotel economies.
He doesn't want to have anything of his own. He wants other people on top of him at all times. Just, ugh, nah.
The rental economy is so good that you can just rent anything you want. You really no longer need to own the thing unless you want to have a business you're running on the side. I mean, what do you need $500 million worth of real estate for? This is basically a side business that he's running. He gets to be a landlord, I suppose, if you want to be one. If you were to ask me personally, I would not want to manage this much real estate.
He's not a landlord. That is his personal property. Rich people don't rent their houses.
I'd rather just rent something, quite frankly. Then he's also going into space. I would not want to do this. And maybe that's about it. So we'll get more into this illusion of wealth and luxury in a moment. But
wait, I thought you were talking about how important experiences were. Why wouldn't you want to go into space? That's like a ultimate experience, dude.
Also just be wondering, why is it that everybody's still continuing to work? Like, shouldn't our ancestors have acquired enough wealth and just pass it down to us generation after generation? And the reason is, well, a government is not going to want you to just sit back on your laurels and retire, really. They want to keep you working. So they're going to have things like inflation that just continues to erode the value of your money. Like, for example, Turkey has 58% inflation that just wipes out wealth generation after generation, keeping people continuing to work, right? They need a gold sink like that. And then there's also like inheritance taxes where once you die, they'll just take half your money and just exponentially erode the value of your wealth so that the next generation has to start anew every time. And then there's also various taxes, property taxes, wealth taxes, capital gains taxes, income taxes. And then, of course, there's also long-term elder care, long-term medical treatments, cancer care, hospice, and all of that can easily blow through millions of dollars. However much money you have at the end is going to blow through that until you die so that the next generation gets to start anew. And so what really brought me to this realization was that when I go on vacation these days, I see most people just surfing on their phones. And that's all they do. And I realized that people don't really want to do anything more than just spend their time on their phones. And that is modern day luxury. And that really there's just nothing to buy anymore. And I think people are going to wake up and realize this pretty soon, actually. And there's going to be massive inflation as soon as people realize, hey, they're not going to work for like 10, 20 bucks an hour. They want $5,000 an hour because they don't want to buy anything anyways. Now, this erosion of the value of money is really because of three things in my view. Number one is technological.
They want $5,000 an hour because they don't want to buy it. Dude, what is he talking about?
Advancement. So, for example, the Apple Watch has replaced the Rolex. Why do you need a $100,000?
That is not true. What? Bro, Rolex makes more watches than ever before, and they have a longer wait list than ever before. False.
Watch anymore when you could get a $100 Apple Watch, and it's just better. It's nicer. It does more. Electric cars have...
Dude, this is like literally just demoralization at its... The Apple Watch is better than an actual timepiece. Absolutely fucking not.
Disrupted the entire luxury car market. Why would you want to buy $1 million?
What happens if you leave your Apple Watch on for more than a day? Oh, it becomes a worthless piece of metal that doesn't do anything.
Bugatti, when you could get an electric car that's just faster, better acceleration, is quieter, it's cheaper, and it has full self-driving, and you just press a button, it does everything for you. The same goes with, say, we used to have home movie theaters, now we have an iPad, it's just better. Why would you want to build a home movie theater? And the same with, say, swimming pools in houses. We used to have those things. Nowadays, you've got like just swimming pools all over the place, community swimming pools, most luxury apartments have swimming pools. You really don't need to own one on your own. Now, the second reason that money...
Yeah, go swim in the fucking public cesspool. Oh my god, dude, what a friend. This guy's nasty. He's like infuriating.
It's kind of useless these days is because
this is subhuman behavior.
Of the emergence of the rental economy. So back in the day, we didn't have all of these hotels, luxury hotels. We didn't have Airbnbs or Ubers. And so you really needed to just own anything that you wanted to use. And so if you wanted to escape to, say, like Tahoe for a weekend, well, you needed to buy a vacation home out there. You couldn't rent anything out there. There wasn't a good way to do it. Nowadays, you've got Airbnbs. And if you wanted to go to, say, New York for a summer, there weren't that many hotels back in the day. You could stay at, say, the Westin or the Fairmont for $500 a night or something like that. Like, it wasn't really practical. And people had to just own their own apartment out there. These days, there's so many nice hotels out there. They're cheap. They're budget friendly. And so there's just much better infrastructure these days. And you can easily book it through a variety of websites. You don't really have to call your travel agent to get that set up for you anymore. And so what's happened is that with the rental economy, now you can have experiences at a fraction of the price of what it would normally have taken to own them, like maybe 1% of the normal price. And then the third real advancement...
Like, this is the reason why community is dead. This type of mentality right here. This is the mentality that has killed community in our modern society. Never establish roots, never actually be a part of where you live, just rent and move from place to place constantly. Never establishing any sort of presence or, you know, any sort of real lasting connections. You're just, you know, a borderless, drifting fucking vagrant, basically.
There's the digital world that we're starting to live in with social media, and people just have much less need for the physical world. We used to delight in physical materials, nice granite kitchen countertops, marble floors. These days, I don't think anybody really cares or pays attention to marble floors, hardwood flooring,
yes, they do.
Tiles, granite countertops. People are just staring at their phones all the time. Now, why haven't people realized...
What? Dude, that may be you, but I guarantee you people notice that. Dude, this is such a lie. Bro, when you walk into like a nice building, you feel like the energy from it. Like, just everywhere. It's like going into like the old cathedrals and stuff. You're just like sensory overloaded, essentially. So, it's bullshit, man.
This, that they don't actually need the money that they're hoarding and collecting.
This guy is just a demoralized, like, literal fucking drone. That's it.
Well, number one is that there's this illusion of wealth that our society is creating and that companies are perpetuating through mass media, through propaganda and marketing. And so there's a lot of luxury brands out there selling you this fake image of success, or like brands like Louis Vuitton, Dior, Rolex, Burberry, and they're showing you people wearing these fantastical outfits and clothing when in reality nobody really wears these things. Like, what excuse, what reason do they have to wear these fancy clothes, right? That
nobody really wears these? Yes, they do. People absolutely wear this shit.
It's a fake world. And then people are carrying these luxury handbags in like Africa or something. Like, you don't take a Louis Vuitton bag to Africa. Nobody does that.
Yes, they do. If you're actually wealthy, you do.
That's really just a marketing stunt. I mean, what's really going on is you've got a bunch of people working for these luxury companies, employees really, sitting around a conference table with a PowerPoint presentation, maybe in some New York office, thinking about how can they sell you this bag? How can they sell you these clothes? And just sell you on this dream idea. And the
That's why I want to see his bank account, man. I don't actually believe he's like this fucking uber rich millionaire. Like, he can't understand that wealthy people would take a fucking bag on vacation. Dude, real wealthy people don't give a fuck about that type of shit. They will buy a fucking Louis Vuitton bag because they forgot theirs at home and then throw it away. They don't care. $4,000 for a duffel bag for someone who is truly wealthy is nothing. It's like you going and buying a fucking Adidas backpack for $20. It is nothing to them.
These executives themselves don't even wear these clothes. Kind of like how the developers for Diablo 4 don't even play their own game, but they're trying to convince you to play that game. And so you've got these semi-luxury brands. They're not true luxury, but semi-luxury, like say Audi, BMW, Mercedes, luxury countertops, cosmetic skins for your character, which are basically...
I have a family member who is real money. We'll just put it at that. And, bro, the amount of money they spend on just random shit that, you know, all of us would be like, oh, wow, I really got to think about. They don't even fucking think about it. They don't care. They don't care. It is completely out of mind. They will literally just buy anything at a moment's notice because they just don't give a shit. Truly wealthy people do not fret over the small details like price. And that's just the reality, man.
Like workloads, microtransactions, and all of these are really just code sinks. And then you turn on TV and you see these celebrity houses which look fantastical, the celebrity cribs which are also, many of them are just rented.
Many of the homes featured on the show were less than genuine, and MTV regularly manipulated viewers into believing that its celebrity guests were living much larger than they actually were.
And you know, the other thing to realize, I would say, about these fantastical houses is that...
Yeah, bro, most celebrities are broke, especially like influencers on the internet. That's another thing. All of them just rent shit constantly, like this guy.
A lot of people don't live in these, actually. A lot of those turn out to just be Airbnbs, and they're more akin to mini hotels that people are running. And they're basically businesses these days. So, for example, an ocean view beachfront property. Most of those turn out to be Airbnbs, and the owners of those just become landlords. They don't get to live in those. So I noticed this when I was driving around Carmel by the sea. It's this coastal area near Monterey, California, and it's beautiful touristy beachfront area. All of those houses, if you take a look, they have little fancy names on them. And they're commercial properties, basically. They used to be residential, and they were converted essentially into Airbnbs, and most of them are empty if you go around and take a look. And that's probably because the owners just realized after, say, 1, 2, 3 years of living in that property that they were bored of it. They were done with it, and they'd rather just collect the income and downsize or move to somewhere else and just rent out the place. And that's really what you get to do once you acquire some wealth, is you get to put the money to work, but you don't necessarily get to enjoy it for your own personal consumption. And you know, the same goes for those red carpet events and fashion shows. A lot of the celebrities there with those fancy dresses and expensive jewelry, it's not really theirs, right? Like the companies are paying those people to just wear those things, they're lending it to them, and then they return all of that stuff later on, and maybe they even get paid as kind of an influencer deal to show that stuff off. But the reality is nobody actually lives like that, or very few people do, and yet the consumer mass market believes that they're supposed to have these fancy jewelry, fancy dresses, living in these fantastical Airbnb homes forever, basically. And that's just not real. And I think the men probably understand this more than the women do, that, you know, when you go to a club as a man, you're going to, say, peacock, you're going to put on this blazer. You're
I
going to
better take some of the shekels. Nah, they're not like super close family members to me, so I'm not going to get any money from them. But yeah, I mean, it's just like once you're around truly wealthy people, you get it. You get it. You're like, yep, that is what it means to be wealthy, is you just don't care. You don't think about stuff. Like, I remember, like, we went to visit them one time when I was a kid. And, like, we went to, like, the local butcher shop. And they bought, like, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars of fillets. Like, prime fucking cut meat. Like, some of the best steak I've ever had in my life. And they just got, like, I think, like, 2 or 3 per person. Because it's like, oh, well, in case anybody wants extras, we might as well get some extra. It's like, bro. Crazy, man. You know, thousands of dollars on a single dinner that they were cooking at home. Didn't care. So, once you witness it, it's like, damn, yeah, it's a different world, man.
Fancy suit, this outfit with alligator skin shoes, and try to trick some people into thinking that you're more than what you are, when in reality, you know, when you go home by yourself after the club, all by yourself, you're gonna go just put on some sweatpants and eat some microwave frozen food, and you're totally fine with that, and that's the reality of life. You know, the other component is, of course, education, which is kind of the gateway drug into work. All of it is a PSYOP. And what education does, of course, is that it trains you to be a rat in the rat race, in this 9-to-5 slave wage labor force. But really, I'm just seeing a lot of people giving up the best years of their life. Be productive, focus on productivity, make your money, focus on yourself, hustle, grind, and they're giving up their health, their families, their youth, their time, their experiences, chasing money. And wouldn't it be funny if they later found out that they're spending $10 a day just like me, realizing there's not much to buy after all. So overall, is work important? I would say it's important insofar as the status that it conveys upon you, not so much the money, but it is nice to have some status around here. Most people would give up work in a second to save their families, their health, their youth. And so it's really the type of thing that you would do just when you're like super bored and you've got nothing better to do. Kind of like travel is overrated in many ways as well. And it's the type of thing that you would do if you've just got nothing better going on in your life.
Dude, travel is what you do when you have nothing better going on in your life. Isn't this fucking retard the same guy who was just advocating for traveling to go eat fucking $2 sushi? What the fuck is this dumb? This is just fucking pure slop. Pure fucking demoralization slop.
And so what is the real purpose of money? Typically, it is for capital allocation these days. You see, I believe that in many ways, Airbnb has disrupted even the goal of making money, because nowadays, it doesn't really make sense to just buy a fancy property anymore, because you rather just Airbnb that out. And so the question is kind of like, would you rather...
Yeah, dude, I am going to have a sushi crash out.
...own a one-bedroom apartment, or would you rather own a 100-bedroom apartment complex? I'd rather just rent the apartment. I wouldn't really want to manage an apartment complex. It just sounds like a headache and hassle, even though you would probably be continuing to make more money that way. But at that point, it just sounds like a maintenance hassle, and I'd rather own something digital, like, say, stocks. And so what's money for? It's not actually used for spending on yourself or personal consumption. In fact, I think I read like 1% of total money supply is in cash, which is just for personal consumption. The rest of it is really going back...
Wait, money is... Hold on.
Sounds like a maintenance hassle, and I'd rather own something digital, like, say, stocks. And so what's money for? It's not actually used for spending on yourself or personal consumption. In fact...
What is money for? It's not used for spending on yourself or personal consumption. Yeah, just hoard all of it.
I think I read like 1% of total money supply is in cash, which is just for personal consumption. The rest of it is really going back into investments and just going into these various ways of making more money. Money is used to make more money. That's what it's good for. Is it good for spending? Well, what's to buy? I guess you could buy Twitter and then you can become the CEO of Twitter and try to manage that. Would you want to own and run Twitter? Personally, I would not. And so overall, I'm still here.
I would. It'd be fun.
Stockpiling cash, just like everybody else, thinking that maybe it's good for something out here. I don't know what it is.
So what do you want to just do? Sit in your fucking bug box and jerk off all day while eating fucking ramen noodles that you microwaved earlier? Like, what the fuck is the point of this shit? Yeah, make a bunch of money, live in your fucking Zog box, watch your fucking porn, and just pass out on your couch? Like, wow, what a life. Don't work, don't do anything, just exist. Continuously suck on the teat of society, contributing nothing while taking everything.
Good for. So when you think about it, what is it that I, as a rich tech dork, can do that a poor college brokey cannot do? Maybe we can all fly to Europe if we want to. We could stay at a hotel, right? The college brokey maybe stay...
I thought you said travel was pointless, unless you have nothing else going on in your life.
Is at a hostel, but if they wanted to, they could splurge on a coastal seaside resort too if they wanted to. I mean, they could just book that online, super easy. In the old days, you needed a travel agent and connections and private jets and chauffeurs to get all of this set up for you. These days, we can all do it super easy peasy. And so this is really one reason why rich tech dorks making $500K per year, such as me, are so disrespected by society and nobody even really cares. And it's one reason why people like Andrew Tate are saying that, hey, you can be a rich tech nerd, but it just doesn't matter because he has status. And so he's really all about having to flex status.
People think that if you're truly secure, you don't want a nice car, you don't want a fancy watch. I disagree. I think since the beginning of human time, men have always peacocked. We've always shown our value with material things.
In what is a truly unnecessary...
Yep, that's true.
An artificial way, because there's simply no other usage for money. Like there's nothing really you can do with it. It's not like the old days where if you had wealth, people may have actually looked up to you and admired you for the spectacular experiences you would have had, because these days we can all stay at the same resorts. We all get to ride fast cars and we all get to dine on exquisite cuisines, because it's like just go to the food court and the food tastes better than some French restaurants already. Personally, I think
Bro, what?
Ride fast cars and we all get to dine on exquisite cuisines, because it's like just go to the food court and the food tastes better than some French restaurants already. Personally, I think...
Oh yeah, dude, my fucking slop microwave Chinese food is so much better than a fucking French restaurant. Holy shit.
Americans are addicted to their own struggle and work a little bit too much. But see you in the comments below and see you in the next one. Thanks, bye.
Oh my god. Holy shit. And remember, in the other video, he was literally arguing the complete opposite. So it's just... No, this video is a PSYOP. Money's not a PSYOP. You're the PSYOP. This man is the PSYOP. Chances are he's living in that shitty apartment because his wife took all his money in the fucking divorce. Like, bro, you cannot tell me, like, you would rather live in a fucking bug box than have this be, like, your entryway to your house. Like, dude. Yeah, why would you want this to be your front door when you could live in a 1-bedroom apartment with the fucking, you know, refrigerator and stove in the same room as your bed? Dude, I would just lay on the floor and just look up at the, like, shit. I can see it now. I would just, I don't know, wander the halls. Wander around aimlessly. Yeah, exactly. Just leave it empty. No furniture. Just walk around and take it in, man. To be able to move. That's the thing, is I'm claustrophobic as fuck in this tiny ass apartment, so I'm ready for a big open house that I can just move and breathe in and, you know, spread out. And not just have shit all over the place, you know, on top of each other. And so, soon, man. Hopefully. Go live with my parents? My name is not Review Tech USA. They don't have a 2-family home that I can sell from under them. So, Elijah Petty with the 2. Oh God, this guy again. All right, we'll see. As a millionaire. He's got to put millionaire in the title of every video to, you know, make people believe it's true.
Somebody asked earlier if I have advice for like a college student. You know, I would say one advice is to enjoy the journey, really. Even if you make $1 million or $2 million or $5 million, it's not enough. You'll get to $1 million and you think you've made it, but then you realize you're just stuck in low-digit millionaire hell, which is just this uncanny valley where you have enough to not really work, but you don't have enough to retire. And then you're just stuck grinding on your own random business ideas. I was a millionaire at age 25. I went off to travel for a bit, worked on my own projects, eventually went back to look for a job. A few startups here and there, and then I ended up at the Google and Meta companies. So it's really the process of making money that I think is more interesting than actually having money. Having money is not interesting really much at all because you just sit around looking for coupons and deals. Having money doesn't make you not cheap. If you like a good deal, you always like a good deal. It doesn't mean that you'll suddenly just pay $200 on sushi. It doesn't matter if you're a millionaire. If buying a Porsche...
Yeah, but you'll fly to Japan to go eat sushi, right?
Just sounds way more than you need and overvalued. You'd rather just put that into Bitcoin and drive something that you're more comfortable with, that you can beat around and not have to maintain and wash and have a place to store all the time. Look, when you take a look at Elon Musk, he started this company Tesla, and in the process of that, he's having so much fun. Kind of, right? He's meeting people, he's having events. He got a few wives out of that whole process. He's had a family out of that process.
Wait, wasn't he just saying that he wouldn't want to run Twitter? Like, now he's glorifying the idea of running a company? I mean, this dude is so inconsistent.
Engaging with the world, and he's working on these businesses, and he's getting invited to events and dinners, and he's getting business expense private jets and business expense dinners and going to conferences, and he's just having a great time. And that was like arguably the business he built became this great life for himself. And instead, if he wanted to, he could have just sat back and done nothing as an isolated social recluse sitting in some mansion somewhere, but people would not know who he was, and he would just be isolated from the world, and he wouldn't be having as much fun. And so in that sense, I admire how that process of actually making the money is more interesting than having it. And so maybe the real treasures are the friends that we make along the way. Like what you need to do is actually business expense your life, I would say. Your spending is going to be justified.
What the fuck?
Maybe the real treasures are the friends that we make along the way. Like what you need to do is actually...
Why did he need to change his shirt? Fuck. This is a 5-minute video and he changed his fucking shirt. Did his nipples start lactating or something? Like, what the fuck?
Actually, business expense your life, I would say. Your spending is going to be justified. So this boat, it costs like probably $5,000 to $10,000 a week for a catamaran like this. You gotta learn to sail. If you do that, it's loads of fun, actually, if you're to do it. Look, I would never go out and buy a $10,000 vacation for this for myself, really, unless I had a whole group of people who were going to actually do this. But in either case, they decided, hey, they're going to sponsor us for this. And in a way, the process of making money is a lot of fun. Because if you just retire and you sit back and you're not even doing anything, it's not all that fun. You're just sitting around playing video games, watching TV all the time. So I think that's one of the funny things is a lot of people are thinking, hey, they're just going to grind their 9-to-5 wage slave job. At the end of that, they're going to have some money, and then what? Then what you're going to do? You're going to sit at home and watch TV? You can do that now.
That's what you were advocating for. You don't need to do anything. Just sit on your iPad. Why are you traveling? You have an unfulfilling life if you travel. His words.
Go to the Midwest, go somewhere cheap. You can go Southeast Asia where it's super cheap and go sit down and watch TV and you've got it, if that's all you're looking for. But even making money is not going to get you a $10,000 yacht on a vacation when you feel it's just not really worth it. I think if you can build a business around which you're having fun, that would be great. And I think that is the standard now. It's actually possible nowadays where you see a lot of creators out there saying they love their life, they love their job, they're having a great time, hanging out with their friends, traveling for a living, getting sponsored trips and events and like whatever you want. Have you taken any psychedelics? No, I have never touched drugs. I don't take it.
We're back into a different shirt.
Any substances. Don't need it. I'm just sober and I just go raw on life. My life is my high. It's fun enough. Reduce dopamine. You don't need it. In fact, you should actively look to reduce the dopamine in your life, control that, and then work and other things become more interesting. Everybody has ADHD now. Everyone I meet has ADHD and insomnia because of that dopamine craziness. People think they got to go on drugs and microdose and all this stuff. Hey, I'm just sober and I'm outperforming all of my coworkers and everybody who's just so stressed. Because as I told you, these guys can't code. They can't cut it. Why are they even coding? They need drugs to be able to code. And I'll tell you, I never pulled an all-nighter either. If you're going to win, just win with ease. Do it the right way. Don't do it at the last second. You don't have to push it that hard. Or if you do, if you have to win just barely, maybe you shouldn't have even bothered in the first place.
Yeah, I guess that's how much of a millionaire he is. He can change his shirt 3 times in a video. Guys, we got to get like him. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'll take my $8,000 Pokemon card and nice things and a nice house over traveling to a bunch of random places I don't fucking care about. Guys, I'm gonna be rich. If you see this, you're going to be rich. Well, there we go. It's confirmed. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. Oh yeah, that's the book where they send like 1 million Indians and it leads to like the downfall of Western civilization. Yeah. Written in the 70s. Quite prophetic. The Camp of the Saints. Yeah, I remember hearing about that a while back. The age of the liberal boomer is dying. You know, God willing. Nope, this will not be a 24-hour stream. I don't even know really why I'm still streaming at this point, to be completely honest. I probably should have gotten off a few hours ago. But we'll see. If I can keep the doom scroll alive, then maybe. Based. I'm guessing it's crypto, which again isn't theft. It's just dumb fucks getting their money, you know, finessed. Ugh. Let's see. Oh, Japanese characters, the 5. And take a look. This sounds like a Reddit video.
Maryo Kart World just got a brand new update and everybody's acting like they fixed the game.
Nintendo fixed Maryo Kart World. Maryo Kart World Online is fixed. Maryo Kart World is so back.
Shut up. They didn't fix shit. Can
Oh my god.
we stop acting like this update changes Maryo Kart World? I can't even say this update is the bare minimum. This is a joke. I laugh at this shit. Nintendo is once again packaging literal dog shit and feeding it to their fans. A laundry list of features that should have been in the game at launch, and they barely addressed the elephant in the room, the 3-lap tracks. And that's not even the worst part. They added a brand new feature.
I'm gonna uninstall it right now, guys.
You can now join friends playing Knockout Tour by selecting friends from online play, a feature that was inexplicably not there at launch. If you've seen my last Mario Kart video, you'll know this drove me insane.
It's 20 out of 24 and I can't join.
It doesn't let you join?
Unable to join the Knockout Tour.
Unable to join the Knockout Tour. That's all you got. No explanation, just you can't play with your friends. But I guess they fixed that? They didn't fix it.
Yeah, no, you're not in my lobby either.
Wait, what? This feature at the top of the patch notes is the most idiotic, brain-dead, baffling way of implementing online.
They actually had one job, man.
This is my experience of figuring out what the hell is going on with this update. And this game. I haven't touched it for almost 2 months. Do I still hate it? Spoilers? Yeah, it's a clown show. And it's pathetic that people are defending this shit. Like this somehow fixes anything.
Dude, this is so...
Holy over-edited slop, dude.
How is it always some shit?
If you like these kinds of videos, please consider subscribing. It helps me out tremendously. Anyway, this story begins at midnight. My friend Kurtomatic let me know that there's a new Mario Kart World update. Okay. So I searched up the patch notes to see if, you know, they fixed the game finally. No. Maybe? This one says they increased the frequency of lap-type courses. But by how much exactly? This is a normal track. You drive this lap 3 times and that's the race. Mario Kart World...
Huh? Dude, holy
added
shit.
a different kind of race. Instead of racing on the track, you race from one track to another track. These are intermission tracks. For many reasons, people...
fall asleep.
Don't like racing on
cares,
these.
bro.
I hate it.
Everyone knows how it works.
Dude, I hate intermissions. I hate intermissions.
Including myself. When Mario Kart World launched, you could vote for a 3-lap track 100% of the time. A few weeks later, Nintendo changed this.
Okay, so usually when you play online, when you see the arrows from your current location to one of these tracks, that means you're gonna
40%. Just 10%. Not enough to save the player base and Nintendo did. Now you could only vote on 3-lap tracks 30% of the time. Eventually, Nintendo did update it, changing the odds of selecting a 3-lap from 30% to 40%. Just 10%. Not enough to save the player base and sales that were plummeting. Are plummeting. Mario Kart World is dying because of this. So, did they fix it? Did we go back to what we used to have? I had to find out. We had no idea what to expect going in. I wasn't even recording. I didn't think this would be a video. But I booted up online, joined my friend, and started waiting for the next available race. Was it gonna be no intermissions? 1 intermission? 2 intermissions? Once the race finally finished, I got my answer. 3 intermissions. But maybe we're just unlucky. Shit. Very unlucky. Fuck. Extremely unlucky. Okay. Extraordinarily unlucky. Something seems off here. It was at this point that I started to record.
Oh my god! Are you? There's no way. What's happening? No, we're just unlucky. We're just unlucky. No, they're actually just trolling us. They're trolling us. There's no way. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I don't want to see it. They actually just hate us.
So how much did they increase the odds by? Well, I did 120 races, and out of those races, I concluded that they changed the odds by about 5 to 10%.
Dude, that's such an FU to the community, like, actually.
So if they did increase the odds by 5 or 10%, why does everyone feel like we're playing more intermissions? Because we are. In theory, if everybody voted for the 3-lap track option, it would be 50-50.
Dude, I just don't understand why this is a problem. Like, yeah, sure, whatever. Add the 3-track game mode or whatever, but it's like, Jesus, bro. Why are you dedicating significant portions of your time to this shit? Which, I mean, the answer is pretty obvious because it gets views. But that's it.
But who do you think still plays worldwides? Mostly people that like intermissions. Even when there is a 3-lap track option, a lot of people still vote for intermissions over that. In actual worldwide lobbies, you're gonna be playing intermissions like 60% of the time.
I genuinely just like this. Let's try a knockout tour.
Let's try knockout.
Yeah, I don't... Dude, I just like the knockout tour primarily. That's all I've... Pretty much all I've played since the game came out.
Knockout tour, yeah.
At the very least, we can do that.
But yeah, I don't mind the intermission tracks at all.
I'm just joining a race. I'm assuming that makes a room. Can you join me? I'm not seeing anything. That's not good.
So it wasn't working, but then it did work.
Oh, there we go.
Little weird, but I was able to join now, and it put me in a lobby where it said, you will join the next available race. Sit tight. So I did. After 4 months of waiting, I was finally gonna get to play my knockout tour with Penguin, something we've wanted to do since the game came out. It was finally happening.
Are you guys in the game?
No.
I just want to clarify.
Are you in the game?
Wait, what do you mean?
Are you racing right now?
Yes, I'm racing right now.
Wait, what? What is this shit?
Free roams?
We're in separate free roams.
We're all in our own games.
Something was wrong. Me and Kurtomatic joined Penguin before the knockout tour started, yet it put us in a lobby by ourselves.
Like when you press pause, but I don't see you, Xander, like in my player list.
Wait, I see Penguin, but I don't see you.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No, like, dude, this is so
How
stupid.
is there always some shit?
A full knockout tour race lasts 8 minutes, so I don't want to wait for Penguin to finish his race. Okay, can we like reset this? I don't really want to wait for a whole knockout tour.
Yeah, look how long the bar is at the bottom. It's a waiting bar.
We all quit out and decided I would be the host. Maybe it was just a weird bug. I mean, I'm looking at my screen and you guys, like, there's open spaces. So, like, surely you're gonna be in this lobby.
Yeah,
surely.
Same for me. There's open spots.
So on all of our screens, there's open spots in this lobby, but it won't let either of my friends take one of those spots. Instead, it fills them with bots.
Oh my god. Just play a knockout.
Oh
Surely
my
we'll
god.
get it.
I have to play a knockout tour and then you guys can join?
Yeah.
Remember, a knockout tour is 8 minutes long. What the fuck is going on? Dude?
That is a long ass fucking bar.
You guys want me to like screen share while I do this or something? Like, do you feel like you're racing now? Is that better?
Oh, it feels so good. It's like I'm really there.
So as I was racing this knockout tour, I thought about ways I could get my friends in faster. I wanted to see what happens if I lose this, to be honest, because maybe that would get you guys in faster. After losing, I clicked next race. Now we all saw the race would start soon.
Race will start soon.
Yeah, it says that for me too. There might be an exploit.
The exploit is to just lose as fast as possible, tank the VR. So this time, it actually let all of us into the knockout tour together.
Look, we're playing knockout tour. We're all having a good time.
These patches though, like they're actually just evil at this point. They know what they're doing. They're just evil people.
I would rather them not release it than release this shit. Unfortunately, I lost pretty early on. Now I can spectate the players that are still alive, like my friend Penguin. But of course, spectating looks horrible.
I will say though, these camera angles are awful. I'm watching your face and everything behind you.
I guess changing the camera angle is too much to ask for. You're stuck having to look at this shit.
I am not gonna.
Oh my god, bro. It's just the same boring shit constantly. Why are you even playing it? Go play Mario Kart 8 if you care that deeply.
Qualify. Fuck.
Once Penguin lost, none of us were in the race anymore. So, of course, we all clicked next race.
Or, here's a wild idea. Why don't you just play in a private lobby?
Next race. All right.
Kind of a shit show, but it can't get worse than this, can it?
No. I'm not in lobby.
What?
You're not in a lobby?
Oh my gosh, no.
Are you actually not? You're joking. You're fucking with me. Wait, I'm in Ice Rally. You guys are not in Ice Rally? Wait, Kurt, don't drive for a second. I want to see if you're in my game. Just like, break. No, you're not in my game. What? This was weird. All of us clicked next race, and now all of us are in different lobbies. It disconnects you every time? Okay, everyone quit. This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. It makes no sense that it kicks you after one race with your friends. So Kurtomatic came up with a pretty good theory.
I think the only way to like multiple times in a row stay in the same lobby with your friend is I think we had to all wait for that race that we did. We had to wait for the other players to finish.
So Kurtomatic is saying, even though all of us lost the race, in order to stay in the same lobby, we would need to watch the race through to completion. So we booted it back up and tried again. Okay, I'm starting a new knockout tour.
Like the room is full.
Yeah, because if you hit next race, it's gonna start matchmaking you.
Oh, please wait. I joined frame 1.
So now we have another issue. Penguin can't join because it's telling him the room is full. Huh. You sure about that? Wait, so you guys didn't even let you join?
No, I'm in. Yeah, but I'm not playing the fucking game.
Once again, because they were joining me, they had to watch me play a knockout tour before they could even join the lobby. If you think this is super confusing, I agree.
Wait, yeah. I'm in a private lobby with you guys now. Look.
Yeah, now it says race will start.
Again, I don't know why they just don't make a private lobby like we've done at least 100 times when I've streamed this game. Like, just go make a private lobby. Why do you need to play on public matchmaking?
Soon.
Nope.
Wait, just kicked you guys out. Wait, what? I'm not even in my own lobby.
Dude,
Wait,
for a
nothing like
moment there,
20.
I was not in
Wait,
my
no,
own
no,
element.
we're fine, we're fine.
Okay, okay, we're good, we're good.
You know, just like the olden days.
We just need to find the tack.
Once again, we were all in the same knockout tour. This time, we were going to see if we could stay in the same party by not clicking next race until the race is over.
Guys, nobody lose. And I'm disqualified.
Me too. Well, now we get to spectate. What are we doing now? Are we just waiting for the randoms to finish?
We're hoping.
Once the race finished, I checked the lobby, and we figured it out. Do we want to play this out? I don't want to play this out.
You said hop on Donkey Kong?
I'm down, bro. I'm actually going to uninstall this. Wait, before I do that, let's just look over some of these other patch notes.
Oh my god, dude. He's just...
Down, bro. I'm actually going to uninstall this. Wait, before I do that, let's just look...
Rehab is for quitters. Commit tax. Dude, it's just... Holy Reddit, man. Holy Reddit.
Over some of these other patch notes.
Oh my god.
Just so we're
It's just, yep, the Redditor phenotype.
comprehensive. That this update is pathetic. Up to 2 players can now play free roam while waiting if the game was full. That's a lie. When me and Kurtomatic joined Penguin, we were in our own free roams, playing solo, not together. In free roam, you can now transform into the character pulled into the UFO. Cool, so I guess they're trying to fix the Canic item. You know, the item that would unlock a character for everyone except yourself, which was such a random and weird way to unlock characters. Now you can use the UFO in free roam, which is such a random and weird way to unlock characters. Fun. The free roam at launch. When spectating a knockout tour, you can now choose who to watch. Whoa, that's awesome. Can I choose what angle to watch too? No. Okay. Decreased the time between when an item box is taken by someone and the next time it is revived. What I'm hearing is there's gonna be more items on the road. Did we really need that? So yeah, I'm uninstalling this game, and I think you should too. It's not
No more items, guys. Stop. Get rid of all the items.
fun, and I have no faith that these updates are going to fix it. And I am gonna say it. I told you so. Much better.
Alright, goodbye. You won't be missed.
Thank you all so much for 100,000 subscribers, but we're still a little bit away from beating Chipotle. They fired my ass for giving too much food. So subscribe. Appreciate it. Alright, see you next time. I need to make a speedrun of joining your friend in a Mario Kart.
Holy Reddit, man. Jesus. I just don't understand who watches this type of content in their free time. Like, by choice. Like, is this all this guy talks about? Okay, now, oh, dude, heckin' Silk Song, dude. Yeah, so he's just another one of those, like, heckin' Reddit slob, too. Okay. Dude, I refuse to play Silk Song. I will never buy that game just because of how gay the circle jerk is around it. Zero interest. Saber ran with the 2. Shit, still alive. What did I miss? I made teens cry. Well, nice, man. But not much. Not much at all. Just a bunch of random videos and shit. A disturbing history of racism and misogyny. That's right, libs. Turn on Kojima. Kojimbo racism, exactly, man. The Romans were right about actors, I agree. Worse than prostitutes. Why Tech Lead's wife really left him. Let's see.
It's more than a year now that the tech league's wife left him, took his child, and went to Japan. He barely can see his son since then. On top, she claims that he destroyed her life. How can this be? The tech league seems to be such a nice guy here on YouTube. I've no doubt that he would be a great father and a great husband. So how could this all happen? Oh wait, nice guy? Wife left him? Why is that so? It all makes sense in just a second. Let me translate the emotional world of women for us nice guys and logical thinkers. I break it down in 5 points. Please listen to all of them because they only make sense all together. Number 1. A couple of years ago, all of a sudden, my girlfriend left me. I didn't see this coming. Well, yes and no. I didn't see any sign for it, but it wasn't the first time that this happened to me. It happened actually a couple of times before. Yes, I was the guy who, when I felt that this is the perfect relationship, the girl all of a sudden said, I don't.
Does this have anything to do with this guy? I guess not. Maybe.
I don't love you anymore. I don't know. I have no feelings anymore. And I was, what? What's wrong with you? Everything had been fine. I was such a loving partner. I cared, made a lot of surprises, and just thought, hey, I'm just the man every girl should be. What they noticed about him. The first
Okay. Yeah, this video is slop. I thought it was actually going to be exposing him, but I guess not. It looked like he was living in a fucking, you know, plywood box. Yeah, so basically his wife left him, took the kid and probably all of his money, so now he just copes about not wanting to spend money. The modern slop.
I played 3 mid-RPGs, so you don't have to, and trust me, you really don't want to. Look, I've been going back and catching up on RPGs that released when I really wasn't playing many games these past couple years. My mission, try and find some hidden gems that maybe flew under the radar while everyone's distracted.
Those don't exist.
By the big releases. There's so many RPGs coming out these days, it's easy to miss the good ones. Maybe you saw Atlas Fallen, Avowed, or Flintlock pop up in a Steam sale and thought, these look interesting, should I give them a shot? I went in genuinely optimistic. Atlas Fallen has this unique sand surfing mechanic that looks fresh, Avowed was from Obsidian.
That's like the only one that looks good is the Atlas Fallen one. I'd probably try that if I could get it cheap.
The studio behind some of my favorite RPGs, and Flintlock promised a gunpowder fantasy setting, which sounded like a cool twist on the genre. I was ready to find some diamonds in the rough. Instead, I found, well, let me save you the disappointment. I started with Atlas Fallen, Reign of Sand, thinking cool, sand surfing RPG, that sounds different. And you know what? It is different. It's just not good different. The exploration looks cool on paper, gliding across vast desert landscapes on magical sand waves, but the game smacks you in the face with invisible barriers and won't let you explore as you see fit. The main quest structure is where things really fall apart. Fetch quests upon fetch quests. Get this relic to upgrade the gauntlet, then you need 3 more to craft the upgrade. Once you do that, it's another upgrade, and guess what? 3 more relics. Each one gated by some fight, which is honestly the high point of the game. The combat feels like Darksiders or old God of War, which isn't bad, but not exactly groundbreaking nowadays. Especially when half the time the weapons work great, and in the other half they feel like wet pool noodles that won't even connect. The Knuckles looked amazing in the upgrade tree. Close range, high damage gauntlets that should have been perfect for the aggressive combat style, but half the hits wouldn't register on enemies, so they ended up doing less damage than my basic sword. The crafting system seemed promising at first. Upgrade your gauntlet, skills, healing, unlock new abilities and passives, but then it forces you to unlock specific things, equip abilities you don't want, takes away your agency in building the character you want to play early on. I did enjoy sliding around on the sand, which was the main selling point for me. But with invisible barriers everywhere, and ways to soft lock yourself and having to reload saves, it kills the exploration. The best games let you go anywhere. Look at Skyrim. Right at the gate you can walk into any town, city, or area you want. While this game isn't bad, it's not great either. It just feels like it's missing something essential. Sure, it's pretty, the movement is cool, the combat has some decent combos, like a mix of Darksiders and Devil May Cry with Monster Hunter's body part targeting. The story doesn't captivate me, and that makes everything feel like a chore. Atlas Fallen was strike 1. Hey, maybe I just got unlucky with my first pick. So I'm gonna try something with more pedigree behind it. Avowed, from Obsidian Entertainment. You know, the people who made Fallout New Vegas, The Outer Worlds, Pillars of Eternity. Surely they'd bring some creative fire to the fantasy RPG space, right? Well, not exactly. Avowed feels like someone at Obsidian said, let's make Skyrim, but safer. It's got all the checkboxes. Fantasy world, first-person perspective, magic and swords.
Genuinely hideous and repulsive game.
Dialogue trees, but I think it feels like going through the motions of what an RPG should be, rather than experiencing something the developers are passionate about making. Here's the thing, while Atlas Fallen's problems were obvious in your face, Avowed's issues are more subtle and somehow more frustrating. The combat is actually quite enjoyable.
El Rosario Soul with the 54 months. Really appreciate it, man. I'm tired of the bad Mario Kart videos. Where is the Sonic racing game they're talking about? I know, dude. What happened to it? Where is this amazing Sonic racing game, and why did it disappear from the public discourse? I thought Mario Kart was BTFO'd. You know, Sonic Racing Cross World was going to dominate the entire industry. Here, let's see. Steam chart. Let's see how well it's doing right now. Oh, wow, dude. Yeah, Mario Kart is in dire straits, guys. 1,700 players right now, 3,200 peak concurrent for the past 24 hours.
Bruh.
Yeah, absolutely massive success. So many people playing it.
and fluid. It borrows a lot from what made Dragon Age 2 fun, but then it strips away the depth that made those systems engaging. You can't control your opponent's gear like you could in Dragon Age. There are no expansive ability trees for them to customize. Your own character customization even feels a little shallow. You get a handful of ability points to spend, but the trees are basic, and most choices are kind of meaningless or locked behind levels. The world looks lived in at a glance, but spend 5 minutes watching the NPCs, and you realize they just follow simple scripted paths. Some don't even have daily cycles. They just stand there, day in and day out, like mannequins someone forgot to program. The world itself is actually quite nice. It's a bright, colorful palette with some dark thematic undertones. It's that obsidian style we know from Pillars and Outer Worlds. And while I usually prefer gritty and grimy, sometimes that bright aesthetic works. But that's the problem. I found is like all frosting with no cake underneath. Everything looks fine on the surface, but there's no substance holding it together. It's bland in the most frustrating way possible because you can
Yep, it's just mediocre as shit.
see glimpses of what it could have been. 2 strikes. Surely the third time would be the charm, right? Flint Lock the Siege of Dawn at least had an interesting premise to me. Gunpowder fantasy with some unique combat mechanics, different setting, smaller studio. Maybe they take some actual creative risks. So immediately this game shot itself in the foot for me. I tried to launch the game. Everything seemed fine. We got to the menu. I clicked space to continue. Infinite loading screen to crash. I tried 4 more times, all with the same result. The game was apparently so mid that my PC didn't even want to open it. And honestly, that might be the most honest review any of these games could give themselves. Since I didn't want to leave you guys hanging though, I decided to talk about another game that fits this category perfectly. One I've actually played extensively.
Starfield. That is definitely aggressively average.
Starfield. The main issue for me with Starfield is that Bethesda couldn't keep their mouth shut about it. They hyped it up too much. If it had released without all the billion explorable planets marketing, I think it would have been perceived much more positively, performance issues aside. I personally do enjoy Starfield for what it is. It has decent mechanics, passable combat, not too different from Fallout 4. The companion dynamics work well, similar to Outer Worlds, plus you can hire random crew members, which I like. And Enon's soundtrack is fantastic. Bethesda never really misses with their music ever, but here's where the cracks start to show. This game gets boring fast. The best part in my opinion is shipbuilding, and it's locked behind levels. So you have to slog through content you don't enjoy just to get to the fun stuff. The factions seemed interesting at first with like bounty hunters, space pirates, space marines, but they all feel shallow once you kind of dig deeper. The real killer is that there's no reason to explore these billion planets beyond quest objectives. In Mass Effect, you went to planets to harvest resources for meaningful upgrades. Starfield has a similar system, but it feels pointless and tedious. Starfield, for me, represents everything wrong with modern AAA development. It's technically impressive, but safely designed and ultimately hollow. It's a 7 out of 10 that could have been a 9 if someone had been willing to take creative risks. So what happened? At some point, companies stopped taking creative risks in favor of safe.
What's crazy to me is like Starfield was such a missed opportunity because they have the whole mechanic where you're able to reset the galaxy, like, or the universe over and over and over again, right? So you would think that because that, I guess, entire, mechanic is in the game, wouldn't you expect them to have like some of the most dramatic, world-changing decisions in any of their RPGs? Like entire planets could be destroyed, entire quest lines could be completely blocked off. You would have like these massive, variability spikes in the New Game Plus experience, like stuff that would make the game just completely radically different every single time you played it. But no, it's the exact same game, copy pasted every single time you do New Game Plus. None of your decisions actually fucking matter. They're completely independent from every single other quest in the game. It's just junk. Like, they could have actually done something really fucking cool by having like some real hardcore consequences that would make you want to replay the game on New Game Plus and like do things differently just to see how they unfold. Or maybe you do want to blow up the planet this time instead of save it, or whatever it might be. That would actually be cool, but nope. No such luck, man. It's just the same copy-paste SLOPPA over and over and over again. So, huge missed opportunity.
Market-tested experiences. Everything has to pass through committees, focus groups, and executives who are terrified of anything that might not appeal to the broadest possible audience. Remember one of the first RPGs I ever got into was Oblivion. That game wasn't perfect, but it was fucking awesome. The developers had a vision and committed to it. I wasn't worried about whether the game would hold my hand. I was too busy figuring out how to break it with duplication glitches. Games nowadays feel like they're designed by marketing departments instead of passionate developers. Everything has to be sanitized, safe, broadly appealing. They're more worried about not offending anyone than they are about creating something memorable. These are role-playing games. I'm supposed to create the role I want to play, not experience someone else's carefully focused group vision. Look at games like Skyrim or KOTOR. You got to choose whether to side with the good guys or the bad guys. The developers trust you to make your own moral choices. I want to play who I want to play as, not who a corporate committee decided was the safest character to market. The problem isn't lack of talent, it's lack of creative freedom. When every decision has to be approved by 10 different departments, you end up with games like the ones we just played. Technically competent, visually polished, but creatively just bankrupt. Games like Gothic 2, Morrowind, Ocarina of Time. These didn't have cutting-edge graphics, but they had something these modern games are missing. A clear, creative vision that developers
were
allowed to pursue without interference. They took risks. They made weird choices, and that's what made them more memorable. The games we just played feel like they learned what fun.
Me having a teen love is a true missed opportunity. What if I get a 18-year-old with a perfect peach ass, PK?
Meant from a corporate manual that defined it as engaging but not challenging, creative but not controversial, deep but not complex. Anyways, if you enjoyed listening to me rant about the state of gaming, and hopefully got a few laughs out of it, hit that subscribe button. Next up, I'm tackling 3 Souls-like games that I missed. Let's see if the indie scene is doing any better at taking creative risks.
Japan.
Nope.
We need your help.
PK, are you adopting the role now of being super concerned about my dating life? Or lack thereof? Man. Dude, what the fuck is this shit? The Dark Souls mindset I will take to my grave.
Have you ever felt completely stuck? No matter what you do or what you try, it all just seems to end in constant failure over and over and over again. If you do, that makes two of us. When I think back
Thank God I touched that bonfire so I can keep respawning.
to it, I still think it's bonkers how such a trivial thing like a video game could teach me so much about myself that I hadn't figured out in 25 years of existence, which is exactly the year of my life when I started playing it for the first time. Dark Souls. When I first picked this game up, I didn't think much of it. I knew it was really well known, I knew it was supposedly hard, but I just thought it might be something fun to play, seeing as I had a pretty bad laptop at the time that couldn't really run most games, so I kept resorting to older, more accessible ones. And I remember looking at this list online, of games that were supposedly the top must-play games of all time, and I remember seeing Dark Souls up there, and that got me really intrigued. You know, innocent younger me, a guy who shut himself away with video games to numb the sting of reality, booted it up for the first time. My first impressions was that the controls themselves were quite clunky. I didn't play on a controller, so the entire combination of keys to swap weapons or even perform power attacks was so weird to me. And the kicking, man, like the kicking was such a tight input of keys, I always kept messing it up, and it kept getting me killed. At the beginning, I didn't feel like I was necessarily dying because the game was hard. I felt like I was fighting the controls more than anything else. After a while, I get to the first boss in the Undead Asylum, and that's when I first faced that sense of dread you feel in a Dark Souls game. You're in a closed arena with nothing to help you or to save you. The music is scary and loud. You can't even hear yourself think, and the boss is doing a ton of damage to you with a very large and what I thought at the time to be a very unfair hitbox. Of course, I failed the plunge mechanic at the start. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out the timing to actually press the attack button. But after I did, things got much easier. And I'll be honest with you, being in that arena with that music, it spiked my heart rate and gave me a bit of anxiety, but I pulled through in the end and was quickly dropped off at Firelink Shrine. For those of you that don't know, this is the game's hub, or home base, whatever you want to call it, and it made me feel safe and warm for a change, unlike the rest of the game until now, which was very unwelcoming.
Oh my god.
I pressed on, wandered into the graveyard, and got absolutely obliterated. Not once, not twice, not 3 times. Suddenly I was just questioning myself, am I just bad, or am I just going the wrong way? The scariest thing about that moment wasn't necessarily the dying, it was the uncertainty. I don't know how many of you feel the same way as I do, but every time I died, I was losing my souls, and I felt like I was losing progress and potentially getting weaker. I felt like I was gimping myself. I felt like I just wanted to reset the game and create a new character because of it. I stopped playing at this very moment. There were no arrows, no aids, no tips, no minimap. It was just me and this world I was alone to figure out. I went to sleep. I woke up the next day and went to class. I was in college at the time, and I remember I couldn't stop thinking of Firelink Shrine. There were so many ways to go, areas I couldn't access yet. It felt like a maze. It was more overwhelming than my biochemistry class, and that's saying something. I got back home that day and sat at my desk looking at my screen for a few minutes. I remember thinking to myself, what the hell is wrong with me? Like, this is just a game. Why does it make me feel so scared to pick it up? And then it hit me. It's the uncertainty. The same uncertainty that had plagued me for most of my adult life was here, present in the form of a video game. There was no hand-holding, much like no one's ever been here to hold mine as I got older. And that's when I double-clicked the game and booted it up again. I felt anger at myself as I forced myself to play it as if I had something to prove to myself, that I could indeed win this battle against myself, this inherent fear I had of the unknown. There are 2 key moments in this game that I'll never forget. And no, they're not the big boys themselves, Ornstein and Smo. By the time I got there, I felt like I was a seasoned veteran at this game that enjoyed getting his ass whooped, a true Souls masochist. The first moment is that damned Dapper Demon fight. I remember being so excited going through that fog for the first time. You know, what epic boss could this be? What huge arena could I be stepping into? And my face just turned pale. Firstly, at the size of the arena, it was incredibly claustrophobic and terrifying. There was barely any room to roll.
Oh
Secondly,
yeah, that shit's fucking AIDS, dude.
not only was I fighting Dapper Demon, but I was also fighting 2 dogs, which were incredibly quick and annoying. And I immediately got pounced on by all 3 of them and died. I was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? How is this fair? I thought to myself. How is anything in life fair?
It's not. It's fucking gay.
Unfair things happen to us all the time, or maybe that's just something we tell ourselves.
See, that's the thing with a lot of the early Souls games is, you know, most of the bosses are fine, but there's some absolute fucking bullshit.
To avoid taking any blame or responsibility. Just because something's unfair, does that mean we should just give up? What's stopping us from using all the tools we have at our disposal to beat whatever situation we're in? I have a couple of heavy armor pieces on me, including a helmet I got off of twin gargoyles, and even the shield. And, oh, here's a ledge I can bait the mobs to and kill them one by one. And just like that, Capper Demon was dead. And not because I got help, not because I gave up, but because I used the tools at my disposal and used my surrounding to take advantage. Now you may be wondering, I did mention that 2 situations stuck with me, the Capper Demon fight being one of them. What could the second one be? Blighttown. Blighttown to me was the turning point for me in this game. If I was ever unsure if I was ever going to be able to beat it, I was sure now. For those of you who've never experienced this place, let me set the picture, okay? You just finished climbing up to the tallest point in the game and you feel on top of the world. You just rang the first bell of awakening. You need to ring 2 to open up the next area of the game. The second bell of awakening is deep underground. You just went down into the depths and fought your way through giant mice, through these little frog-like creatures that one-shot you with this poison mist. And of course through this huge gaping dragon. And what is your reward from all of this?
The Vag Dragon.
Well, it's time to play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Answer A, a Bell of Awakening. Answer B, a cool weapon. Answer C, lightning arrows for your weapon. Answer D, a key that leads to Blighttown, a town even deeper underground, darker, more obscure, more precedent sad, and devoid of sanity. That's right, your reward for braving through all this was even a worse place. There was no salvation here, not yet, not for you the player. This was your reward. More helplessness, it was dark, it was hard to maneuver, there were monsters shooting poison darts at you everywhere you went, and when you finally got to the bottom, what was there to greet you? A poison swamp. Everywhere you walked, life was sapped from you every second, reminding you that your life was ticking away every second you were down there, making you have to get wherever you need to get fast, but how could you? The swamp also slowed you down, so everything in here was out to kill you. You were not safe, not anywhere. You're never safe anywhere you go. The moment you feel comfortable, that's you in Firelink Shrine. That's you in the safety and warm embrace of a bonfire. That's not you delving into the depths, going through Blighttown on your way to ringing the Bell of Awakening. That's not you progressing in life. The discomfort, the progress, the swamp, the poison, those are the hardships in life. Those are all obstacles that you overcome each and every day in discomfort in order to achieve your goals and to get where you want to be in life. Me making this video is me rolling around in the swamp. I'm poisoned right now, walking towards my goals, and I'll go through a million more Blighttown.
Yeah, why am I toxic?
My question to you is, will you?
That's always my association with Dark Souls forever.
Thank you so much for watching yet another one of my videos. Feel free to leave some feedback down below for me if you enjoyed it or disliked it. Tell me how I can improve. Consider subscribing.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I have never had my life significantly altered by a video game I've played. Or really any piece of media I've ever consumed, I must say. I don't know. Nothing's ever really had that profound of an impact on me. I've always known what I've wanted in life. I haven't needed a game to tell me. Or movie or whatever. The best part of Dark Souls is still... This is the best part of the original game. Bad Goyim, you should base your life on yeah. I'm sorry, Rabbi. Because it's like the music that plays right at the end. That Dark Souls video reminds me of this video about Tears of a Kingdom a SlopTuber did and said, wait, I can't stop crying? Oh my god. Dude, I've never been that emotionally moved by a video game, honestly. That shit's kind of, I don't know, I just can't really relate. Call me soulless if you want, but it's like, I just cannot relate to that shit. It's a shame that this game will never get DLC, man. Dragon's Dogma 2 was really good. But the guy who made it left Capcom, so... Synth hated it. I don't know, I liked it overall. I thought he liked the game, he just didn't like the fact that it didn't have the, what's that shit called? Fuck. Oh my god, what was the DLC area called? I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. That was in the first game. Shit. But I thought he liked Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, the Bitter Black Isles. That's what it was. I think that's what it was called. Yeah, Night Rain was fucking dog shit. It's already dead. Although it probably has more players than Sonic Racing. Let's see. Yep. 10 times the amount of people are playing this shit than fucking Sonic. Yeah, I think Dragon's Dogma 2 was made on like a very small budget right before the guy who made it left Capcom. I can't remember his name, but yeah, the director of Dragon's Dogma left. So I think he just was trying to get it out as quickly as possible before he, you know, left the company. Which is a shame, because the gameplay loop of it is very, very fun. So it's kind of a shame, but oh well. People are starting to sour on Sonic Racing already. Oh man, say it ain't so. Truly sad. But I may go ahead and hop off. I may try to get a few hours of sleep, since I didn't get to sleep this afternoon. Plus, I've been live for a little over 13 hours, so I'd say that's good considering I didn't even play anything. It was just all video watching pretty much, so I think it's a good time to wrap this shit up. So have a wonderful Monday, everybody. And I'll talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, guys.